Hello, hello, hello. Trying to rectify problems. I talked to myself for the first 5 minutes. Didn't know that I wasn't hooked up on Rumble until I went to check. And yeah, had to start over. And now it's kind of messed up my groove. So hopefully I can be like Stella and get my groove back. But I don't know. Still feeling under the weather. Feeling a little bit better. That's a good thing. Feeling a little bit better. So things are going in the right direction. So, yeah. Today has been so far a pretty good day because of that. So, um, feeling good or feeling better is always a good thing. So, other than that, though, it's just been kind of a blah day for me. Just trying to figure out directions, right? Trying to figure out where I'm going next. Tonight's gonna be just kind of a cornucopia of stuff, I guess. As usual, nothing planned. Everything's just shooting from the hip. So we'll see where things go. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a guest. I don't know. I haven't talked to anybody that can be a guest tonight. But if anybody's wanting to be a guest, we could potentially get somebody in this evening. It's pretty easy to join in. If that's something someone's interested in doing at some point. So, yeah. Yup. Yup. Yes, it is just Friday fuckery, Lodestorm. Look, all right, I have to speak on your name for a second, Lodestorm. I know that this probably wasn't the case when you created that name. However, every time I see your name, Lodestorm, because I'm a dude and I'm a pervert, all I think about is bukkake. That's all I think about is some poor chick with a pitcher under her chin while there's a circle jerk commencing around her while just shots upon shots upon shots of load storming down on her face. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. And it's horrible. It's horrible though. But I just thought I'd put that out there. And yeah, let you know that that's what your name has me thinking. Not that that's a positive thing, but yeah, I mean, it is what I'm thinking. Your name is putting me mentally in a place where it should not go. Because then the wheels start falling off for me at that point. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? So yeah, no, but yes, yeah. Oh shoot! I mean, hey, it doesn't help either. You got the rain cloud there, just just shots from the cloud, little white shots. What I mean, oh shit! I mean, what else are you expecting from a dude? I mean, sorry, ladies, not sorry. I mean, come on now. So some of you are probably lacking a storm of loads in your lives. So I'm just saying, like, yeah. I hope for all of you out there that your sex life is lacking. I hope you run into a lodestorm soon. Oh, yeah, I don't even know anymore. Oh my gosh, I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know why. Why, oh why, oh why. Uh, yeah, gotcha. The TSR 80 color computer plus programming plus tape storage is a lodestorm. Yeah, well, uh, Bukkake is also a lodestorm. So, oh man, I need to just cut to the news right now. What the hell? I'm not getting out of this one. I am not getting out of this one at all. So, yeah, maybe I just need to. Yeah, it is fuckery Friday though, so I can have some fuckery going on. But yeah. Yes, it's on my mind most of the time, and yeah, that's usually what I spend my time doing when I'm around my wife. So just yeah, can't help it. When you're separated like we are, separated by distance, and when we're not around each other, things build up. And I'm even though I'm in my mid 40s, I have the libido of a fucking 16, 17, 18-year-old boy. So, and I still think like one. So, yeah. I'm like, what the heck? Get her done. I mean, the wife has no complaints. So, nor should she for that matter. I mean, shit. Apparently, like this is a conversation. This is a real conversation here. Apparently, there's a lot of men on this planet that can't get it up and keep it up. Holy crap. Like, it's me and 5 other guys on this planet that are fucking stiff as a flippin' rod in this age bracket that I'm in. It's like, I don't need the little blue pill. I don't need the other pill. I don't need the little chewable thingies they've got. I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that crap to get me. All I need is a natural born vagina, and that's about it. Let's not get too crazy with my wants, or my needs, because I don't need more than that. Want? Well, that's another story. So, yeah. Lodestorm. Yes, Lodestorm. It should be Lodestorm Studios, so you can then get yourself into the porn industry. Because, like, that is the best. That is the best porn industry studio name ever. Like, seriously, if you've never thought about just doing shit for the porn industry on the tech side, there you go. Your name is perfect. Definitely perfect for that. Oh my gosh. I mean, seriously. Um, no, look, I don't get it. I really don't get how guys lose their ability to and keep it. Like, I mean, motivation, not a lot is required. Like I said, it's a natural born vagina for me. And yeah, it smells good. Oh yeah. Like, I can sniff that out from a mile away. Yeah, there we go. There's some freshies over there. Like, no, I mean, and for me, It's like I just don't understand the psyche of it too, because some of it is psychological. Guys just can't figure it the fuck out. And for me, it's like, look, if I got the natural born vagina, and it's attached to something semi good looking, it doesn't even. I mean, I'm a dude. That my mission as a man is to procreate, right? So it's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much for my needs. Now for my wants, it's like I got a laundry list of wants to go along with that need, which is the need is very. It's just pay attention to me, pay attention to me, flirt with me a little bit, and tell me you want it. It's like that. That's it. And yeah, make sure it's natural. None of this faux stuff that they're trying to impose on guys. None of that crap. But yeah, and it's really funny though, how it's like you want to talk about epidemics. It's like that's an epidemic, which like the dudes just can't get their stuff firm and vigor. I don't get it. As a dude, I don't understand it. I don't know. I just need to have better understanding. And my wife worked in the urology industry for 7 years as a nurse. She's a urology nurse. So, yeah, obviously I checked all her boxes for future endeavors when it comes to that. That's why she grabbed a hold of me. Apparently, she took all the measurements. She did all the time. She had to write all that stuff down. I mean, seriously, she went, and tick, 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 tick. Yep, this one's gonna work out just fine. I passed her test, Well, with the other guys out there, shit, and I just wonder because there's so many damn commercials out there. You can't, if you're a dude, you can't look at anything or go shopping for anything or just look at videos for anything that doesn't have some sort of erectile dysfunction bullshit going on. Or do you want your dick bigger? Do you want it to stand up on its own for hours on end? I mean, it's like who are you talking to? We're dudes. All dudes, even dudes with flipping massive cock, always are like, I could use another inch or two. No guy is like, nah, I'm good. I don't need any more. Like every guy is just like, no, I would like to have Thor's hammer. And I'd like to break things with it, preferably vagina. Like guys with true testosterone are just like, yes, more for you. Oh shoot. Hey Baxter, what's up? Yeah, hell of a time to come in for you. Yes. While I'm talking about this stuff, it's Loadstorm's fault, because how it got kicked off is I told him the truth. His name makes me think about Bukkake all the time, because his name is just the embodiment of a chick with a pitcher underneath her chin, while there's a circle of dudes, multiple layers deep, taking turns, firing a storm of loads all over her face and into her mouth. Like, what? I'll never forget it. I've only been, I was introduced to this crap at a young age. Okay, I had a roommate when I first moved out. He was my best friend, and he was into porn. I've never been into it, but I'm all about education, right? Knowledge. And he brought this tape home once. He's like, dude, you got to see this. I'm like, what are we watching? And yes, people, tapes. VHS tapes. Anyways, brings that thing back to the place, and because we're weird, um, it was like a handful of us. We were playing video games. He's like, "You guys got to see this shit." And he pops it in, and we went on a journey of unexpected experience. Like, what the fuck are we looking at? What the fuck are we watching right now? This doesn't even seem right. This doesn't even seem like this was like consensual, but it was, because cha-ching, somebody was getting paid. And this poor girl, young woman, was centered in a circle of lodestorm. Like, it was like the movie Twister. The movie Twister, starring a whole bunch of dudes with cum shots for days. That was Twister. The dude starring as the tornado, and the like, I don't even know, but that is what you walked into, Baxter. If you say you got, I didn't get naked. Fuck that. No. Actually, this was this tape that he brought home was not Mexican. It wasn't American. It was Dutch. I believe it was Dutch. Anyways, so red light district porno. Oh yeah, red light district. So yeah. So yeah, I actually didn't like that. That helped me stay away from porn. That experience alone, that video may have broke all my interest in porn. Like, I mean, whatever, you want to throw it on, I've been with girls in my past that are like, let's throw on some porn. It's like, huh? If that's your thing, sure. Like, and then always end up ignoring the porn, making our own porno. But I mean, some people are into it. Men are into it. Women are into it. Some people just like watching other chimpanzees fuck. It's like, I just, I'll just make my own porn. Like, I'm fine with that. like, why watch it when I can do it? Like, that's been my mantra. It's like, why watch when I can do? So, why pay for it when I can get it for free? Like, all of these things I lived by when I was younger, and now I don't have to live by those things. Well, I mean, still live by it, I guess. But I'm married now, so I don't even have to worry about trying to find it. It finds me. Like, and with her willingness to, I guess, have the idea of letting my sperm go free around the world. like with her thought process on that, is like, shit, life is gonna get really pleasurable for me later on at some point, depending on depending on circumstances, so there you go. Fun days ahead, maybe. Definitely, it's a big maybe. All right, hold on here. I got some technical difficulties going on my end. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can get things squared away. Let's see. All right. Boom. All right, we got that squared away. Oh, you guys are puffing. Nice. I should. Maybe I should have a. No, I won't do a gummy. A gummy wrecked me last night after I got off of here. Took a gummy to relax. Watched a couple episodes of one of the shows I'm binging, and went nighty night last night, feeling really flipping good. And the pain was gone. And then I woke up in some excruciating pain, and then I had also the feeling that somebody was trying to kill me this morning. So I was like, which that actually might not be too far from the truth. I'm always looking over my shoulder. I mean, the way my mouth runs, would you blame them if they tried to get rid of me? Would you really blame them? Like, if all the shit that I say is true, all the stuff that I blame our career politicians for is true, of course they'd want to get rid of me. Now, the only thing that probably keeps me safe is the fact that nobody's listening to me. I mean, you know, the few of you fine folks are listening to me, but they don't worry because it's just a few of you, and it's not like you're saying, "Hey, you guys got to check this guy out, listen to him," and like the numbers aren't really growing. So I think that's what keeps me out of the crosshairs. So, yeah, yeah. Baxter, what? Okay, hold on here. You say what the hell? But I'm seeing you say too much spooge talk. Baxter, are you anti-spooge? I mean, you are a straight woman. I know you're married, so you've taken some spooge in your life. Are you anti-spooge? Are you anti talking about taking spooge? Like what's going on? Are you transitioning? Is it like what? Wait, what are we? Chopped live? Chopped liver? What? What do you mean chopped liver? No, I'm not saying you're chopped liver. I'm just saying nobody, like okay, we got 16 people in here listening right now, and 16 ears listening to my mouth is not going to raise the alarm to the people back east that would like to have me, now you multiply that number by several thousand, and those people back east start going, oh shit, he's starting to reach people. We got a problem. Like when that happens, then I will maybe buy into the fact that they're trying to off me a little bit more than my thoughts actually believe right at this point. Wait, what? Okay. What did you walk into? A load storm. A storm of creamy loads. Look, oh shit, everybody that comes in here, it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Look, I was just telling Lodestorm that his name just reminds me of Bukkake. Like, that's all. That's all. Let's not, like, I don't need to rehash this again. Hookah, just go back and watch the beginning. Right. You're out. Look, I know. Look, every woman needs a lodestorm in their life. A little bit, at least one lodestorm a month, maybe twice a month. Get a lodestorm. I don't know. Like, hey, Lodestorm's superhero name is Lodestorm. Yeah. Spooge-tastic would be his, like, calling card. Like, he performs a miracle and coats a woman's ovaries to get them pregnant. Lodestorm is here to save the day. It's Spooge-tastic. Like, what the? Oh, shoot. Lodestorm's changing his name now. We're off into the weeds so much. He's like, no, I gotta change my name. It's getting too much attention over here. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with a little bit of extra attention. At least then you have somewhere to direct your loads to. That attention. He'll spooge you down. Yes. Lodestorm is here to save the day. He just has giant flipping shots that one shot coats the front side of you, and you turn around and his next shot coats the back side of you. He has those old school goggles on top of his head, and then right before he performs his miracle, he snaps the goggles on. You know those old, like science room goggles. He snaps the goggles on, and it's spooge-tastic. He just starts firing. Oh, shoot. Lodestorm's maybe Lodestorm's thing is after he's done helping you, you will not hear no evil, see no evil, or speak no evil, because all of those orifices will be clogged with his loads. Your eyes will be stuck shut. Your ears will be stuck shut, be clogged. Your mouth. The only thing you'll be able to do is breathe through your nose, maybe, because if you choke on whatever he's left in your mouth, you might blow a nostril bubble. Oh, shoot. Oh, my goodness. Be sealed demon. That's great. Oh, shit. I love that. Be sealed demon. We have our new Avenger. The newest Avenger, Lodestorm, saving the planet one cum shot at a time. Be sealed demon. Oh, my gosh. Woo. Oh my gosh. So Lodestorm's kryptonite would be transsexuals. The trans people would be his kryptonite. Like, he can't shoot loads if there's a trans person within 100 feet of him. So, like, all the evil doers out there, all the, like, evil villains that are his nemesis would have, like, a whole posse of trans individuals as their minions to keep Lodestorm at bay. Oh, shit. Something about those trans people just won't let Lodestorm be able to perform. Oh, shit. Baxter's all about the tilapia. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right. I gotta pull this out of the weeds here. This is just getting a little crazy. What the heck? All right, hold on here. Let's see what I can do. All right. Hold on a second. That cough button comes in handy sometimes when you know you're about ready to make a good belch. I should have just shared that with all of you. All right, here we go. And shit. Let's see if I can get this back where I want it. All right. And there we go. We're going to scroll the news because yeah, we need to give Lodestorm a break. We need to give him a slight break. I think we do. Maybe. Pretty sure we do. Pretty sure we need to give him a break. All right, something's going on here. I need to reconfigure. Uh-oh. What's going on here? And all right. I think I got it fixed. Maybe. Not quite. Oh shit, that's the problem I got. There. All right. Hold on a second. It's fuckery Friday, so bear with me, folks. Bear with me. All right. There we go. I think that's what we wanted to do. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Actually, hold on. I didn't want to do it. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. And oh shit. Yeah. Definitely didn't want to do it like that. The heck is my problem, everybody? Alright. There we go. Had to get that fixed. Hookah's left. Hookah left the building. She didn't leave. She's listening. She just doesn't want to be a part of. She just doesn't want to be a part of it. All right. And damn it. There we go. And all right. I think I got this now. Oh boy. We'll start off with something fun. Jake Paul, the world's smartest and dumbest person all at the same time. It sounds like he bought a rare $421,000 Ferrari, breaks it within an hour. What the? It says watch, so let's. Oh, you fucking dipshit! Broke the window. Those are not cheap fucking windows. All right. Let's check this out. Let's play it. Uh-oh. Hold on a second.
I might have already broken.
Negative 420. Why the does the board say negative 400?
None of you guys wrote negative 420,000 on the board.
That would be negative $420,000.
None of you guys know why it says negative $500,000 on our YouTube budget.
Bro, stop with the bullshit. Did you write that?
No, I didn't. That's not even my hand. That's Jake's handwriting.
You know where Jake is?
Jake!
Why the does it say negative $420,000 on our YouTube budget?
Over video 5?
Yes, for video 5.
Yeah, wait, I didn't tell you guys what.
Oh God.
I could show. I'll just show you guys. Come on, check it out.
Oh boy.
You bought a Ferrari?
What the fuck? All right, we're just kidding, guys. Road to 16 million. All right, we are pulling up to the Ferrari dealership right now. It's been a 1.5 years wait for this car. The day is finally here. And they told me I'm one of the first people with this car, so it's a pretty special moment right now. Look at how special it is. But this is my first Ferrari, and this put us into debt. The road to 16 million is officially negative.
Buddy, 15. Did you see the figure from last video? We're already down 15.9 million.
Yeah, now we're gonna be down 16.35. It's just $400,000 Ferrari. I'm sure we're gonna be able to get this back. I mean,
Buddy, we haven't gotten paid in 2 years. You know what I got paid last month? I got a piece of paper that said I owe you, Jake.
guys, not right now, okay? The viewers are gonna wonder what's going on.
Not right now. My family's hungry, Jake.
I don't know if now is the time to tell you guys, but I also got an SF90 Spider as well on the way, bro. That one's $800,000.
Walk home.
Guys,
can't pay for
it's not
gas.
just one Ferrari, it's two. It's two Ferraris, guys. Guys, I promise you I'll pay you. Guys, hold on. Super important. I need to chug a fucking Celsius. All right, now I'm ready. Yeah, this is actually really cool. It's really hard to get one of these guys. This is the newest Ferrari, 830 horsepower. They're super exclusive, super limited, and it's really tough to get an allocation. So shout out to Ferrari Puerto Rico. This is a great place, great service, great team here, great business. So pull up. The Ferrari I got is a 296 GTB. Wow, this is it. Wow, this color looks even crazier in person. Bro, this looks insane.
Classic. If I drop any day, it's a classic.
I do like that color.
This is way cooler than in the pictures. I'm kind of speechless.
Nah, I think this is the coolest thing you've ever done.
Yeah, this might be the best.
And then he breaks it.
That's crazy. It makes the iPhone charging sound when you plug it in.
Oh, it's a
All right, I'm gonna sit in it.
it's a hybrid. Oh no, fuck you. I don't like it. I like it, but I don't like it.
Seats, though, the yellow Ferrari logo. All right. Clean. This steering wheel is like the cleanest ever. Wow. It has this special spot for the key right there. So dope. And then this is sport, race, and then wet. Bro, this is the most new car smell I've ever smelled. You want to get a whiff, bro?
Yeah.
Get in there. Come on.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, that's new.
It's new, right? That's the most new car smell ever.
That's new.
Yeah. All right, calm down, buddy. And this is the frunk. Marcos, you think you can get in there?
All right, I want to see him how he breaks the damn
that's
thing.
dope,
That's what I'm
bro.
waiting for.
Perfect.
Wait,
All right,
what?
we're gonna drive with Marcos. Guys, this is a crazy, surreal moment. 5 years ago, I got my first supercar, which was my Lamborghini, and come such a long way. Back then, we were getting like 10 million views a video, and now we're getting like 900,000. So, we've come a long way. Bro, I'm nervous to drive this thing. Like, it's so nice that I just don't even. I'm just gonna leave it here. What song should I play? Wow.
All right, he's got that in Puerto Rico. Like, what do you need? Like, I'd want that in the States to drive around the States.
I feel like I need to like start talking in a British accent and like using big words like the Top Gear people. The way the
He blew that window out though, so I wonder if he hit a bird.
And it just rivets you into your seat. The pressure up your spine is something that you cannot pay for. Oh wow, this Ferrari is mean. All right, let's hit a little 0 to 60.
Yeah, I don't know why he's famous other than people like stupid people on. On social media, stupid people get a lot of attention.
Like crazy, and it's weird because it's
And-
only rear-wheel drive. A lot of these cars with this much power are four-wheel drive or
I don't know.
all-wheel drive,
Anyways,
whatever you want to call it.
I-
But this doesn't need
I got a
that.
whole
Tires are
spiel
so
on Jake
thick, and
Paul,
you
but
just fucking
it is what it is.
go.
Doesn't matter
There's
at this point.
Nothing going backwards at all. Wow, what a vehicle.
You said you're hungry?
Yeah, I'm hungry, man. I wonder if there's a donut shop around here.
Fly like the birds and the bees. Pose for the pig. Cheese. Say cheese. Say cheese. Pose for
What
the pig.
the
Cheese.
fuck?
Say
Holy
cheese.
shit!
Pose for the pig. Cheese.
Breaking in a $450,000 car like it's fucking nothing.
Say cheese. Say cheese. Pose for the pig. Cheese. Say cheese. Say cheese. Pose for the pig. Cheese.
ABH system failure. Go to dealer. Low beam failure. Manitolia failure. All the systems. I broke the car, guys. Look at all that. Escape system failure. Go to dealer. Everything. All the alert systems came on in the car. AVH system failure. What does that mean?
You just bought this car.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know if I was supposed to drive it that hard on the first day. Like,
Yeah, no.
It just says go to dealership.
The
straight.
first
Nothing else.
10,000
You're
miles,
into the car, go
you
to
should
the
be
dealership.
breaking it in.
Yeah, put it in
We're,
right
drive
there.
it hard a little
Should
bit,
I
but
race
not
it?
not like what he was doing.
I'm scared to drive it. Bro, I'm nervous to drive this thing. Like, yeah, dude, I don't even want to drive this. Yeah, it's still saying go to the dealer. Fuck. But why? But I mean, what? Like, doesn't everybody do that?
No, nobody.
Does that like piss off like car YouTube people?
For sure.
Bro, what the fucking pussies?
Day one.
I can't have anything nice.
Yeah, because you're not even nice. Have you seen yourself in the mirror, bro?
Fucking men.
Fucking men! You got one of these in Ireland? Bro, the rubber is burnt. Yeah, there's gravel ingrained in my tires now.
Every alert that could possibly be going off is going off in that car right now. The engine has been starting and stopping. It says alert, take to dealership.
Yeah, I might as well just fucking take it back and keep it there because he should not be driving this shit.
You know that you have to pee down the
So
tire of
true.
every car you get?
No,
Wait, watch. I bet you. Watch. How much do you want to bet if I call my dad? He says, "Did you pee on the tire yet?" Watch. Yo, I just got home.
That thing is sexy as fuck. Did you take it out?
Oh yeah, I took it out. I think I might have already broke it.
What'd you do?
I was doing donuts and it said like after it was like escape, go to dealer, escape, go to
The
dealer.
original picture they showed, it was like the window is broken out. So
You like do what you do.
Really?
what the hell was that all about? They just
But do I pee on a Ferrari?
faked that part?
Yeah, that's how you establish ownership.
So it's marking your territory.
Yeah, see, that's his dad, folks. That's his dad.
On his team to take ownership back.
Don't piss on my car.
Pee on your car.
This is just white trash, dumb shit right there.
Holds up pretty nice. It's cool. Like for you.
I like his
it's good.
little
Like, this
little
cool
bike
for
he's
a
got there.
guy
That's
like you.
sweet.
Like, this
Little electric
He's making me nervous.
cruiser.
Casper, can I please have the car back?
How much money have we made off YouTube so far?
Negative $17.2 million we are in
Fucking
debt.
hell.
Start doing twice a day, every day, bro.
Every second, bro.
Yeah.
Every second,
We're
bro.
uploading a YouTube video every hour.
Live streaming everything and putting ads every 5 minutes. All right, guys, we made it home safe, but there's a surprise in this video. And the surprise is I didn't just buy this Ferrari. I also got this old school classic 1958 Ford Fairlane. And this thing is fucking...
Old Ford Fairlane. Oh. He better not hurt that car. I'm not a Ford fan, but I love classic cars. All right, enough of Jake Paul.
What is happening? Are you okay? My face?
Enough.
Oh my God, no, you're making fun.
Enough of Jake Paul. Enough. I just wanted to see what he did to the poor Ferrari, and obviously he's, like you said, Baxter, an ass hat. Now, I don't know if he's a cokehead or not. I doubt it. He does boxing exhibition matches, and he's not even a real boxer, even though he's got some skill. It's just, he just started challenging people left and right, and he's had his ass handed to him by a few people. But he's fought pretty well in other fights and won. So, he's getting way bigger paydays for fighting than he should get, because he it's all name, no notoriety right now in boxing. And since he has a name and is YouTube famous, he can draw crowds. So promoting for boxing for him isn't difficult. It just, you need to find somebody else with a name that people want to see him fight. And then, you get a huge box office turnout, with the pay-per-views. So, yep. Let's see here. Ooh, do we get to watch a video of a screaming fan? Or no? Where is it? Is there a video? Okay.
Of the inning for Devin Williams. Bases loaded, 2 down. And Marte swings and misses up the changeup. And Marte fouls off the changeup. 0-2 coming. And he struck him out with a changeup, and the Brewers hang on to win.
She says don't swing at everything, and he swings at everything. That's hilarious. She's angry. She's like, fuck you, bro. Oh, shoot. Wait. Whoa. What is this shit? Holy smokes, everybody. Look at this. Michigan House passes bill that could make using wrong pronouns a felony, finable up to $10,000. All right, they're coming after your freedom of speech. Look, I've warned everybody about this shit. I have warned people about this shit. You should not have to worry about this at all. All right, well, let's see. All right. A recently passed bill in Michigan could make it a felony to intimidate someone by intentionally using the wrong gender pronouns, according to some legal experts. Michigan's State House of Representatives has passed Bill HB 4474, a piece of legislation that criminalizes causing someone to feel threatened by words. What the fuck? Oh, shit. This is a disaster. Look, Michigan, fuck you. Fuck you, Michigan. Are you flipping kidding me? Oh, my goodness. All right. Under the new bill, offenders are guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment for not more than 5 years or by a fine of not more than $10,000. Intimidate means a willful course of conduct involving repeated or continuing harassment of another individual that would cause a reasonable individual to feel terrorized, frightened, or threatened, and that actually causes the victim to feel terrorized, frightened, or threatened. The bill reads, the bill specifically addresses sexual orientation and gender identity or expression as protected classes. According to the bill, gender identity or expression means having a or being perceived as having a gender-related self-identity or expression, whether or not associated with an individual's assigned sex at birth. Critics are accusing the bill of violating the First Amendment, and it does violate the First Amendment, 100%. Make no mistake about it, those advocating for this legislation will wield these policies as a weapon capable of destroying conservative expression or viewpoints grounded in the sacred, distinguished Professor Emeritus William Wagner told media outlet The Daily Wire. The state of Michigan is now explicitly allowing the gender delusion issue to be used as a protected class. This opens up numerous issues when it comes to the courts and the continued weaponization of the system against conservatives, State Rep. Angela Regas said of the bill. She continued, we saw similar concerns when they wanted to pass blocks on conversion therapy. It seems Dems want to be in the business of telling people how to think and how to speak. The bill was passed by the Democrat-controlled State House in a 59-50 vote. It now moves to the Michigan State Senate for consideration. If approved by the State Senate, it will be sent for approval to Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who is expected to sign it. Michigan lawmakers gave final approval to legislation banning conversion therapy for minors as Democrats in the state continue to advance a pro-LGBTQ+ agenda in their first months in power. The legislation would prohibit mental health professionals from trying to convert youths who are LGBTQ+ to heterosexuality and traditional gender expectations. See, everything, it's all backwards. It's all backwards. What they're trying to do is keep them the gender that they were born as. These nut jobs in Michigan. Hello? Michiganders, pull your fucking heads out of your asses. You are leading us down a path of no First Amendment rights. You are not going to be able to speak freely any longer. So, wow. What the fuck? Yeah, yep. More mental illness bullshit. Yep, Baxter. Baxter on the money. Oh, my gosh. Flip it. Michiganders, come on. Pull your heads out. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is going on here? More shit. Look, Joe Biden, day by day, we're absolute worst human being on the planet. Has been for decades. And now he's lost his mind and is still the worst human being on the planet. Joe Biden's big blunder. President mistakes Declaration of Independence for the Constitution while criticizing the Supreme Court. Let's see. Oh, here it is. I think. I just hit the sound. There we go.
Load up, wolves. Good thing this Ford Explorer has Sync 3 technology.
Wow.
Keeps them entertained on the way to dinner.
Get a great deal on an Explorer, only at your local Ford dealer.
45 years, the United States Supreme Court has recognized a college's freedom to decide how to build diverse student bodies and to meet their responsibility of opening doors of opportunity for every single American. In case after case, including recently, just as a few years ago in 2016, the court has affirmed and reaffirmed this view, that colleges could use race not as a determinative factor for admission, but as one of the factors among many in deciding who to
Oh, yeah, we listened to this the other day.
already
Look, this guy's a complete dipshit. Anybody that legitimately voted for him is a piece of shit and a dumbass. Like, look, I have no, look, I'm not God. I'm not Jesus. I don't have to forgive. I should, but I don't have to. And at this point in time, anybody that is openly proud of voting for Joe Biden and not lying about it. I know of a few people who are lying that said that they voted for him, which it's like, are you that dumb? And one of those people being Elon Musk. I don't believe Elon really voted for him. And if he did, Elon and I would have some serious conversations about that. Because, look, you had to be a complete fucking retard to vote for Joe Biden, thinking that he was a better candidate than Donald Trump. There's no fucking way anybody with half a fucking brain thought that Joe Biden was going to be better than Donald Trump. I mean, seriously. You figure it the fuck out, people. It's like I can use my eyes and my ears. This guy is not right in the head, and he hasn't been since he was young. He's been in flipping office for 50 years of his flipping life. You know, he got out of university, and he just started doing this shit, and he's never left. It's horse crap. It's bullpucky. And for a guy that ran for president 2 times before and had to resign from his campaigns for plagiarism and for lying to the people, you know, nowadays it's okay. You can plagiarize and you can lie. We accept that because, you know, you got problems and we're trying to be inclusive. Yeah, no, fuck you all for thinking that. Anybody who thinks that Joe Biden's ever been a good human being, see yourself out the fucking door, because you're not somebody that I believe has an IQ at all. You don't have a measurable IQ at that point. We've been given a lot of information about Joe Biden throughout the years. And how does somebody who's a scum-sucking piece of shit for the first 30-some years of service to the people, supposed service to the people, it was more like service to himself, but how can somebody with that track record then redeem himself and somehow in the fucking twilight of his life actually get elected president and then act like a complete bumbling idiot the entire time and get away with this shit? Like, seriously. And anybody that's on Team Biden, bring it. You're a fucking piece of shit because you've done nothing but hurt people by supporting this idiot. So get your shit together, people. Get your shit together. I just can't trust anybody that can't see clearly that Biden is a fraudulent piece of shit. and I honestly, I just don't get it at all with any career politician supporters, both sides of the fence. If you're a career politician, you're a fucking dirty son of a bitch. Anyways, let's see here. Tom Cruise stuff. No, don't care. FIFA announces decision on rainbow armband for Women's World Cup. God help us. God help us. It is just an armband, so why does it fucking matter? But at the same time, it's like, yeah, how about let's not make a big deal about this. We're a few weeks away from the FIFA Women's World Cup, and the controversy over the rainbow armband that created tension during last year's World Cup in Qatar has been renewed. According to ESPN, FIFA has decided against letting players wear the rainbow-colored armband most closely associated with the LGBTQ plus pride this year and will instead offer a modified version as one of 8 different armband options for players to wear throughout the tournament. Each armband will represent a different cause advocated by the United Nations. In a statement, FIFA President Gianni Infantino explained that the different armbands will allow players to shine a spotlight on many important causes throughout society. Ooh. Yay, I'm just glad. I am glad they're not. Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're still going to do some sort of armband, I guess, whatever. They're just armbands. Let people, you want to wear a flipping dumb armband, wear a dumb armband. Let's see here. Ooh, let's listen to this. Why trans ideology has become the left's religion.
To no one's surprise, the media defended that chant. NBC said that the group has been doing it for years, so it's no big deal. Joining me now, Sean Duffy, co-host of FBN's The Bottom Line, and Michael Schellenberger, best-selling author and founder of Public. Michael, I know you've written about how this is really a disinformation campaign being waged by the left. You see a lot of similarities with how they covered COVID and the way they are covering this issue, but now it's extended to children.
Right?
How pernicious is this, given the landscape as it's developing?
Yeah, it's really disturbing. I mean, I see parallels as well between the radical left's affirmation of gender dysphoria and the medical mistreatment of adolescents, very similar to the affirmation of addiction and mental illness and the deprivation and medical mistreatment of people that we call homeless. And so what we're seeing is a kind of psychopathology on the left that's affirming a kind of illness and medical mistreatment. And I think it's just kind of what you said, which is that there's sort of a cult of victimization and of victimhood, where victimhood is actually celebrated as a moral virtue rather than as something that people would overcome to lead a better life. And so I think it's a very dark period for a movement of liberals who, you know, once stood for very grand ideals of overcoming oppression, of achieving human liberation, and now we see them really contributing to a kind of pathology and sickness, unfortunately,
Sean,
across many vulnerable groups.
And children especially, Sean, you're a dad of 8, am I getting that right?
9.
8 children?
9.
Yeah, 9, okay. Oh, I missed one, I'm sorry. I can't keep up with you too.
You can't keep up.
Of 9 children, and you know, we know how our kids change, and our kids are, they're so interesting at different ages, and they just change they're the same, but then they change dramatically. To really, you know, hone in on children at that vulnerable point of their own changes, their own growth, I find that to be demonic. I know that's not popular to say. I find it to be absolutely demonic at this point.
It's one thing to say if you want to transition when you're older and you have all of your faculties and you've developed as an adult, that's one thing. But to go after children, you're right, Laura. Our kids evolve over the course of, you know, their adolescence, even into young adulthood, they become new and different people as their views change and perspectives change. So you have to think that the left is going to target kids and say that that's gender-affirming care when we're going to actually mutilate their bodies, affect their reproductive lives forever is unbelievable. But I think this is something different. I think this is cultural Marxism. This is intentional. They're using race and sex to divide America. They used to use economics back in the old Marxist handbooks. Now it's this new cultural Marxism, and it's a way to take power and control away from people. And I think most Americans sit back and go, I can't believe this is happening in what used to be a free country. And they do it despite, I think, all of the outrage from Americans across the land.
And religious groups, and those of all backgrounds, Muslim, Catholic, other Christian denominations, are now being branded as haters if they don't opt into these programs, or if they decide to opt out in schools or show up at school board meetings. And Michael, that's a change in America for the religious and the involved parents to be branded that way. That's a radical change for America.
Well, that's right, because wokeism is a religion and it's also psychopathological. And so what you see is a demand that we obey a new external authority, namely on climate change. You see the demand for a new moral authority on race, where we have some idea that we would have a moral order based on who was most victimized historically by race. It's a very racist system. And then on the trans issue, this idea that we are gods who can remake our bodies and change our sex in order to align with a kind of gendered soul. I think what you see with those three issues is a sort of complete psychopathological woke religion that has really taken hold of people, in part because they have abandoned traditional religions and also abandoned some Enlightenment views, traditional Enlightenment liberalism. So I think it's a very dangerous time. These are the same people that are demanding that we be censored, that are waging disinformation campaigns to make us try to make the American people hate each other, when in fact our support for religious, racial, and sexual differences is higher than ever. So I think it is scary, and I'm glad you're drawing attention to it, Laura.
It's so important for people to see what they're doing with the language, manipulating it, owning it, and then propagandizing to children who think, oh, inclusive, that's great. I want to be inclusive. I want to be loved like these trans kids are loved. Well, and so it's very, very dangerous to the young mind, especially.
Well, it's dangerous because all of a sudden it's an oppressed group that's not really oppressed. Who has a month-long celebration where you have parades, every Fortune 500 company celebrates you, that you have the Dodgers offend half of America that are Christians for a celebration of the LGBTQ plus community? Laura, there was a time that most Americans would say, there's a Constitution that protects us against this. It's the First Amendment, whether it's religion or speech. But the Constitution is just words on paper if you don't have people who have been taught it and believe it and defend it. And that's when you see this seep come in, where they can shut down our speech, they can shut down our religion, all for this ideology that for most Americans it's foreign to, and most of them reject.
And also with Medicaid, force us to fund it against our beliefs. That's the next hill. Sean and Michael, wonderful to see both of you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Weaponization to mess with us. Let's see. We don't. Let's get off of this. Look, we're here. We're queer. We're coming for your children. That was the chant that they were doing. Are you fucking kidding me? We talked about this, I think, a week or so ago when this first happened. And yeah, I mean, I have a really tough time with the argument of controlling anyone at any time once they've become young men and young women. It's been kind of the thought process that at 18 years old, you are an adult. All right, if that's the case, at 18, you should be able to buy cigarettes, you should be able to buy alcohol, you should be able to do anything as an adult and take personal responsibility for it. But we've got lines that have shifted. We've got idiots out there that are like, well, the brain isn't fully developed until 26 years old, so they're still children. Yeah, but then you have children that go through puberty to be able to, their bodies say it's time for them to procreate. It's okay for them to to have kids. So you got young girls that become women anywhere from, it's crazy. Sometimes you hear the 9-year-old that's now a young woman, but what is it? The average is somewhere like 13 years old, I guess, for a young lady to become a woman, and that's been like that for some time now. So and then young men, they hit puberty anywhere from 13 to 15, in those 2 years, sometimes a little bit younger for some gentlemen too. So it's like if if nature says that you're ready to bear children and be a parent, then we're getting it wrong if we continue to push back the age for an adult. We're lowering the bar. We're not raising the bar. It's like the reality is we should have our kids taught, with the technology that we have now, we should have our kids taught well enough by the time they hit breeding age, their bodies are ready to breed. We should have them taught to be able to live off the land, survive on their own, and provide for themselves and somebody else. Seriously, we could do that. I mean, shit, back in the old days when the West was being settled, you had young teenage kids that were coming west and settling the West with their families and then starting their own stuff at a very young age. So to hear this, I mean, look, it's a mental, it's fuckery. That's what it is. It's fuckery, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit because, look, at 18 years old, if you can go into the military and die for your country, you should be able to buy a beer. You should be able to buy cigarettes. You should be able to buy any kind of anything that is considered adult responsibility, adult decisions. An 18-year-old should be able to make those decisions across the board. That even includes a sex change. And then, same token, anybody under 18 does not get to make a decision on their own without their parents. Not without the government, without their parents. Fuck the government. The government has no right, no business on offspring. The government can be there to protect those individuals when they become adults, but when they're kids, those kids fall under the jurisdiction of parents first, not state. Okay, not city, county, state, or federal government. Those kids fall under the parental jurisdiction that supersedes all else. I don't give a shit who you are, and if you don't like it, you better start thinking differently. Because what, you want somebody coming into your house telling you how to raise your kids? Because that's look. Once you open that door, you aren't getting it back probably. And oh wait, we opened that door. Some people wanted to be like, well, those people are bad parents. We got to take their kids from them, put those kids in foster care where they're going to get better parenting, which then ultimately ends up not really being the case. There are good foster parents, but not a lot. Just like, it's like anything else in life. You got some good mechanics and the rest aren't. It's like you got to find the good ones. And right now, the numbers are dwindling out there for finding good at, people that are good at damn near anything. And it sucks. Let's see here. Oh, boy. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's dissent repeats debunked claim about black doctors. What's the debunked claim about black doctors? Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson parroted a refuted claim in a Thursday dissent that black newborns are more likely to live when treated by black doctors. Oh, for Christ's sake. She actually said, look, if she really said that, she should be kicked off of the fucking Supreme Court, because that's just blatant stupidity. For high-risk black newborns, having a black physician more than doubles the likelihood that the baby will live and not die, Jackson wrote in her dissent for a case that determined the fate of affirmative action policies and college admission practices. The Supreme Court ruled Thursday that affirmative action admissions policies of Harvard University and University of North Carolina violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. A benefit to a student who overcame racial discrimination, for example, must be tied to that student's courage and determination, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in the majority opinion. In other words, the student must be treated based on his or her experiences as an individual, not on the basis of race. Agreed. An amicus curiae brief filed in the case by the Association of American Medical Colleagues conjectures that black babies have a higher survival rate when treated by black doctors, citing a 2020 study by the Proceeding of the National Academy of Sciences. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wow. Here's Jackson's dissent. Them, accordingly, including, for example, prescribing them appropriate amounts of pain medication for high-risk black newborns, having a black physician more than doubles the likelihood that the baby will live and not die. Studies also confirm that the common sense counsels closing wealth disparities through programs like UNC's, which, beyond diversifying in medical profession, open doors to every sort of opportunity, helps address the aforementioned health disparities in the long run as well. Do not miss the point that ensuring a diverse student body in higher education helps everyone, not just those who, due to their race, have directly inherent distinct disadvantages with respect to their health, wealth, and well-being. Amici explained that students of every race will come to have a greater appreciation and understanding of civic virtue, democratic values, and our country's commitment to equality. Yeah. Oh, shit. I hit the button. Yeah, I don't need to see the rest of that shit. Look, here's the thing. This woman right here, this one right here, is an idiot. Okay? Complete idiot. That is racist on its own. She made a racist comment in a dissent to something that took away racism. She's saying you need black people to take care of black babies because, what, if you're not black, you're not going to take care of the baby as well? That's bullshit, because that's a claim, that's a racist claim in the eyes of a racist, from the voice of a racist. Ketanji Brown Jackson is a racist piece of shit. Say that right now. But she don't, because she don't know science, right? Yeah, right. Exactly. Baxter can't define a woman either. Like, look, get her the fuck off the Supreme Court just for that. Ocean Gate CEO Stockton Rush told a friend in 2019 that he would shut down the company before he would operate an unsafe sub. All right, I still don't believe that this thing happened. I think, like, some of the pictures that I've seen of what they're pulling off the ocean floor, it just doesn't sit right with me. Something's going on behind the scenes there. Uh-oh. What happened to Keyshawn Johnson? No, I love you, Keyshawn Johnson. Okay, so just a year ago, former NFL star wide receiver Keyshawn Johnson signed a long-term 5-year deal with ESPN to serve as an analyst for the network. But just a year into the deal, it sounds like his time with ESPN is coming to a close. According to a report from the New York Post on Friday afternoon, Keyshawn Johnson has been let go from ESPN as part of a massive series of layoffs from the worldwide leader in sports. It's certainly bad news for the former NFL star, and the NFL world had plenty to say about it on Twitter as a result. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Whatever. Keyshawn. See this flipping stupid clickbait crap. Anyways, Keyshawn's a good guy. Look, ESPN's got a problem. Well, Disney has a problem because ESPN's owned by Disney. Disney has gone woke, and it's fucking everything up. And before Disney actually bought ESPN, I believe ESPN was going woke already. A lot of the middle of the road to conservative type people on ESPN went to Fox Sports. And so there's been this back and forth bullshit fighting where sports wasn't supposed to be political at all. And sports over the last damn near 10, 15 years has become super politically charged. And it's bullshit. It's ruining sports. And at this rate, we're not going to have professional sports as we once knew it, or college sports as we once knew it. And I believe that is fully intended from the Democrat Party. The left is comprised of a lot of non-athletes and a lot of nerds and dorks and fucking losers. And mind you, I'm a nerd and a dork too, but and a geek. But my point is, I've seen this coming for quite some time. The nerds, the dorks, the geeks, the dweebs, the non-athletic types that aren't intelligent enough to actually do applied sciences, be able to apply things in real time, which that's what an athlete does, is apply all these things in real time. Those people are jealous of athletes. Those people do not like athletes. Those people always wished they could be athletes, but they never understood how to be an athlete because they were awkward. They had 2 left feet. They were clumsy as fuck. They just didn't understand how the game was to be played. They just didn't understand the X's and O's of it. And quite frankly, they either came from a family base that was anti-sports because their parents were not into sports and sucked at them too, or they had this ideology of competition is bad, and they're participation trophy type people. And so those people predominantly become Democrats, and seriously, the majority of Democrats are losers like that, 100%, and they would love for the sports world to go away. They have been trying to attack the sports world for quite some time now, and they're trying to do it from within with these athletes that are willing to sacrifice their morals and ethics to just go along to get a payday. They'll just do whatever their agent says to get more money instead of just standing up for what's right and saying, no, I'm going to, if they're going to ask me a question about this, I'm going to tell them exactly how I feel. I'm going to tell them how I vote or whatnot if that comes up. I'm not going to hide it. I'm not going to pretend I'm something I'm not. But a lot of athletes pretend they're something they're not when it comes to politics. They are told by their agents to side with the Democrats because the majority of people that watch them are Democrats. That's what they're told. And they're like, oh, well, you got all this money and your fans don't. And they're going to get real pissed off if you say you think in a conservative mindset, because you're basically getting all this money for free to do something you love to do. And they have to go work their asses off for a fraction of what you get. And if you say anything that would be conservative, like where they're not getting their benefits and they're not getting help and whatnot, and you're saying that they need to go work hard for their money and have those conservative values, you're a piece of shit, and you're going to lose your fan base, which therefore the franchise is going to say goodbye to you because you're not selling jerseys, and people aren't. Your fan base is just going to be gone, and you're not going to have value to the franchise. And that is the rhetoric that is used across all sports, at least with male sports. Female sports might have rhetoric like that to a point, but I doubt it. Anyways, but yeah, to be at the top level of sports, you have to have a conservative mindset. Most athletes are conservative, 100%. And most of them will lie to your face about it because they've been told by their agent to do so for the exact reasons that I just explained. And it's too bad. It's too fucking bad. It's a disgusting thing. And mark my words, if we don't turn things around soon, you can kiss your sports goodbye. 100%. 100%. Your sports are going to go bye-bye. So, all right, let's see. No, Forest Service did not issue a Bigfoot warning to Arizona campers. What? What's going on here? Is there, like, something we can watch here that might explain it a little bit better? A June 25th, can't talk already. A June 25th Facebook post features an image of a warning the U.S. Forest Service supposedly posted in Arizona. Bigfoot warning, reads the start of the notice. Attention campers. Due to the increased flow in the Kern River, the Bigfoots are coming down from the high country to feed on fish and vegetation at the river's edge. It then gives instructions on what campers should do if they spot such a creature, which includes not running from or yelling at the animal. It urges them to go about your business and take pictures. The Facebook post was shared more than 500 times in 3 days. The U.S. Forest Service said it did not issue any such warning, and the agency has not confirmed the existence of Bigfoot creatures. Additionally, the Kern River is in California, not Arizona. The agency told USA Today it did not issue the warning in the Facebook post. We believe this was done as a humorous gag, said spokesperson John Wynn. If and when a Sasquatch is sighted by officials on National Forest System lands, we'll be sure to use the official Forest Service letterhead. The post also claims the warning was issued to campers in Arizona, but it mentions the Kern River, which is located in California. Though the U.S. Forest Service did publish a tongue-in-cheek news release confirming the existence of Bigfoot on April Fool's Day in 2015, the agency has not seriously acknowledged the existence of such a creature. Stories about Sasquatch-esque creatures abound in the traditional storytelling of indigenous tribes dating back centuries. There have been countless reports of footprints, sightings, and other encounters since then, including in Arizona, a creature reported to lurk around the state's Mogollon Rim area has become known as the Mogollon Monster, Arizona's Bigfoot, as reported by the Arizona Republic. There is not a systematic process of survey to monitor such reports, but some privately run databases strive to track and investigate them. All right, yeah, fun. What we got over here? What's up? What's up, brother? What's up, brother Toast? What's up, Baxter? Yeah, accurate. Hey, darling. Darling. Hello, darling. Oh, look, there's Bigfoot right there. Oh, my goodness. All right, what else do we got? What else do we got here? Let's see here. What other stories do we have? Let's go over here to the news and let's hit politics. Let's see what they've got in politics. Let's see here. Hunter Biden prosecutor maintains he had ultimate authority over probe. I stand by what I wrote. Huh. All right. What did you write? Exactly. Let's see here. Let's see. Is this gonna see if this is gonna tell us what this story has?
Hunter Biden is being deposed right now in a civil defamation case brought by former computer repair shop owner John Paul McIsaac. McIsaac, he famously turned over Hunter's infamous laptop to the FBI after the first son never picked it up. He's now seeking $1.5 million in damages over Hunter's claim that he didn't own the computer. Remember, there were all those pictures of Hunter on there and emails, too. And all of this comes just 1 week after an IRS agent blew the whistle on alleged interference in the Department of Justice's Hunter Biden probe. Gary Shapley told Fox News the investigation faced major setbacks around the time
What's up,
of
Emma?
the 2020 election.
Between April and June of 2020, we drafted an affidavit to execute search warrant in a couple different locations, and the prosecutors at the time stated that probable cause had been achieved. But as we moved closer to the election, it just seemed like they kept putting it on the back burner, and they eventually didn't allow us to do that search warrant, even though the legal requirements to execute that search warrant were met.
Shapley also claims that the IRS wasn't allowed to ask any questions that involved Joe Biden.
We weren't allowed to ask questions about Dad. We weren't allowed to ask about the big guy. We weren't allowed to include certain names and document requests and search warrants. There were definitely hindrances that I've never seen before in my 14 years concerning this investigation that didn't allow us to follow through on investigation of any other individual, to include President Biden.
And the former head of the DOJ's tax division says Shapley's allegations are nothing short of shocking.
From my decades as a tax practitioner and my 6 years as head of the tax division, I read Special Agent Shapley's testimony with deep, deep interest. When I got to page 95, my jaw dropped.
Emily, charges denied in D.C. and California, search warrants pushed off, statute of limitations blown through. Have you ever seen this as a former federal attorney?
Absolutely never. And Ms. O'Connor wrote an incredible op-ed for the Wall Street Journal the other day, laying out exactly at every point how the investigation was stymied. And I really need everyone to appreciate watching just how absolutely corrupt and disheartening it is to buy into, with your tax dollars, a criminal justice system that has so much power and so much weight that impacts every American every day. And you learn that the first family has had search warrants unexecuted, prosecutions unexecuted, and statute of limitations as a result run. That means hands are tied. That means there is never an opportunity or an option for there to have justice be secured for charges that are serious. This is quite serious. And these don't even go to the allegations of illicit, obviously currying favor and the like. I personally have never known one person, the subject of a federal tax evasion investigation, that got a misdemeanor plea as a result. I do not know one person that did not go to prison for tax evasion charges, including all plea deals.
Right.
Here, I see nothing but a disheartening and, as O'Connor said, deep disappointment and shock.
Martha, you had an excellent
complete disappointment in that. All right, let's. I don't need to listen to any more of that. Yeah, that Hunter Biden case. I mean, if that doesn't tell you how corrupt our government is right now, I don't know what will. You're just blind as a fucking bat at that point. Darling, Emma, I'm doing great. It's good to see you both over here hanging out. Yeah. Man, chat's going off, everybody. We got Brother Taoist. We got Stormload. I think I scared Brother Stormload off. But we got Baxter. We got Hookah. We got Emma and Darlin over here, just chatty Cathy's. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Yep. Yup. Brother Taoist and a whole bunch of ladies since Lodestorm took off. He couldn't handle the shots being fired. All right. Let's see. Wisconsin is having a battle over its top elections official. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, yeah. Texas Republican introduces resolution to make July American Pride Month. Yeah. I think June should be American Pride Month, along with men's mental health awareness and a whole bunch of other stuff, because then you have a culmination of that pride on the 4th of July. If you make July a full month of pride, you're starting off with the crescendo, and then it's just going to kind of fizzle out. I'd rather have a full month of celebration leading up as a crescendo up to this big boom at the end of the celebration, which would be the 4th of July. That would be the better way to do it. But, that's just me. That's just me. Wait, what? Women are the best. Oh, red women are the best women. Well, Taoist. Oh, shit. July is White Pride Month. What the fuck? What the fuck? Taoist. No. I am not saying that. No, because it's not. I just be proud to be an American month, which should be June. I mean, they want to say Pride Month, but it shouldn't be flipping LGBTQ plus fucking I'm mentally ill Pride Month. It should be just everybody be proud to be an American month, and then a big celebration on the 4th of July. All right. Let's see what else is on the. See what else is on here. Let's see. I want to hear Tim Scott talk about this. Here we go.
Carolina Senator Tim Scott. He is a 2024 GOP presidential candidate. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Yes, a big day, Senator. The student loan decision came down. Biden struck down using Pelosi's words. But President Biden said he has a workaround. The Higher Education Act apparently is his next shot. What do you think of it?
Well, here's what we know. The Supreme Court said exactly what every American that I know understands. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. There's no reason for us to ask nurses, aides, and welders to pay for the student loans of doctors and lawyers making six figures. This is what you call common sense being seen by the Supreme Court and ruling consistent with common sense. It also saves the American people somewhere between $500 billion and $1 trillion. It is a significant impact, and it also reins in President Biden's ridiculous efforts to actually appease his base by doing something we say giveaways, just plain old giveaways.
Senator, speaking of this politically, Biden is hemorrhaging voters 18 to 29. But how do you convince them they are not victims of a so-called MAGA court? They have been defrauded by Joe Biden.
Well, it's very simple. I said it first. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. That's what we call common sense. It's also consistent with our American values. But more importantly, the ROI, the return on the invested dollar of student loans, is $2 million in lifetime earning for a $35,000 worth of student loans. This is an easy math equation. If you graduate from college, you will have the resources to pay it back. So many Americans today, like my mom, never had an opportunity to go to college. I don't ask her to make my student loan payments when I had student loans. I thank God Almighty that I'm the first college graduate in my family. It is an easy conversation to have, filled with common sense. But what happens under President Biden, he continues to look for ways to attract voters through giveaways. We also see the results of printing and spending $4 trillion. It led to 16% inflation, where single mothers like the one that raised me, she has to make a decision. Can she put gas in the car? Can she cool her home? And frankly, 20% increase in the price of food in this nation. Senior citizens on fixed incomes, because of Bidenomics, they are suffering today with a loss of $10,000 of spending power. That whole mess of numbers is an equation called, it's time to fire Joe Biden and elect Tim Scott. Go to votetimscott.com, join the revolution.
Well, Senator Tim Scott, thank you very much for your thoughts today. Have a great weekend.
All right. Good for him. Logical thinking. That's good. I'm all about the logical thinking. So I like Tim Scott. I just worry about him being a career politician. He hasn't been in there quite too long, but he's getting close. Boy, oh boy, this chat over here has just been on fire. Emma and Darlin and Hookah and Baxter all chatting up a storm. Hey, Hookah, I saw, do you want to come in here and talk about Trump's speech? I haven't heard it yet, so I'm going to look that up. Let's see. Let's see here. This must be it. I'm guessing. Are we not going to hear Trump's speech? Apparently not. The hell? Oh, wait.
In school board races, PTA meetings, and town halls across the nation, you have taught the radical left Marxists and communists a lesson they will never forget. Don't mess with America's moms. Does that make sense? I know exactly what they're talking about. Don't mess.
I think we have something in common more than just our shared belief in education and parents' rights. I see that Moms for Liberty is coming under attack by the left, attack by the corporate media, protest out here in the streets. Now you know how I feel everywhere I go. But I want to congratulate you for that, because that is a sign that we are winning this fight.
What's your response to people saying that you're...
That didn't give me much of a speech there. Where am I getting... Where's the whole damn thing? Holy shit. Is this it? No, that's 11 months ago. It's obvious. Come on now. Hello. There we go. That was 4 days ago. This was today. This was 6 hours ago, but does this give us more of it? No. See, this is a problem, everybody. Like, you search for shit, and they won't give it to you, depending on who it is and what it's about. Much love, darling. Much love. Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. I know your schedule is probably different now, so like 2 ships passing in the night. But yeah. You got the cornfield on hold. Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm very confused at what's going on over here. Oh, cousin. Oh, sorry to hear about that. Oh, bummer. All right, darling. Anytime you need to reach out, you got my email. You got my number. You can anytime you need to talk. And if you got a cornfield on hold, just saying. I'm just saying we can't let that go to waste. If that'll even make you feel better, it might it might not it might not help. All right. Well, Hooka, RSBN on Rumble will have it. Oh, all right. I was just about ready to ask you. Are you wanting to come jump in a box? Are you wanting to come visit about old Trumpy, Mr. Trumperson, Trumpy McTrumperson? There we go. These guys are always on. Always on. So when I click on my Rumble at this time of night, it's these guys. Usually it's they're the featured. So they always have a featured group, and this is the number one show in my time slot right now. There's 26.8 thousand people watching this. And yes, they're much better looking than I am. And so I'm not like hating at all, but like I guess I need to have a few of these ladies come talk to me on this podcast, so we can maybe make a dent in that 26.8 thousand people watching the Fresh and Fit After Hours with girls. All right, let's see here. We want to go to Hooky. You said RSBN. RSBN. Let's see. Hey, no, that's 3 months ago. Let's click on there. Let's see. Oh, 2 days ago. Yeah, Moms for Liberty. That was 2 days. I thought you said it was today. Oh, wait. My bad. Wait, 7 hours ago. Wait. Oh, I see. I see what this was. Holy shit, this is an hour. He did a whole hour speech? Fucking A. I'm into it. I'm definitely into it if we can make that happen. Hold on a second here. No, hold on. Let's see what I can do here. And then slide that over. Doing some real-time editing here, people. Don't mind me. Just try to get this so everybody can see this a little bit better, maybe, so it's centered. And then we're just gonna watch this. We're just gonna watch this, and there we go. Okay, did you say you want to jump in? Here, hold on. We're just gonna listen. Well, shit, you won't be able to listen to this. How about I bring you in after we listen to this? Does that work? Does that work for you? Oh, well, shit, no, because I'll probably want to stop and talk about things along the way. Maybe. Actually, no. We'll just do it this way. Trump is still. What, Emma? Yeah, what? Emma, Trump is still alive. It's Biden that's not quite alive. That's a weekend at Biden's going on. All right, everybody, here we go. Our commander in chief. Uh-oh. That's a lot. Hold on a second. There we go.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
All right, we got to skip forward on this. This is what's he gonna? Right there. I'm skipping ahead a little bit. Here we go. Our commander in chief, commander in chieftain. All right, I'm gonna shut up for a little bit.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Byron. He is a star, and I gave him my endorsement right from the beginning, and he'll always have my endorsement, and I was honored to have his. And he's really a fantastic man who has a fantastic wife who I'll be introducing in a second. His wife is just incredible, knows so much about exactly what you're all about, and nobody knows it better. And I'm thrilled to be here and the birthplace of American independence with the proud patriots of the Moms for Liberty. And I want to thank Tiffany Justice, really incredible job, Tiffany, wherever you may be. Tiffany, great job. And Tina Deskovich. Tina, thank you very much. Thank you. And Marie Rogerson. Marie, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Appreciate it, Marie.
For the amazing job they've done building this organization into a grassroots juggernaut of 120,000 members in 45 states and growing every single day. And people are inspired. And you had a lot of people that are very much in support of you outside. I don't know if you know that or not. But you had a lot of people that are very much in support. I also want to recognize Bridget Ziegler. Bridget, thank you very much.
Yes, way to go, Bridget. We love you.
Florida GOP, Christian Ziegler, and Byron's wonderful wife. Where's Erica? Is she here? I hope she's right here someplace because she is an incredible person. Erica, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Erica.
Yes, Erica, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Erica.
Most importantly,
you're
let me
amazing.
say a very special thanks to every one of the amazing activists and citizen leaders here today. You have to be an activist nowadays because we're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, we are totally dealing with crazy
You
people.
have proven beyond all doubt that there is no earthly force more powerful than the love of a mother for her children. That's true.
Facts.
In school board races, PTA meetings, and town halls across the nation, you have taught the radical left Marxists and communists a lesson they will never forget. Don't mess with America's moms. Does that make sense? I know exactly what they're talking about. Don't mess. That's a powerful group. For 7 years, you and I have been fighting side by side to rescue our country from the sinister forces who hate it, and frankly, they want to destroy it. Nobody gets it. Nobody knows why, but they want to. And I don't think they know why either, if you really want to know the truth. But they're very, very bad. Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives. As we gather today, our beloved nation is teetering on the edge of tyranny. We know that. Our enemies are waging war on freedom and faith, on science and religion, on history and tradition, on law and democracy, on the family, on children, and on America itself. They want to destroy our country. As I said to you almost 3 years ago, standing at Mount Rushmore, remember that, how beautiful it was? They want to wipe out Mount Rushmore, too. They're going to have a hard time doing it. They don't like Mount Rushmore, but I love Mount Rushmore. This left-wing cultural revolution is designed to overthrow the American Revolution. They want to demolish the legacy of America's founding in 1776 and its place. They want to force their sick creed of woke communism on every American man, woman, and child. You see it every day. But the people in this room will never let them do it, because we love our nation, we love our children, and we love our freedom. And as you know, the menacing specter of left-wing repression has been growing steadily for years, and there's never been anything like what's happened over the last 3 years. They took over our colleges and universities and then infiltrated our grade schools. They corrupted the media, although the media was quite corrupt to start off with. And we've really exposed how corrupt they are. Can you imagine, with all of the millions and millions of dollars paid to the Biden family? So dishonest. No question about it. Corporations set up silently, quietly. Millions and millions of dollars pouring in from China, from Ukraine, from many other countries. And the press doesn't even want to write about it. What do you think would happen if that were me? Do you think they'd be writing a little bit? John Solomon's here, a great, great, talented person. And is he here? Is he in the room? He's an amazing writer. He should have gotten the Pulitzer Prize, by the way, because he got Russia correct. So did Greg Jarrett and others, many others. But they gave it to the people that got it wrong. Now we're suing them to have the prizes, if you call them prizes, because they don't mean so much anymore, taken away because they got it exactly wrong. But they've been watching this, and they've been seeing it happen. They've been seeing it grow, and we have to stop it. They threw open our borders. They installed radical left judges to subvert our Constitution. They tried to take down a presidency with hoaxes and witch hunts, but they failed. They failed. We had a tremendous success, and now we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again and finish the job we started. Joe Biden has weaponized law enforcement against his political opposition. The greatest abuse of power in American history by far. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Under the Biden Department of Injustice and the FBI, they've even targeted you, patriotic parents at school board meetings. They go after you. It's not even believable. But Antifa, BLM, other groups, corrupt thugs, they don't go after at all. They take a look at these corrupt thugs, labeled you as national security threats. They look at you as corrupt. It's not even believable. And the really corrupt people get away with it, including crooked Joe Biden, because he's the most corrupt of all. Look at the money they've taken in. But the drug cartels and the human traffickers and domestic terrorists, who, by the way, are pouring into our country right now as we speak. Hard to believe. We had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border maybe in the entire world, because I don't think any country's ever had a border like this. What's happening in our country is very, very terrible. The radical left is even slandering Moms for Liberty as a so-called hate group. You're a hate group. You are a hate. You hate your children. You hate everybody. You're a hate group. Can you imagine? Moms for Liberty, hate group. I'm telling you, these people are sick. But Moms for Liberty is no hate group. You are joyful warriors. You are fierce, fierce patriots. You're not the threat to America. You're the best thing that's ever happened to America. Joe Biden and the Democrat communists are the threat to America. And together we're going to throw them out of office on Election Day of 2024. I believe it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. And I think if we don't win that election, it could be that our country is finished. It's gone. You'll never get it back. As Biden corrupted the Department of Justice to cover up his own crimes, he recently ordered his top political opponent arrested. Oh, wow, that's me. That's me. I was arrested. And every time my polls go up, we're leading them by a lot. Byron knows that. We're leading them by a lot. Every time they go up, they get more and more radicalized and vicious. But right in the middle of a presidential election, Biden is losing very badly, and they had him arrested, me. And by the way, you know, a lot of people say, oh, well, Trump, you know, he brings a lot of tumult. We bring tumult because they come after us. If anybody else ever took my place, they would be attacked, and they'd probably leave office within a matter of moments because they'd be attacked the same way, maybe even more viciously, because it turns out with me, I did nothing wrong.
Right.
They go after people that did nothing wrong. They use disinformation and everything else. But if anybody else was standing up here or the front runner, you know, if I was in third place, fourth place, or wasn't running, there wouldn't be anything. They would have said he's one of the most honest presidents we've ever had, but they wouldn't be interested in that. A friend of mine said, you know, if I ever went under the scrutiny that you have, he's a very successful guy, he said, they would have got me on hundreds of things. Remember with me? They got me on nothing. Got me on nothing. And all of the things that they do have, it's like the pundits are saying, wow, that's nothing. But I take it for you, this is a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time, and it's been going on since I came down the escalator with our great future First Lady. That was, she says hello to everybody. And she believes in what you're doing so much, and does she love her baby, who is now a very tall 17-year-old baby. But she loves that young man so much, and just like you do, you love your children so much. I understand it very well. Thank you very much. She really is. She's a great person, got a great spirit. She can't believe what's happening. She says, "You sure you want to do this? These people are crazy."
They are crazy.
But
fucking nuts.
what they're doing is it has a very primary purpose, and that's election interference. They want to interfere with the election. They rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2020.
It's too late. They've already rigged it.
We're not going to allow it.
They've already rigged it, though.
Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the ones that are going to stop them, and we will stop them.
We need a minimum of 170 million votes for Trump.
If people succeed, they will complete their takeover of this country and destroy your way of life forever. And I don't believe there'll be any coming back. You know, the way we say you'll come back, you can't come back. Once they get their clause in there, you won't come back. Maybe in 100 years, you won't come back. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me. Oh, would they like me to be silenced? They would do anything to silence me because I will never let them silence you. It's very simple. In the end, and you know this better than anyone, they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just standing in their way, and I will continue to stand in their way. Ultimately, the radical left is coming after all of us because they know that our allegiance is not to them. Our allegiance is to our country, to our children, and to our Creator. And I promise you this, if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over, and America will be a free nation once again. So important. It's, I can't tell you. In 2016, I said that's going to be the most important election ever. 2020, we thought we won. I mean, I didn't talk about the election too much because I thought we won that election so easy. We were going to win it. And what they did was beyond any belief. They used COVID in order to cheat. But I thought we were just going to win, so we didn't talk about it. And a lot of the things that we said, like we're creating a strong border, you know, it's very interesting. I was telling people that in 2016, the border was like the biggest issue because our border was horrible. Nothing compared to how bad it is today. but I solved the problem. We created the safest border in the history of our country. And so it wasn't even talked about during 2020. I said, you know, I did such a good job. I talked everybody out of discussing the number one thing, the border. I shouldn't have done such a good job. Then we could have talked about the border. But nobody wanted to talk about it. They said, there's no problem with the border. But despite the demented persecution of our movement, we are getting stronger and stronger by the day. People of common sense. Just this week, the Quinnipiac poll found us beating Joe Biden right here in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where we do great. We do great. Well, I don't know. It's for Trump. It's for Republicans. But this is an absolute Republican stronghold that Republicans have a very hard time winning because a lot of bad things go on. But we are just absolutely crushing them with independents. 51 just came out this morning. 51% to 37% independent. They were saying, do you think Trump can win independents? Well, we're winning independents in some places by 25 points. Then they think, do you think Trump can win suburban women? Suburban women. You know what they want? We got a lot of suburban women. You know what they want? They want peace. They want low taxes. They want good education. They don't want wars, these stupid wars that go on forever, killing everybody, destroying our country. Last week, I was also very proud to receive the endorsements of many incredible Pennsylvania leaders. I got them just about all, including warriors. These are warriors. Congressman Mike Kelly, Dan Muser, a great guy. These are two great guys. Another one, Scott Perry, fighter. He fights like hell. Guy Ressenthaler. Guy is unbelievable. John Joyce, former Congressman Fred Keller, and Ambassador Carla Sands. These are all incredible people. They're courageous people. If patriots like all of us here today remain united, we will be unstoppable. We're unstoppable. There are many more of us. Look, who wants policies where they say open borders, where we have people coming in from all places that nobody even wants to discuss? They say, you shouldn't say that, sir. It's not nice. But who wants open borders? Who wants no voter ID? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest? Nobody can buy a house now because interest rates are so high. We were energy independent a little while ago. Now we're begging for energy from Venezuela. We will put parents first, we will put children first, and we will put America first again.
Amen.
And we had an incredible presidency, 4 years, and just think of what we already achieved in those four incredible years. As president, I implemented every Student Succeeds Act to kill the use of Common Core forever. So important. No longer can it be used as a condition for federal funding. They can't use it. As part of the Trump tax cuts, I gave every parent the right to spend $10,000 a year tax-free to send your child to the public, private, religious school or any other school of your choice. That was a big thing. Didn't sound like that big. I thought that was a big thing. It didn't sound that big. I mean, some other things have gotten bigger. Okay, let's save the money. Let's not do it. I thought it was a big thing. To protect free speech, I signed an executive order to force public colleges to honor students' First Amendment rights or else lose millions and millions of dollars in funding. I mean, you see these places, they get millions of dollars. And then one of you or a conservative person or a person with common sense goes to speak and they don't allow them to speak, but they take the government. So we took that away from them. If they do that, we don't pay them. It's amazing how welcome everyone was at these universities after I signed that. 3 years ago, in September of 2020, I proudly signed the world's very first ban on critical race theory, vanquishing those racist trainings from the federal government long before anyone else had even heard of the term. Most people had never heard of the term.
Oh no, what happened?
To counter the left's heinous lies about American history, I also created the 1776
The heck is going on?
Commission to promote patriotic education for our youth. Because we want our children to love America as much as we love America. When the rioters and thugs came to tear down the statues of our great heroes in Washington, I immediately signed an executive order stating that anybody who even lightly defaced a federal monument or statue would get 10 years in federal prison. And that doesn't mean 10 years equals 2 months. It means 10 years, a full 10 years. It was amazing how that stopped. Remember how quickly it stopped? Stopped instantaneously. To combat the anti-American radicals and provide positive examples for our youth, I announced the construction of the National Garden of American Heroes, a vast outdoor park featuring statues of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Betsy Ross, Benjamin Franklin, Susan B. Anthony, Frederick Douglass, and other great Americans, really great Americans. We were going to put it down. We're starting with 100, and then we'll end up with a lot more than that. We were going to have committees pick the first 100. And it would have been really something special. Joe Biden canceled the National Guard like an American-hating socialist would. He also canceled the Keystone Pipeline, if you remember that one.
Yeah.
That was a beauty. First day, canceled the Keystone Pipeline. 48,000 jobs and something that would have been fantastic for energy. I will bring all of that back, and I will now be even bigger and more magnificent in terms of the garden. We will have something that will be really magnificent and something that you'll love and you'll visit, and really something that our country needs. We need it for our spirit. We need it for our soul. I totally transformed the federal judiciary, appointing nearly 300 justices and judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices to interpret the law and Constitution as written.
Yeah. Yeah. No more racist bullshit. Fucking Democrats are racist pieces of shit. Fuck them. Affirmative action was affirmative racism. Same with the CRT. It's all racist bullshit. Trump's my guy.
Many presidents never get the opportunity to appoint a Supreme Court justice. I had 3. They are going. They are not happy about that. And maybe we'll get 3 or 4 more. Can you imagine? Let's get 7. Let's have 7 or 8 or maybe even 9. And yesterday, as an example, they ruled, such a big ruling, to set our country back on a merit-based system of education.
Merit-based. Earn it. Be smart, not dumb. It has nothing to do with the skin tone. It has to do with the gray matter. Everybody's got the same color brain matter. It's gray. It's gray matter.
You mean that we'll have report cards again?
Yeah, report cards
I don't know, maybe some of you do this, but how about these schools where you don't get marks? The kids come in, oh, how you doing in school? I don't know. Are you a good student? Yeah, I guess so. How do they compare you with the other students? I don't know. They don't give us any marks. We just sit there. We finished. Does anybody in this room have that system? I don't think so. But a lot of people do. A lot of schools do. In other words, what they did yesterday, if you've worked hard, gotten fantastic marks, done well in all of the other various things that you have to do well on, somebody that hasn't done nearly as well, who perhaps has not worked as hard, will not be taking your place on a school, college, or university roster any longer. Today, the Supreme Court, this is today. Today, the Supreme Court also ruled that President Biden is not allowed to wipe out hundreds of billions and perhaps trillions of dollars in student loan debt.
Yeah.
Which would have been very unfair to the millions and millions of people who paid their debt through hard work and diligence. Very unfair. That was just a way for a crooked guy. He's crooked as a $3 bill. I used to say $2 bill, but they've made a few of them. Now he's a crooked guy. We have a crooked president. We have a corrupt president, very corrupt. But this was a way of trying to buy votes. That's all it was. They also gave religious liberty, as you know. You saw the decisions today, a tremendous win. Religious liberty got a tremendous win today. This was a big 2 days. And there were other things, too. This was a big 2 days They said these are things that will never happen, and they've happened, and people are very impressed. Not to mention the fact that almost exactly 1 year ago, they ruled against Roe v. Wade, giving pro-lifers a tremendous power to negotiate, and moving back all of this information and vote to the states, which legal scholars and many others always felt that's where it should be.
Boom.
That's where it should
Back
be.
to the states. Yeah. Back to the states.
And now people that believe in life will be able to stop the radical left Democrats from killing babies in their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and even after birth. You saw that with the governor of Virginia, the last governor, the previous governor of Virginia, where he talked about the baby is born, and then you sit down and you discuss with the mother, what do you want to do with the baby? Baby's been born. They talked about after the baby's born, not just from the 9th month after the baby was born. Would you decide to kill the baby? So we would be, this is an amazing situation because they are really the ones that have the radical position, and hopefully the Republicans are going to learn how to deal with this issue and talk about it. And if you do, you're going to have a tremendous victory in your hand. If you don't, you're going to have some problems. But this is an amazing thing because they're the radical ones. They're willing to kill a baby in the 5th, and 6th, and 7th, and 8th, and 9th month. And even after birth. That's called radical. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. They did a poll recently, and it's like a very tiny percentage. So they're really the radical ones. And by getting rid of Roe v. Wade, we've given tremendous negotiating power to the pro-lifers. Tremendous. They didn't have any negotiating power at all. So this was an amazing thing. But the Republicans are going to have to learn how to speak on the subject, because if they don't, maybe they're not going to get the kind of votes they should get. They should be really admired for what happened, but the Supreme Court gave us that, and bringing it back to the states is a big deal, but when you look at it, the power of negotiation, you have a tremendous power. Before that, you had no power whatsoever, so I congratulate all of you, because most of the people in the room feel that way. I congratulate all of you. In addition, we delivered the largest tax cuts and regulatory cuts in history, and likewise, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. There has never been an economy like we built anywhere in the world. We were lapping China. China was supposed to overtake us for many, many years. For decades, they were saying in 2018, China would overtake because of the population, 1.4 billion people. They were going to overtake. We created a juggernaut. They weren't even close. They were never, and they were heading in the wrong direction. Then we had the gift from China. The China virus came in, and we had to go a little bit different way, but still we gave over a stock. But we did a great job. We get very little credit for the job we did. We did an incredible job. Nobody knew what the hell it was. We did an amazing job with that, with the Regeneron and all the therapeutics and all of the things we did. The ventilators that we built, we became the king of ventilators. We were making them for every country and sending them out. We did such a good job, but we handed over despite all of that. Some people said they did it on purpose. I happen to think it was gross incompetence. I said it came from the Wuhan labs right from the beginning. If you remember, I took a lot of heat for that. Now they admit it came from the Wuhan labs. We were right about, they have this thing, Trump was right about everything. Sort of, we were just about right on everything. And I hope we're not going to be right on what's happening in Ukraine, because there's some bad things happening there, and we have a man who's grossly incompetent, who doesn't have a clue, and we have to be very careful with World War III. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built nearly 500 miles of border wall, got Mexico to give us free of charge, thank you, soldiers, to protect us. I said to them, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. They laughed at me. I said, no, you have to do that because we have people pouring into our country. No, we won't do that. I said, that's okay. We're going to put a 25% tariff on all goods being shipped, including the car business that you stole from the United States, 32% of our business. We're going to put a 32% tax or tariff on all of the cars and everything else you sell into the United States. And they said, we would actually love to give you 28,000. It would be a great honor, sir, to give you 28,000 soldiers. Would you like more? I think I could have had a lot more if I wanted them, but we didn't need it. We had it stopped. We negotiated remain in Mexico. That's another one we had to get from Mexico. Remain in Mexico. How do you like that one? Instead of remain in the United States, and that's the end of it. And terminated the ridiculous catch and release. That's where you catch them and release them into our country. They say, come back in 4 years, you're going to have a court case. Oh, okay, we'll come back in 4 years. They never come back. 1% come back, and those are the people that aren't the smartest of the group. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS, and I brought our troops back home.
Yeah. Woo.
And I was the first president, and that's one of the things about the suburban women. They don't want war. They don't want their kids killed in these stupid wars that nobody knows what we're doing. The rhinos and the Democrats, they love wars. They don't want their children killed in a war for a country that nobody ever heard of. What a horrible, horrible situation. What we did in the Middle East, as an example, we went in there, spent $10 trillion, millions of people killed. I view both sides. Millions and millions of people killed, obliterated the place. And what do we get? Nothing. It just keeps going. These wars cost probably close to $10 trillion, and hundreds of thousands of lives on our side, millions of lives overall. Count the other side. But all of that was only the beginning. Here's just some of the bold agenda that I will immediately implement when we become the 47th President of the United States. When we get back in the White House, I will totally obliterate the deep state. The deep state doesn't.
Yeah. Yes. Get rid of all the career politicians.
I will fire the rogue bureaucrats who weaponize
all
the
of
justice
them.
system.
Get rid of all of
destroying
them.
Our country.
Fucking
They're destroying
asshats.
our country. Starting with every corrupt official who targeted Moms for Liberty and other patriotic parents. And I don't know if you watch, and I don't know how many Catholics are in the room, but what they are doing to Catholics is nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then people go and vote for the Democrats. You're Catholic, you go vote for the Democrats. It's crazy. They got almost 50% of the vote last time, and I say, why would they do it? But in all fairness, they've never been brazen like they are right now. Nobody had any idea. They hate religion. They hate God. They hate God. This was all a big
I love God, and I hate religion. Religion's bad.
What they've done to religion
Faith is awesome.
so horrible.
God is
horrible.
awesome.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we all together win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be done within 24 hours. And it would have never started. That war would have never started if I were president. It would have never started.
War?
I spoke to Putin about it. I told him, can't do it, Vladimir. No, you can't do it. You know, they always say I was soft on Russia. He said, if you're soft on Russia, I'd hate to see a tough guy because, you know, I ended their pipeline, right? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I came along. I said, nope, end it. End it. That was the biggest thing they've ever done. I ended it. Biden approved it like his first week in office. He let him do it. But he got a lot of money from Russia. Remember, the mayor of Moscow's wife paid him and his son. Hunter, there's a beauty. At some time, does he look at his son and say, you know, the son thing just isn't working out?
Right.
He said his son is the smartest person he's ever known. I don't know. He's the smartest person I've ever known. Who? Hunter. Smartest person. Now, at some point, he's going to say, it's just not working out the way it's supposed to. No, these are corrupt people.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I was always respectful of the office. I've hit him very hard the last couple of weeks because, you know, when they indict their opponent, nobody ever thought that was possible. Who's very innocent. Most of these pundits, even the ones that hate me, say, that's not indictable. It's Presidential Records Act. It's a civil thing. The one in the DA in New York, they actually put people from the Justice Department into the local DA's office. They reviewed it. They said, that's not a crime. There's no crime there. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But, you know, I was always modestly respectful, and in many cases, much more respectful because of the respect I have for the office of the presidency. And that happened, and it happened for a long time, I would say, in terms of this country. I respect the office. I don't want to call him a crook and think. But now I say He's a
No. What? What? No. What the heck happened? Is this what it was like? Oh, it's still. They had a glitch, obviously. This is not a me problem. My side's fine. It's just it stopped playing for whatever reason. They had a stream
crook.
problem.
He's crooked as hell because they started this. They indicted.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, it's still playing. They were having a stream problem.
The former president of the United States over bullshit and
Yeah, he said bullshit.
so now I'm allowed to
I got the
say
ladies
like
fired up.
we have a
Woo!
corrupt president.
We do.
have a corrupt president.
Piece of
He's
shit
100%
president.
crooked.
He's not even a
He
president.
knows it. Well, he doesn't know it anymore. I don't think he does. I'm not sure he knew it even at the time. But they take money, they walk into these countries, and they say, you pay me $10 million, you pay me $5.1 million. You see the phone call the other night? I'm sitting here with my father. We want the money right now. And we're watching. It's got to happen more with the Republicans. But they impeached me on a perfect phone call. This was a perfect call. This was a call that when people read it, a number of people read it early on, they said, that was a nice call. Let them continue. But I always respected that office so much that as bad as I knew Biden was, as incompetent as he is, as dumb as he is, frankly, and he was dumb 25 years ago. And by the way,
Yeah, facts.
he doesn't have an age problem. He's got a competency problem. And he's got some other problem, because I know people that are 90 years old that are making a fortune. They're smart as they ever were. And this is not an age problem. This is a problem with something's going on. And,
Yep.
you know, we have nuclear weapons out there. Many countries now have nuclear weapons, and we have a man who's grossly incompetent leading us. This is the most dangerous time in the history of our country because of the power of weaponry. So I respected that office so much that I take it easy. Now, some people would say I didn't take it so easy. I took it easy. But the last 2 weeks I haven't taken it easy, have I? Because he is a corrupt person, and we have a corrupt person leading our country. And one of the reasons, China, they opened up military bases. They're opening up military operations in Cuba, 90 miles off our coast.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But that's the most serious threat that I can imagine. And nobody talks about it, and the press doesn't talk about it because they know Biden is very vulnerable, and they know he took a lot of money from China, got millions and millions of dollars from China, millions. Just the other night on the phone call, they talked about it. That was 5.1, but 10 million came in beyond that, and that's only the stuff they find out. And by the way, Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan and that whole group, they're doing a great job of exposing this corruption. But the fake news media back there, they don't want to talk about it. It's not even believable. They don't want to talk about it. But I think they're going to have to, because at some point they have to have some credibility. You know, their numbers down are about as low as anybody's ever seen. When I came in, the media was highly respected. Now the media is respected about less than almost any group. And I consider it an honor to have exposed the media as being corrupt, because it's a very important thing, I think. Because they're the ones that keep our country honest by fair reporting. But when you don't report the kind of things that are coming out on Biden, the Biden crime family, then everybody knows that you no longer have any credibility. That's why CNN is going out of business. They're virtually going. They don't even know if it's saleable. I did a town hall a few weeks ago, and at the town hall, CNN town hall, you think that was fun? But I thought they were going to go a little bit more fair. That's why I did it. I assumed they were going to go fair because their ratings are so bad that maybe they were looking for credibility. But I did the town hall. They got among the highest ratings they've ever had. And you know what happened? They fired the head of CNN because of it. See, this is what I mean. It's like April Fool's. Everything's the opposite. You get high ratings and you give them a raise. You get low ratings. The craziest thing, they fired him. The ratings were fantastic, and they fired him because they thought I frankly did a good job of giving our position on things. They said, stop this show now, stop it now. He's destroying you, he's killing you, he owns you. They said, AOC. She said, he owns you, stop the show. They end up firing the guy that, I think they said the highest ratings in 11 years. And they fired the guy that got those ratings. And he couldn't have been too smart. He should have said, I got the highest ratings. I want a raise. But I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. And I'm going to do it. I will do it. I know the players. I know all the players.
Yep.
They have respect for us. You wouldn't have had Russia, Ukraine. You wouldn't have had China talking about going into Taiwan. We did a fantastic job with Kim Jong-un. You know, I got along with him very well. The fake news said it's terrible that he gets along with him. I said, really? It's not terrible. It's a very good thing. You know, it's a positive thing. But that was a big threat, and now it's becoming a big threat again. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. To protect our children, we will remove every illegal alien gang member out of our country. And you know who's going to do it with us? The local police. Because the local police who have been brutalized by this group of thugs, the local police are phenomenal, and they know every one of the gang members, and they know them by their first name and their middle name and their last name and their nickname. Some of the nicknames you don't want to know about. And I will use Title 42, which they ended, can you believe it, to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries immediately. And very important for you, it's so dangerous in some of these cities. We will restore school safety. We're going to be very tough. Teachers are being beaten up. Children are being beaten up too. But people are going in and just beating the hell out of our teachers, and nobody does anything about it. Thanks to Biden's heartless school closures and the radical left lie that school discipline is racist. Practically every week there's a new video or something where it comes out about students or teachers being hit and whacked and just hurt so badly, thrown out windows. And I say, enough is enough. We have to stop it. We're going to stop it. Oh, it's going to be, they'll go after me, but we're going to stop it. And the only way you fight that kind of fire is with fire. You've got to be tough. And it's right now, these are out of control youths. These are really bad young people. And we're going to stop it. And we're going to stop people from going into stores and robbing the hell out of them and walking out. And the policemen are afraid to do anything because the policemen are told, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your pension, you're going to do everything. And they're not allowed to act. They're going to be allowed to act. We'll protect them, and they're going to be allowed to act. There's not going to be any more of that. You have cities now that they can't rent a store because people go and just take everything they want and they walk out. Nobody does anything because everybody's afraid of, they're afraid of everything. And this is a country out of control. This is a country that's on its way to oblivion. I will completely overhaul federal standards on school discipline and juvenile justice to get violent monsters out of your children's classrooms and into reform schools or correction institutions, and that's also for their own good. In addition, I am proud to have laid out by far the most aggressive, most visionary plan to liberate our children from the Marxist lunatics and perverts who have infested our educational system. They're perverts. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children.
Yeah, you got to get rid of these assholes that are pushing that shit on the kids, pushing that shit on us.
Test scores reveal the worst student achievement
all right, Baxter, much love.
In reading and math in almost 50 years. Think of that. The worst. Now, you have to understand, we spend 2, 3, 4, 5 times more than other countries per student. more than anybody's ever seen. And by the way, it's not part of my remarks, but I'm going to make it part if you don't mind. I want to move our education system back to the states.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Everything needs to go back to the states. Everything.
So it's such an important thing. We're going to do it. We were getting ready to start it, and then we had the COVID situation, and we had to work on that. That was a big deal. But we were getting ready to do it, but we're doing it. And do you hear that, Erica? Wherever Erica may be. We're moving it back. And how could it get worse? So we spend far more per student than any other country, not even close. You look at Norway, and you look at, by the way, China. You look at some of the educational systems that they have, and they're far superior, and they spend much less money. And I think the states are much more pinpointed. You can do a much better job. It's going to be, I think, a miracle what's going to happen. So we're at the bottom of almost every list. Out of 40, we're just about at 38, 39, or 40. So it's not like, gee whiz, we don't want to screw up what we have. What we have is horrible. It doesn't work. We're going to move it all back to the states. We may have a little remnant just to make sure everyone's speaking English or whatever it may be. You know, a little coordination. It'll be 1%, 2%, but it's going to be very, very little. I'd say the office space will dwindle from 100% to 1%. If you need an office at all, we can have the office. We can put them in the Oval Office with me. You're not going to need much. Because I think the states will do a fantastic job. By the way, it'll be much less expensive. And we'll spend all that money on our students, and we'll bring them back, and we'll actually save money and reduce our debt, and lots of other good things can happen. But that's going to be very, very important. I hope everybody likes that, because otherwise I just blew it, because they didn't have that in the remarks. You know, they didn't have that in my remarks, and I just said, you know, I want to say that. And the people said, oh, I don't know if it's going to be popular. I said, I don't care.
Right? Yeah, I don't care if it's popular or not. It's the right thing to do. Power back to the states. Put the onus on the states.
No, I met people backstage. Backstage, I met people from Iowa, from South Carolina, from so many different, and they all love this. They just love it. These are incredible people. They'll rule it good. They love their children. They're going to make sure it's good for their children. And I just think that is such a total no-brainer. It'll cost us half, and you'll get more money than you ever would have gotten, because the money is just squandered and wasted by the federal government at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And you'll go from number 40 or number 38 or whatever you might be, you go conceivably to the top. We're very close to it. Under my leadership, the 1619 Project, you remember that, Beauty? Climate change extremists that are destroying our country. These are extremists, remember? The biggest threat we have, according to Biden, is climate change, because the ocean's going to rise over the next 200 years by 1/8 of an inch. But the fact that you have 5 countries out there with nuclear weapons pointed at us, that's not a threat. Can you imagine? That's not a threat. He said the biggest threat is climate change. Our oceans will rise, 1/8 of an inch over the next 200 to 300 years. Meaning you have a little more beachfront property, okay? That's the way I view it. The ridiculous 87 different genders the left says there are out there. Think of it. And we will we were going to cut it out. We're going to get it out. We are going to be pressing 3 basic things plus. Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Boom.
Reading, writing.
Boom. Yes. Yes. I've been saying this stuff.
Doesn't say I'm old-fashioned.
What the heck?
I hope they don't say I'm old-fashioned. But we have to bring our country back. The Marxism, fascism, communism, and the radical left socialism being preached in our children's classrooms all over. I mean, all over. Beyond the classroom, our military, very dangerous. I ended it in the military. I ended all of the things in the military. As soon as they came back, they put it all back in. They were paying people $500,000 a year to teach the military how to be woke. And I ended it all. And just incredible. But radical left socialism is being preached all over the place. It's just terrible. And in many ways, it now resembles established religion. What they're trying to do is really imitate, but in a much more vicious fashion, and something that's so bad for our country, established religion. The Marxist left and other lunatics preaching radical ideology have become a cult with their own creeds and their own mantras and their own rituals. Instead of taking children to church, they believe in taking children to drag shows. You see what's happening? Let's not go to church today, darling. Let's go to a drag show. Instead of teaching them to say their prayers, they teach them to recite their pronouns. You know about the pronoun thing, whatever that's all about. What is that all about? For any public schools that are engaged in these militant and country-destroying practices, I will instruct the DOJ to pursue them as violators of the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause of our Constitution. To vigorously enforce yesterday's Supreme Court ruling, I will eliminate all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government.
Yeah. We got to get Trump 200 million votes.
And I will direct the
Seriously.
DOJ to pursue civil rights claims against any school, corporation, or university that engages in unlawful racial discrimination. We will restore a society based on equality, liberty, and merit. We're back with the merit. Can you believe this? This happened yesterday. Merit. You get good marks, you get in. You get bad marks, you maybe have to go someplace else. Furthermore, I will implement massive funding preferences for all states and school districts that make the following revolutionary reforms in education. Abolishing teacher tenure for grades K through 12 so we can remove bad teachers. Don't we want to get rid of bad teachers?
Yes.
Are there any bad teachers in the room? Could you please raise your hand if you're bad? Anybody bad? I don't think we have too many in this room, I'll tell you. But we have a lot of bad teachers. And the problem is you can't get them out. You know that. You have teachers that you work with that you can't get them out. You know how bad they are. We're going to get them out. Because being a teacher is like the most important thing. It's so important. It's so incredible what you do. It's so important. There's so many teachers, and some are so incredible and some are bad. And if they're not good, we have to get them out. Adopting merit pay so we can reward the great teachers. Implementing complete curriculum transparency so that parents have the right to see 100% of the material their children are being taught in school. Makes sense. And very importantly, adopting a program of universal school choice. Everybody wants school choice. At the same time, I refuse to abandon our public school systems as leftist-dominated systems. They're leftist-dominated or much worse than that. You see what's going on with, and it's really the heads of unions and others that are just destroying the system. And it came out very much during COVID. With the decisions that were being made, and it was very, very sad to watch and very bad for our country. We must continue the noble fight that you are waging to take back school boards all across this country. And we will not be allowing the FBI and DOJ to attack you as you make your complaint to school boards, okay? I mean, they're arresting people that go in and want to have good education for their children, in addition to provide even more accountability. I will fight for the direct election of school principals by parents, so that if you have a lousy principal, and you got some beauties out there, but if you have a bad principal who's not getting the job done, the parents will, under the Trump administration, be allowed to vote to fire that principal to select someone who will do a great job. Such a big deal. That's a big deal. You have a bad principal, it's not going to work out. This will be the ultimate form of local control and parental rights. If you would have thought that as a politician, can you believe I'm a politician? I can't get over it. I never thought I'd say it. But, you know, as a politician, that I'm always saying, I will give you back parental rights. Parental rights? You think you'd have parental rights It's unbelievable what they do to your children, what they want to do to you. They want to take your children away from you and, in many cases, mutilate your child and not even get your approval. I will also take historic action to defeat the toxic poison of gender ideology, to restore the timeless truth that God created two genders, male and female.
Yeah. Woo. That's right. That's right. Dos.
On day one, I will sign an executive order instructing every federal agency to cease the promotion of sex or gender transition at any age. They're not going to do it anymore.
Damn
I
straight.
will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of a minor youth no longer meets federal health and safety standards. They will be terminated from receiving federal funds effective immediately.
Damn straight.
And I will ask Congress, just like I did with Right to Try. You know, Right to Try has been so good. Hopefully nobody in this room is going to need it, but what we did with Right to Try, we got it through Congress, and we took care of our vets through Congress. If they can't get good treatment and service, you go out, you get the treatment, and we pay. You get it locally from a local doctor where we have all good negotiated rates, and it's made such a difference, but Biden's let that lapse. Vets were waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 months even to see a doctor. They'd be online for months, and then all of a sudden it became a terminal situation. Could have been solved by a prescription, could have been solved by a minor operation. But we did, and we got one other right for the vets, and we had to get this through Congress, and I'll get what we're talking about through Congress also. We had a lot of bad people in the VA, sadists, thieves, but the sadists, and they were beating up our great warriors who honestly were not in very good shape, and they were becoming elderly, and some elderly, and these were sadists that were beating the hell out of them, and we couldn't fire the people that were doing it. I got the right to fire whoever the hell I wanted, and they fired almost 9,000 sadists and thieves in the VA, and the people are so happy. We got a 92% approval rating in the VA, but I got it all through Congress. Right to Try was such a big success where you, if you were terminally ill, they wouldn't give you a space-age drug, a drug that is showing really great signs of promise. They said, we can't do that, sir, because supposing it hurts them. They're terminally ill. They got a month to live. We can't do that because it may hurt them. But you know, the drug companies didn't want it. Politicians didn't want it. The insurance companies didn't want it. I got everybody to sign an agreement that will do it. You're not going to sue the government. You're not going to sue anybody. We're going to do it. The companies didn't want it because if somebody dies, they didn't want it on their record. They want to have, like, you know, something that works. I said the ultimate is if it works when they're terminally ill. That's the ultimate. That'll look good. But we took that off. We have a separate category. And we got it signed. It was actually much more complicated than people would think. So now if a person's terminally ill, instead of going to Asia, Europe, wherever they may go, or going home to die because they have no money to go to Asia and Europe, most of them would just go home and die. They're able to use these incredible new bio drugs and different things that are coming along the line that won't be approved for another 4 or 5 years. We cut the time period down in half, by the way. It used to be 12. Now it's 4 or 5 or 6. Cut it down. That was a big thing. But they're able to use them. And people, thousands and thousands of people are living now that would have been dead. And in many cases, living totally cured because some of the stuff really worked. I said, I told you it might be good for you, but some of it really worked. So thousands of people, we had to get that through Congress. We did. And I'll get this through Congress. I'll ask Congress to send a bill to my desk prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. We're going to get that.
Yeah. There you go.
Tell me a congressman or woman that's not going to approve that. We want no more child mutilation. Well, I'm against that, sir. I'll have to vote against that. I don't think so. You know what? I'll show you a defeated congressperson if that happens. That shouldn't be too tough. I will direct the relevant agencies to investigate whether big pharma and big hospital systems have illegally marketed puberty blockers and other unapproved hormone treatments. And if so, the corporations responsible will be brought to justice. And using my authorities under Title IX, I will keep men out of women's sports.
Yes. Yes. Common sense.
That's one.
Yes.
I've been on that one for a long time. Everyone said, sir, don't mention it. It's not politically correct. I said, that's okay.
Tough shit.
What do we do that's politically correct? The biggest things, in many cases, they're not politically correct. But that one, men participating in women's sports. You know, I asked for a couple of little examples. The swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania won the national championship great after setting school records for women's times in the 50-meter free, the 100-meter, 200-meter, 500-meter, 1,000-meter, and 1,650-meter. In New Zealand, the transgender weightlifter shattered 4 national records. Ding! To qualify for the women's Olympic team, beating the second-place finisher by 42 pounds. That's a lot. You know, when you think that the weightlifting record stood for 18 years, and they'd put a quarter of an ounce here and a quarter of an ounce at the end of the bar, and they'd go in there, and this guy comes along. Ding. Have you lifted before? No, not really. Not really, I haven't. Okay. You know, it's so demeaning to women. It's such a horrible thing. A track runner became the national champion in 400-meter hurdles while claiming there was absolutely no advantage to being trans, and this was a runner that only ran a little bit. In Canada, a 37-year-old cyclist set a world record in the women's sprint despite the fact that she was biologically a male, and the record was massive. There are now dozens, if not hundreds, of transgender athletes competing in the NCAA sports. And it's totally unfair to women. It's very, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. I actually said that if this stays, and I won't let it stay, I will leave the presidency to become a woman's basketball coach. And I'm not a big fan of LeBron James at all, but I would say, LeBron, would you ever think of becoming a woman? I'd like to get you and 4 of your friends.
Yeah.
We only need that because we don't need much of a bench. No, we don't need a bench. But I want to get you and some of your friends, and we want to go for the Olympic gold. Can you imagine that? We would win it quite easily. I'd be the greatest women's basketball, probably the greatest coach. I would be the greatest coach in history. There'd be no coach like Trump. Coach Trump, you're the greatest that ever lived. Boom, boom. How about the dunk? Boom. I'm also going to take very aggressive action to finally reclaim our higher education system from the Marxists and the communists.
Yes.
These fascists will no longer be allowed to rule the lives of our children and no longer be allowed to take away the authority
Thank
of their loving
God.
parents. They can't do that. That's what they're trying to do, and that's what they're being successful in many cases in doing.
Yeah.
As I announced several months ago, on day one, I will fire the radical left accreditation groups that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and freaks. They are. They're maniacs. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges and universities once again. We're going to have real standards, including defending American heritage and Western civilization, protecting free speech, and removing all of the wasteful Marxist DEI bureaucrats who are driving up tuition costs and destroying our students and their minds. And I will not give 1 penny to any institution that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate from kindergarten through college.
There you go.
And as most of you know, I have opposed mandates from day one, unlike some other people. I will also continue my long record of standing up to Big Pharma by creating a special presidential commission to investigate what is causing the decades-long increases in child diseases, autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and other chronic health problems. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out. Something's happening out there, and it's not good. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, I fought for it so hard and kept it very strong. I will defend innocent life. I will protect our Constitution, and I will once again appoint rock-solid conservative judges in the mold of justices Antonin Scalia and the very great Clarence Thomas, who they're after. They're after him. But he'll handle it. And I'm also proud to say that as president, I was able to win the bids for the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. That's a big deal. I got them. I'll never forget. The committee called me about the Olympics. Sir, were you called the head of the Olympic Committee in Sweden or something? I said, yeah, and I was president-elect. I said, why did you let the president do it? He won't take their call. Oh, that's nice. That was President Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? He won't take their call. They called me up. They said, would you do that? I said, well, why isn't Obama there? He's the president. He won't take their call. He won't call him. And I said, I'll do it, but it doesn't sort of make sense. I'm elect. I'm not president yet, but I'll do it. So I talked to him. I couldn't get him off the phone. He was so desperate to speak to me because he kept trying to call and call and call, and nobody would talk to him. When he finally spoke to me, I couldn't get him off the phone. He was so happy to speak to somebody. And I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup here, so we're going to have some good stuff. Good stuff. Good for our children, too. But this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be the single greatest defeat our country has suffered in 200 years. It won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, as I said. And just like China would not even have a thought about raiding Taiwan. I told them, don't do it. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. You all know this. I hate to say it. But we're in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can never let it happen. This is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that truly hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will take back our schools. We will defeat Joe Biden, and propelled by the spirit of July 4th, 1776, we will win a righteous victory on November 5th, 2024. Again, the single most important election in the history of our country. So I want to say thank you very much to the great moms of our country. Together we will work and we will make America great again. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you all very much.
Yeah. Woo! That's right. Yeah. Woo. Bring it. Bring it. Oh yeah. All right, Hooker, you wanna hop in? You wanna chat with me for a little bit about this? I've got it open if you're wanting to hop in still. Yeah. So, the guest box is open for you. Open sesame. Yeah. Look, he was saying some great stuff. 100% great stuff. And I believe him 100%. we have such a corrupt government right now, and we have such corrupt individuals that support these career politicians, these asshats. They all need to be put on the chopping block for treason. So I have no doubt in my mind that the axe is going to be swung and some heads are going to roll. And they're all going to be swampy little career politicians that have been succubusing off the people for far, far, far too long. And, quite frankly, we've got a lot of people in this country that we need to just do away with as well, that think on those corrupt levels, and they also want to control we the people. Instead of just minding their own fucking business, they want to use the federal government to control. And that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly any longer. So it was nice to see some of these rulings come down. So just waiting for Hookah here to pop in. Let's see here. And nope. Just waiting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hookah, where the hell are you? What's going on? Are you lost? Are you lost? I have not changed the... It's telling you the stream isn't found. Huh? The stream isn't found, but you don't even have to be streaming. I don't even have to have a stream going for you to come join with the collab cam. So you just hit the link. Do I have to redo the link? That's such a pain in the fucking ass when I have to do that. All right, hold on a second. Let's see. All right, I'm going to generate a new link to send you. Fuck. I hate doing this because it's such a fucking pain in the ass. All right, here we go. New link just now generated. So I will send you the new link over on that other place. Fuck. Sorry, everybody. I have to actually manually, because I can't just cut and paste because of how things are at the moment. So it's a fucking pain in the ass to actually do the links like this, especially this way. Let's see. Do, 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 do. All right. New link sent to you over on over there on that one place. Oh my gosh. I fucking hate doing that. I should be able to just like copy it and paste it and send it, but since yeah, I can't just do that on the computer to these other places. I'd have to email it to you, which I don't have your email, so that's part of my problem with that. Anyways, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Oh, look at that. And send a new link, and it happens oh so quickly and easily. All right, here we go. Wait, I gotta get. Oh, shit. There we go. And all right. And action. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can. Quite well.
Good.
And in about like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, there he is. I knew it. I did the countdown. I see it wouldn't take long. Uh-oh.
I am so mad at that puppy.
Oh, yeah?
He decided that yesterday he was going to eat Philip's harness off from Philip. And Philip just laid there and was like, "Thank you for freeing me."
Okay.
And I'm like,
that
I custom make his harnesses so that they work correctly for what I need them for. And I don't have any of the supplies to make a new one.
Is that a I'm
yes,
sorry?
I'm talking to somebody else.
Is that a I'm sorry, Mom? Look, he's giving you a I'm so sorry. Forgive me. It was so tasty. It was nummy. I'm still tired from eating it. I need to take a nap. My belly's full.
Like, dogs. Yeah, so Trump's speech tonight was a little point on, huh?
I am still firmly in the Trump camp. It has not wavered for me, not one bit. So, well, what?
Yeah, I think I am too. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, it's all common sense. You know what I mean? Like, get the power back to the states, which means you're giving the power back to the people. You're getting the federal government shortened up a little bit. You know, making it smaller, less intrusive.
Giving the schools back to the states is huge.
100%.
You know, like our schools were failing big when Bush came in with the core testing and things that weren't being functionally taught to our children.
Yep.
Which government classes should be taught at every grade level.
Yeah.
At some form. You know, obviously starting out in kindergarten with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Right.
You know, by the end of kindergarten, a child should know their ABCs, the Pledge of Allegiance, the Star Spangled Banner. Like those should be like core music classes, right?
Yeah.
Like
be able to count to 10. You know.
Right. You know. Well, by I think the end of kindergarten they got to be 100.
Oh, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, counting, writing. You know.
Like, and it's like learning needs to be fun again. Recess needs to be a thing again. You know. We are raising children that now, when they're 18, can't leave home because they don't know how to live.
Yeah.
And how much is that on the schools and how much is that on the parents? But like he says, you know, they've weaponized the school boards and made parents that speak out terrorists. You know what I mean? Like, oh, what do you mean I'm a terrorist? Because they don't want you to show anything other than how to put a fucking condom on a banana at like 13.
Right. Well, they want to do it before then now, too.
You know, maybe 10, 11, but I don't think they're at the age where they can handle it seriously without laughing. But, like, definitely.
We couldn't handle it seriously without laughing in high school. So what the fuck did the...
Honestly, we just didn't handle it now as adults. But, like, still.
Yeah, it's so true.
I just...
Because sexuality is a personal thing, it's a private thing, and that should be a home thing. There's so many things that should be home things within your own family government. So that's why I said earlier, you know, your parents should be the only thing that controls the child until they're 18 years old. That's it. End of story. You know?
As long as the... See, that's a fine line, because when does that child's constitutional rights for certain things take effect that parents can infringe on?
Again, 18 is adult.
Right.
So you have no constitutional rights until you're an adult, other than you have the right to not be murdered. And, you know, like certain things like that.
There's got to be a clear list of certain things that, like, because you know somebody out there is going to do it. You know, well, it's my constitutional right to, you know, pimp out my kid, or it's my constitutional right to beat them within inches of their lives. You know what I mean? I mean, we just passed. There's some place now that they ruled they can abort the baby up to 28 days after birth.
Right. Which
28 days after.
Which that's insane. That's insanity.
Which is crazy. Unless it is a precision, because I have yet to be able to find the actual law, because people lately don't seem to want to link their sources, which I can't understand that. Now I could understand maybe the baby was born and it's premature and there's some type of medical issue, and, you know, taking them off life support or properly.
Well, that's not abortion if taken off life support. That's just the doctor saying this baby's not viable.
Properly euthanizing, so to speak.
Well, look, anytime there's some horrific birth defect like that, like there shouldn't even be a question at that point. It's like there, you know.
But we put these blanket laws out there that allow somebody to be like, oh, well, you know what? After I gave birth, you know, I wanted a boy, not a girl, so just kill it.
Right.
You know,
see,
like those type deal things.
No, I get what you're saying, but this comes down to common sense. Like there's certain, like just use common sense, not like you know what you're saying. The blanket laws, people are using loopholes and corrupting those laws, which were meant to be in good faith, and in like the police officers always say. It's in the spirit of the law, which means what the law was really truly intended for. And that's how they're supposed to make judgments when they're out doing law enforcement. It's all about the spirit of the law, not to the letter of the law. Because if you go to the letter of the law, that means you can fuck anybody over at any time. Because we all probably, I think, what is it? Daily, we all commit like 3 felonies a day. And we're not even aware of it.
Something like that nowadays, it's close to 3 to 5 felonies a day.
Yeah, if you're going to the letter of the law, absolutely. And there's laws that we don't even know about that were made way back in the day that are kind of really not, like, they don't serve a purpose anymore, and they need to be taken off the books. But if somebody wanted to be one of those type of people and come after you for it, they could. They sure as hell could. So
Maine has a lot of those laws that they just like technically stopped enforcing, like spitting on the sidewalks is against the law in the state of Maine. Chewing gum in, I can't remember if it was an ice cream shop or something like that. It's just some weird, random, stupid, you can't chew bubblegum there.
Right.
It's against the law.
Yeah, weird random laws that litter our country that you could get nabbed
I
by.
think the state of Michigan, you can't leave the plane while it's moving.
Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck Michigan. Fuck Michigan. Fuck those asshole pieces of shit. Like, can you believe what they're about ready to do up there? That's First Amendment right out the fucking window.
And the way that was explained to me on Twitter is that it had already passed.
Yeah, it
So
has.
the fact that it still has one more round before it makes it to the governor.
Yeah.
I hope that round has some sane people in it. And
yeah, past their House of Representatives, now it goes through the legislative branch of the state, and then if it passes there, then it goes to, it's just like our federal government at that point. Then it goes to the governor, and she signs it off as if she was the president. So
but we had a lot of Supreme Court big wins, and Indiana Supreme Court ruled that their abortion law is legit, and it's very common sense. It's only if the fetus is in trouble, only if the paternal parent is in trouble, or in cases of rape. So it covers any reason other than using it as a form of birth control. Which, I mean, if you can fucking afford an abortion, you can afford 3 IUDs. So just get one.
Right. No, that's common sense stuff. They've drawn a line. They've said, here's the line, and it's pretty much, and they've kind of left it open too, because if any kind of medical issue, so they're not just saying only certain type of medical issues. There's anything that is in that realm. I mean that's logical thinking. So
and there's no so if it's push time and something medically happens and they need to abort the pregnancy, then they're still safe. They don't have to sit there and wait to see which one's viable. Or some states, like a state of Maine, the priority becomes the baby. So if you're giving birth and something goes wrong and it's a choice between one or the other, the state deems the baby has priority in medical order of operation. You try to save the baby, and then you try to save the mom. It's weird, but I'm sure if it's in your medical records, you can do it differently. You know what I mean? You can still make that choice otherwise.
Yeah.
But conscious.
To me, that's the wrong way of thinking about it, though, because if you have a mother that's a viable birther, you want to protect the viable birther, because it's like, okay, well, the baby didn't make it. That's sad, but you can make another one. Whereas if you're always going with the baby, it's like, okay, well, if the baby has complications already, and the baby, let's say, say it's a boy. Well, there's no reproduction value there, really, necessarily compared to the mother. But if it's a little girl, okay, well, it's kind of a swap, but the little girl's not a viable mate to reproduce until, at the very earliest, people don't kill me for this, but at the very earliest, in that 13, 14-year-old range when they hit puberty. So it's like, well, you always go with the mother, but there's also that whole thing where the mom and the dad have talked, and they're like, if anything goes squirrely, they've already made a decision as a family. This is our priorities in this situation. And a lot of times moms do sacrifice themselves for their babies, because that's just their nature as a mother. Their natural state is like, nope, protect my baby, I'll sacrifice myself. So it's like, at that point, like, the state, again, should stay the fuck out of it. The doctors should be just in conversation in real time with the family and make a decision like that. Why can't we just have that as a standard with all medical stuff, whether it's given birth or anything else? I don't.
Exactly. Yep. It really is how it should be.
Yeah. Between you and your doctor.
Yep.
Family type decision with your family doctor. If you're lucky enough to have a family doctor, thanks to Obama, we don't have those things anymore necessarily, but you know.
But you can keep your doctor. Like, you can keep a promise.
Yeah. Okay. Democrats are evil. Like, that's all I got to say about that. And so Trump, some of the things he said last night, well, tonight, whatever you want to call it, wherever you're at in the world, but in his speech there, he touched on a lot of things that he hasn't touched on before, and it's like there's a couple moments where I was just like,
I had a couple of those moments earlier when I was listening to it the first time, and I was like, wasn't Speak just talking about that last night? Like, what the fuck? That's weird. And like, they were things that I haven't really heard anybody else talk to, and I listened to quite a few right-leaning people, you know, so it's like, wow, that was cool. And I love how he talks about the disappointment of Hunter, like the kind of like, yeah, he's the greatest guy I know.
Yeah. Well, it's like he stopped just short of like Joe going, hey, is there any way we can do some type of short-term late-term abortion policy that I can utilize with my son? Like, he stopped just short of that. Like
He kind of did. I'm surprised he didn't make a joke saying that he'll end up killeried.
Oh yeah, maybe that too.
You
Who
know,
knows?
When's Joe gonna have his friend Hillary take?
Like, but see, and that's the thing. Like, you know, and I've talked about this before in the past. When I get into conversations with people about abortion and the death penalty, capital punishment, to me those go hand in hand. Like with one, you have the other, and those can kind of be in the same conversation because of ideological viewpoints and whatnot. And so like when I want to hammer on these abortion people that are like, we got to have abortion all the time, like this, like you were saying, 28 days after birth. It's like, wait, what? But you're not okay with a late term abortion when it comes to a societal abortion. And then they're like, well, what are you talking about? And I'm like, well, isn't society a body of people? So you're talking about the mother's body and her wanting to abort this, what you want to call a virus or whatever, some cells. Well, as a society, if we're a body and we see a cancerous individual in our society, can we not abort that cancerous individual in our body of society? Fuck yeah, we can. Like,
it's funny. I'm pro death penalty.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm against it currently because we waste more money on appeals and making sure the person really fucking did it.
Yeah.
Rather than, all right, 6 weeks from your 6 weeks from end of sentencing, adios.
Yep.
Like,
well,
and where our system is so corrupt right now,
mm-hmm.
I think that we actually need to stay on. They can still get the death penalty, but a stay on executions until our system has been deprivatized and reassessed.
Well, I think privatization is important on a certain level, but it has to have guidelines and working within a certain set of rules instead of this squirrely business that I know you're talking about, because I feel the same way. It's like there's some weird shit going on there. But you've got a situation right now with the death penalty that it's not being utilized enough, and I understand why we went through all of the, oh, we got a stay of execution, and we've got this person's doing an appeal, and they got like, each state has like 20,000 appeals that somebody could do. But the problem is,
Right.
where it was useful and it was important back in the day because we didn't have the technology. Oh, wait,
right.
We have the technology now to basically pretty much without a shadow of a doubt say that you did that for sure. So
right.
I'm pretty sure that I'm willing to go with the 99.5% accuracy on whether somebody actually did it or not. And if we oopsie, then we oopsie, and that really, really sucks. But we have to hold a standard of if you fuck up, you're gonna, we gotta punish you to the fullest extent of the law, because if we don't do that, you see what happens. You see right now exactly what happens when you don't actually follow through with the punishment.
And we as shitty as it is, we've got to be a little bit harder on these soft crimes, jumping the turnstiles, stealing a lipstick from the CVS, blatant disregards.
Yeah.
And no, they don't need, they don't need automatic fucking 18 months in juvie for stealing a Coke from the local corner store, but they need some type of guidance.
Well, this goes back to, this is a parent problem. This is a parent problem, because we used to be able to spank our kids, smack our kids, and tell our kids no in public, and if it wasn't your kid, you just needed to shut the fuck up, because they were under the rule of their king or queen in their household, mom or dad being the king or queen.
I'm still that way with my kid, and he towers over me by a foot, and he looks like he's 40. So.
Well, my point with this is, though, we have over the last maybe 20 years, maybe a little bit longer, we went from spanking and chastising and thumping our kids on the head and whacking them up backside of their head and just simple little punishment that got their attention, and they knew, oh shit, I'm in trouble. Ouch, that hurt. Innocent hurt, but it still hurt, to teach them, hey, you don't fucking do that. We went from that to now we got parents trying to talk to their kids, which I talk to my kids, and I explain things to them, but they always knew that there was some repercussion coming. Now, here, our Department of Justice, though, our court system, they are like doing this instead of spanking the kid. Let's talk about it. Are you okay today? Are you feeling okay? And it's like, well,
the thing is, they're not even really talking about it. And the judge gives them some hard line when they're at the court. Whoop-de-fucking-do. You were there for 2 seconds. You said that once. Nobody else is repeating that to that child again until that child fucks up and ends up in your court again.
Yep.
That's it. Nobody else is telling him, toe the line, do this, do that, And it's like in the state of Maine now, because so many households, the dads are locked up, the state literally gives that family an extra $1,000 a month if there's children in the home under the age of 18.
That's fucked up, though.
And they don't even have to be biologically their children. They just have to be married.
What?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, we need to get Trump back in office.
And from what I can tell with my current situation, even though they're remarried and locked up, they can still get their alimony. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
What the fuck are you guys smoking in Maine? Like, what the fuck is going on?
There anymore, and I wish they would leave me alone.
What the fuck is going on there? Like, seriously, none of that makes any sense to me. Because that's an incentive to get locked up. If you're struggling and you got 5 kids, and you could say, "Hey, I'm going to go for a little camping trip. I'm going to do something that gets me locked up for the next 2 years, which is 3 hots and a cot for free for those 2 years." And my wife, my spouse, can get, say, if I got 5 kids, I get $5,000 a month to help us pay the bills. Like, what?
That's not. I'm not exactly sure how. Like, if it's for each child, or if it's for that household. But knowing Maine and the Democrat idiot that they have in the Blaine House that they just reelected, I'm sure that it's probably per child.
Yeah, it's got to be per child.
And it probably doesn't count as income, so they still get all their other.
Yeah, it's non-taxable income that they're getting.
Substances too, like their discount housing.
Yeah.
And their medical and all. Yeah.
And you wonder why they're driving around the flipping nice brand new rig.
Well, no, they live in a trailer park, so they ain't driving.
Yeah, with the rig that's brand new, like that. Like I know you've seen that before, where
I've seen it. But
the person has a vehicle. Yeah. Well, the person has a vehicle worth more than the fucking house they live in. Good God! I always tell people, look, you're making bad decisions when the car that's parked in your driveway, that is your daily driver, is worth more than the house you're living in. That's a fucking problem.
Or that no, because I'm pretty sure my cars eventually are going to be worth more than the houses that I own, but that's because I'm a car neat. I'd be happy with just a garage and a loft with a fucking little studio above it so that I can work on all the cars. So, like,
well, hey, I tell you what, look, I've been house shopping again, and which is not good for me because I love architecture and whatnot. But I've been having fun with it because we're looking at houses that are on the coastline with a view of the ocean. Well, if it doesn't have a view of the ocean, it doesn't qualify. So, but I'll tell you, like a house, the smallest house that I've seen so far that I'm even willing to entertain because it's on the beach, it is 1,100 square feet. And it has a shop right next to it, right? A shop, 1,100 square foot house. That's a fucking tiny house. I know from you being from the Northeast, that's kind of the going rate, like 500 square foot places and whatnot, at least in the big city. So
I lived out. I had a flat 6-bedroom ranch with the garage. So I had when I owned a house, I had a big house. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like in the Northeast, the houses there are a lot closer together in some communities, and they're very small. So anybody over there in that area, don't be mad at me for me being like, "What the fuck is this all about?" But anyways, 1,100 or 1,000.
Yeah, that's small.
Yeah, 1,100 square foot house. Oh, and there's even smaller out there. I just put it on the little search thing not to go any lower than a certain square footage. But or a lower price. So 1,100 square foot house with a shop, not like a big shop, but just a small shop like what you would need for working on rigs. And
you don't know.
What?
Commercial size for me, thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's big enough. Well, over here on the West Coast, if you have a shop, it's big enough to put at least a couple cars in and a car lift in it. Type of deal.
Right.
Like but that's small to us. We're, anyways, but that thing was, what was it? $650,000.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. So you're going to find a car that's going to be worth more than that?
Oh, well, yeah, I want a 63 split window Corvette and I want a 67 first edition.
Yeah, but you could find one of those for under 200,000. Easy.
The 63 definitely, but the first year Stingray, those go off the auction block at starting rate around $3 million.
Are they that rare right now where you just can't find them anymore?
Yeah, unless somebody's dying and selling off their collection,
Right.
that's about the only way you're getting the first year Stingray.
Well, that's gone up quite a bit because I pay attention to the Barrett Jackson auctions, and the last one I saw roll through there was like a $500,000 one. That was a few years ago.
Was it a 67? Was it an original Stingray first year?
It was original. Like, yeah. And it had low miles.
First, like the 54, 53, those ones go cheap all the time when they actually go.
I'm talking about the Stingrays that you're talking about.
Oh, Stingray, yeah.
Yeah. Those are probably the best Corvettes ever.
Mm-hmm.
Ever.
Yeah. I'm a Corvette nut.
I like Corvettes too, but yeah.
My son's great idea, because the 64s are identical to the 63s, except for they don't come with the split window.
Mm-hmm.
So it's cheaper to find the 64 and then take it to a custom glass place and have them make the split window. And that saves me almost $250,000.
Oh, shit.
Like, just that. I'm like,
right.
Fucking awesome. Like, he's sitting here, he's like, not sure if my math is correct, but double check my math. I'm like,
right. Then you can put that extra money towards a house.
Right on. How did I not pick that up?
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, like, depending on what you're looking for and where you're wanting to be, like, for us, I have to have a view of the ocean. If I'm going to live over there, I better be able to see the beach and the ocean. So it limits us kind of to where we're going to. It doesn't have to be on the ocean.
So are you still looking or are you going to Washington?
Oh, no, we're Oregon coast.
Oregon coast, yeah.
Yeah, Washington. I've looked up on the Washington coastline, but Washington, because we have the family property there, to us it's like there's no point in actually buying anything close to family property there because we got the family property there. So it's like, what the heck are we buying anything there for, And so.
Well, I wasn't sure if you were trying to like move home base closer to dad while the economy was house prices are up.
Right.
You might get a good sell on yours to roll into something else.
Well, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we would do with this if we don't end up keeping this, because we may end up renting this out and then purchasing something. So this just pays for itself type of deal.
Right.
But so I don't care where the house is as long as it has a view, right? So even if it's inland a little bit up in the mountains overlooking from a distance, that's fine with me. I personally don't even
best, I think.
I personally don't want to be on the beach. Now my wife, that's a different story. She wouldn't mind being able to just walk out and go have her feet in the sand, but I want a little privacy too. So if you're on the beach, depending on where you're at, you're going to have homes right next to you and close to you. And it's just like, I don't want to deal with neighbors like that. I'll get pissed off. I'll start a fight with somebody probably. Like, get the fuck out, get out of here.
So, I can see that.
Verbal fight, not a physical altercation.
Well, no, I mean, like, I could see you being, like, on the beach, being like, shut your fucking kid up.
Yeah, yes.
Don't you think it's a better time to mow your fucking lawn? Why don't you just pay me to do it? I'll do it tomorrow.
Or I'd, like, be playing catch with their kid and telling their kid how dumb their parents are type of deal. Like, you should vote for Trump, or, you should love Trump. Like, when you're old enough to vote, do not ever vote for a Democrat. I've said that to kids, like kids that I'm coaching. And it's like, and explain to them why, too. So it's like, I just say shit. I'd be that neighbor. Like, I'm gonna indoctrinate your kid to not be an idiot. How about that?
Please and thank you. We need more people like that.
Yeah, you say please and thank you, but to the liberal couple whose kid is like idolizes me, that's not necessarily a good thing at that point, But no, I'm hoping we find something that fits what we're looking for. But what I was going to say is, because I've been scouring the last few days while I've been feeling under the weather, which has been left me a lot of time on. Have you ever used Trulia? That damn app. Trulia is a realtor app that you just go.
I think so. I didn't really like it, so I switched to Zulu.
Yeah, it's similar
I
to
like
Zulu.
Zulu.
Yeah. So I just use the map thing. I plug in what I'm looking for, and it just pops up all the stuff that fits my parameters. And and all because I like architecture and I just like looking at shit. I just opened everything up to see how much stuff's for sale on the Oregon and Washington coastline, and I even dipped down a little bit into California. There's a ton of shit for sale, and there are actually like smoking good deals too. So
Down here, I'm just like, this whole freaking not being able to get my IDs and everything switched over is really screwing me hard on getting. And I just hope, because there's two houses that I'm like, if ideally I would like to buy them both. And they keep dropping in price.
Yeah.
But no, like, one, I'm sure nobody's gonna pick it up because it needs to be totally gutted and overhauled and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be the perfect house with the barn and like the whole setup is like there. It's good bones. Yeah. The other place would be a really good investment property plus a storefront.
Right. I remember you telling me about that. Yeah.
But for that one, I've got to go in and deal with City Hall and change some ordinances to be able to actually use it to sell out of, which I think the community will change them because they have an entire strip mall sitting there completely empty, which is a possibility to buy with the building.
Oh, wow.
But nobody can use it. They're going to sell like insurance and be a lawyer.
Yeah, fuck
but
that.
They're storefronts. You know, like you could probably get away with like a cell phone carrier or stuff like that, but you can't have anything that's food, which makes no sense because the animal store, the grain store, is at the other end of the strip mall. So it's okay for your dogs and your rabbits and your cats and your horses and the chickens, the actual chickens, baby chicks and stuff like that to be there and breathe in all that smog, but you can't have clothes there because it will pick up this, like, it's a very outdated, I don't know if they just didn't expect this highway to like be as minimal as it is, or maybe this highway used to actually do something other than bring all the illegals by, which has been kind of nerve-wracking because they've been stopping here at the hotel overnight with like 5 or 6 people and staying in rooms in the back, and it's been the same van running through, so I've been a little nervous on that.
So before you put roots down in fucking Texas, you should come out west. Check out over here before settling
West
on
is
anything.
My next stop. See, that's the thing. Like, I plan on investing here, and they're getting ready to pass no property tax here in Texas. Texas is gonna, no matter what, Texas is gonna be home base. But I plan on buying in something on the West Coast, something probably in the Pennsylvania area, and then something probably in New Hampshire. I was gonna go back to Maine, but I think I'd prefer New Hampshire.
Tell you what, anywhere on the East Coast should be a no-go. I get why you want to be back there or have something back there because of your roots and whatnot. I get that, but when I'm looking at the temperature of the room when it comes to the globe and what's going on, you do know our East Coast will be the first target. It'll be gone.
I'm sitting in the middle of our first target right now. Like, I'm in the middle of, what, 6 fucking Army bases?
That won't be the first target.
Like,
You see,
no,
Texas, like, what'll happen is what they'll do is they'll attack major cities on the eastern seaboard and maybe a couple major cities on the western seaboard, but mostly on the eastern. And what they'll try to do is divide our military between places. Yeah. And then then they might attack the bases in Texas while everybody's gone out to go take care of the places.
New Hampshire, I think, will be pretty safe, especially in the areas that I would be, because, like, we're talking, like, other side of North Conway, so almost into Canada.
Nobody
would be where I'm buying up that way, and it's more just so that I don't have the expense. If I want to go back there and have a holiday party or a Halloween party or whatever, I can just be like, everybody come to my house. It's here, and then it's a rental property. Get some maybe. Probably not Vermont, because the taxes in Vermont are ridiculous. New Hampshire, there's no state tax, so that helps. That's why I'm looking to, you see a pattern, the states that I'm trying to buy in are ones that there's a little less tax and a lot more freedom.
Well, good luck. Well, I'll just tell you right now, we are taxed up the rear end on the West Coast. Taxes like crazy. It's absurd. It's stupid.
And that's why I stay away from the West Coast. You know what I mean?
I thought we were still at a certain dollar amount on our property where we're at here, which was already absurd. And my wife's like, no, honey, it's gone up almost $3,000 since we bought. I'm like, what? Fuck. Seriously?
You're going to pay what? Close to 12%? 15% just in property tax?
I can't remember what it is, but we're paying like I don't care. I can give the number. It's $13,000 a year for our property tax here.
And all they do is pick up the trash. And
I still have to pay. I still have to pay for the trash, and they don't fucking plow the road. I plow the fucking road. So it's like I'm the plow guy. So it's like
and it's like if the schools were decent, I mean, you guys have got schools fucking putting litter boxes in, like, for Christ's sake, in Oregon, actually, in Oregon now you don't even have to be educated. You just just go every day, and at the end of it they hand you a diploma, like, thank you for spending the time with us. Thank you for being not, violent.
Pretty much. You're right.
Go out in the world, like, what the fuck?
That's why I liked hearing what President Trump was saying. The onus has to be on the states, and if it goes back to the states, the citizens will then push back in counties. So the counties will be able to actually make more of a push for their school districts within each county, which will be flipping amazing. So
I don't know. I just, like, the Supreme Court ruling this affirmative action program, like, ending with the colleges, I think is the best thing in the world for minorities.
It's the best thing for everybody. No more racism.
Here's the problem. Now your inner city schools are going to have to fucking step it up to make sure that those kids are actually learning something so that they can get into a school if they want to. And that is where the Democrats have the problem, is because they're actually going to have to go back to teaching children. Huh. You would think that the school districts were for that, but,
No, they don't give a fuck. They never really have. And that's why you look at all of this from a Democrat point of view, is they want to keep people dumb, and they don't want to put any effort into teaching, especially in the inner cities. They want to worry about all this social bullshit, and then they want to just give spots to these kids that they didn't teach based on skin color. Give them spots in these universities, which it's like no, how about give it based on the merit, like President Trump was saying, because there are kids that are darker complected than you or I that are
like it's
crushing
an Asian takeover. Asian takeover. These schools, I guarantee that the like you're gonna see an increase in minorities and a decrease in whites making it into school. I just foresee that. Like I foresee, because right now our white students are so not taught and so like they're more repressed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I see it all the time when I go to town. Like, you know, I'll you know, a Hispanic mom has no problem. Like I watched it this morning at Walmart. Her kid, I probably would have done the same thing. Was fucking pitching a fit. She grabbed him up out of the cart, stood him up, smacked his ass, and said, "If it doesn't stop, you're leaving."
Mm-hmm.
He was quiet the rest of the way through the store. Now, could you see it? A white mom doing that? Everybody would have fucking flipped shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're not allowed. Like, we've gotten to the point where they're not allowed to scold their kids anymore. At least that's what I'm seeing. Or they feel like they're going to get criticized for it, so they don't want to look bad.
Oh, it's
and
fear.
It's like, honey,
Fear
your
being...
kid is going to make you look bad if you continue to let him
look,
act that way.
Skinny white girls and skinny white boys have been the problem in this country. The Democrat people, the vegans, they have been anti-spanking, anti any kind of punishment for their kids for a long time now, and they've had this push to have other individuals turn parents in for spanking or chastising their children in the way that we're both okay with. And so you've had it where people have been turned in. Now, I agree. Some people won't turn in the darker complected individual for beating the crap out of their kid because they're kind of racist and they're like, well, we don't give a fuck if that kid's getting their ass beat. But if they see the white little kid getting their ass beat by their parents, I think you're right, 100%. Those parents are like, oh, maybe we better not do this in public because we're going to get our asses thrown in jail.
Right. It's almost like because of the color of your skin, you know better. And it's like, no, because you're a human being, you know better. Like, right. You know what I mean? Like, if your kid's acting up, feel free to spank them. Don't beat them within inches of their lives, but it's not... Fear is not a bad thing.
Shit, when I was a kid, if I stepped out of line in our community area, our local area, if somebody was around that knew my parents, knew me, knew our family, they had carte blanche. They could grab me and fucking whack me if I was out of line. No problem. So, or give me the stern talking to where, me be scared shitless. Like, okay.
I lived with my aunt for 3 years growing up, and I did some things that definitely the beatings that I got for it, I deserved them. Like, yeah, like honestly, I think she should have hit me like 3 more times on a couple of them. You know what I mean? Like, because of course I've always been a huge swearer. Like, I got kicked off the school bus the first day of school for flipping the bird at the bus driver. Not because I didn't know what the bird was at that point.
You just mimicking.
One of the kids like, hey, show the bus driver your middle finger. So I was like, you're not on the bus this week. What do you mean I'm not on the bus this week? Oh, well, I don't know.
Whoopsie.
Grampy waves bye to everybody, so I thought that was cool,
Oh my goodness.
My grandmother was not happy. And my mom could have cared less, you know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, no, I just
fond memories. I see.
Yeah.
Flipping the bus driver the bird.
But like, I don't know. The kids nowadays just aren't what they should be. And I'm sure like 10 years ago they were saying the same shit about us, but like
no,
I don't
no,
know.
they weren't. No, see, our generation actually still did shit proper, and they might have had some moments where they were kind of raising an eyebrow because we were the first generation to have video games. We were the first generation to have pagers and flip phones, and we were that first generation that was testing out all this shit, and we were still doing the old school thing where we were still drinking and driving. Sorry, folks, it's true. We were still drinking and driving. The logging roads.
I was always the DD.
Yeah, or you had a DD that ultimately at some point still drank and drive, but we were still doing stuff from the 60s and the 70s that our predecessors were doing. That's what I'm saying. Like, we still had the guns on the gun rack in the back window, parked at the school.
There was probably at least 17 shotguns in the back of pickups at my high school graduation.
Fuck yeah. Why not?
That you could see. There was probably people in the stands packing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
Is private school different than public school? Can they choose to be gun-free zone, or do they have to be a gun-free zone?
They don't have. Well, it depends on the state law, because if they say schools are a gun-free zone, even if it's a private school, they follow under that jurisdiction. If the state's mandated it.
Because there was never any signs around my school that it was a gun-free zone.
Right, because it probably wasn't.
But they didn't have any signs for anything. Like, literally, like, our handicap parking signs was this little tiny, and it was probably 2x2, spray painted onto the little stop in the parking spot that marked it as a handicap parking spot. They were like total minimalists on everything, because it needed to look pretty,
I agree. When damn signs get too big, it's ugly. It's like, what the hell? You don't need a big... Like, people just need to know,
but it's
maybe.
Like, you need to at least be able to fucking see it. Like, you don't want the old people driving all the way around the parking lot trying to find There was a lot of Mercedes and BMWs and Porsches and classic cars in that parking lot. Like,
nice. Well, we had it different, and we saw things differently. We were coming of age in a time that was very transformative to our country. The 80s and the 90s really did a number on our country when it came to a lot of social conformity happened at that time too. Like, the war on drugs was happening in the 80s. The whole DARE program that really fucked shit up. I think the DARE program made it even worse, because like, I even remember we had a debate with the sheriff. The sheriff actually came and taught our DARE class in junior high. Yep. Like, it was a
mine
thing.
Too. They literally taught us how to fucking
do drugs.
Crack, meth,
yeah, we would tell them like,
I go home and I'm like, Mom, I learned how to cook coke in school today.
Well, it's actually not even. It's funny, but it's not funny. I actually got angry with them, and I actually got thrown out of the class because I wouldn't shut up, because I was like, hey, sheriff, you do know you're teaching us how to do drugs right now, and the ones that aren't going to do drugs never would have known this, but the ones that might have done drugs now for sure are going to do drugs. No. If I educate you guys, all of you, about this, you won't do it if you know the bad things. It's like, you do know some of these kids want the bad things. They want, like, what the fuck?
Like, sixth grade was when we started doing the DARE program, and most of the kids in my class that were going to do drugs and still do drugs were already doing drugs.
Yep. Not for us. Like, my class, DARE basically got my classmates started. They kind of had thoughts and ideas because they're older siblings or cousins or whatnot, but they were still in the mind of like, yeah, let's just watch them. Let's watch, and if it hurts them, we won't do it. But if they're good, but this just sped up the process, because he would teach the clean way to doing it and the dirty way to do it, and the way that doctors would have you do it, and the way they do it on the street. So all of a sudden you've got the kids going, well, I'm still going to do it, but I'll do it the clean way.
Like, right, exactly. Yeah. Well, that was basically what it boiled down to, was that they taught them how to do it the safe way.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, look what that's done to the drugs, to, the sex in our schools and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's, you know, and now you think about it, California, those kids that were in those early DARE programs and learned how to do it the clean way are now the ones that they're supplying these crack pipe kits to and clean needle programs.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and that's not just in California. That's Oregon and Washington
No,
too.
but like,
just so you know.
oh, you guys
it's the
have
whole
the clean,
oh,
the crack pipe kits.
Washington started it before California. The state of Washington legalized all drugs before anyone else, and they started heroin dens, and they started meth dens. They started all sorts of shit.
I'm for legalizing it all. I'm for legalizing it all. Like,
I am too, but I'm not for supporting it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like if you want to do it, you do it yourself.
Exactly. You know, if you need to go to rehab, we'll help you get clean. But besides that, like, no, you're on your own. And no, nobody's carrying Narcan.
Yeah. Well, and they do that all over the place here. And one of the things Washington did, and Oregon's now done too, is so you can't do the stuff in public. So if you get caught with it on you, you get a ticket. But if you call the number, if you call the number on the ticket and tell them that you have a problem and you'd like to maybe think about scheduling a time to talk to somebody, they'll actually just in that first initial phone call, they will erase your ticket if you call them to talk to them about it, and then you don't ever have to call them again. That's the loophole. So all you have to do is just make a phone call and say that you might have a problem and you got this ticket, and they just get rid of it. And if you really do want help, guess who gets to pay for the help that you get? The state. The taxpayers. Yup. Yeah. So fucked up. It's like, I've always been for legalization of all drugs, and more so natural drugs. So I'm all for natural drugs done properly.
Mushrooms, weed, stuff like that.
Yeah, cocaine, like in pure form. I'm talking like I'm okay with all of it in pure form. If it grows and all you have to do is chop it up.
I wouldn't do it, but like, have at it. You know what I mean?
Well, cocaine's in a lot of things that the doctors give you, so it's like there's no. It's like, well, shit, if it's in a lot of things that the doctors give you already, and if you could get it actually in pure form from the plant, with then fucking A, fine, do it. I don't give a shit. But if you're going to make that choice and you're going to do it, you do not get to come to the taxpayers and say, I fucked up, will you pay for me to get sober? No, sorry. No, not happening. Because that goes back to personal responsibility.
100%. And see, and that's a big problem with our society of having our medical insurance tied to our jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you do have a problem and you decide that it's time for help, and the insurance that you've paid for has a policy in it that will help you, but you can't continue your job, so you lose your insurance, so therefore you lose your coverage anyways. So what are we paying for insurance for, people? Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? Think about that next time you vote.
Yeah, it's a scheme. And honestly, I think if we can get President Trump back in office, which I believe it's already rigged, that's why I think the narrative for Trump should be like a hashtag I am Trump for everybody, and we need to push 200 million votes for him.
Yeah.
And because that's the only way that we know that they can't steal it at that point. If we can actually get 200 million people to vote for President Trump, they will rig it, and it will come out as Biden wins or whoever is up against Trump winning. But if we know we've had 200 million people in the country that voted for Trump that are willing to say, I voted for fucking Trump, then we got them red-handed, and we can fuck them. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, we could be like, no. There's only 340 million people in this country, which 40 million of us are illegally here, so they shouldn't even be able to vote, but we'll give it to you. They can vote, but there's 200 million of us that voted for Trump, which means there's only a possibility of 140 million people that could have voted for your guy. So how the fuck did you, how the fuck did you get your number?
Right?
Like what?
Like the song says, 81 million votes my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
She's got that up on Rumble now too.
Oh, nice.
Carrie Lake.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, look, 81 million votes my ass is correct, but between Trump and Biden with that vote tally, you have not even half the country voted. Barely half the country, if that. It's like
right.
So
and
it's like
depressing in itself because you have so many people out there bitching that they're not happy with Biden, and then they're like, well, I didn't vote. Well, then your non-vote was a vote for Biden. And like they don't see that. Like I had this argument the other day with somebody that chose to not vote during the Obama second vote. They're like, the Republican candidate I didn't want. And I'm like, yeah, but you were okay with Obama. And well, no. Well, your non-vote was basically voting for him.
Well,
I don't even care if you just went and voted for an independent. Like, just fucking vote.
Well, to me, a non-vote is a vote of no confidence. I know we've talked about this. It was in the Constitution, I believe. It was a law that if you didn't procure 40% of the population of the country, if you didn't get 40% of the people to vote, it was a vote of no confidence. So no matter who technically won, it didn't matter. The whole thing was scrapped, and you had to redo it until you at least got 40% of the people to vote. And I can't remember whose term it was under where they scrapped it. But I was a big vote of no confidence person. So up until Trump, I didn't fucking vote because I refused to vote for anybody that I wouldn't follow. So and honestly, I will not vote again after Trump unless if I see someone that I would follow into a fucking dark jungle or into a cave.
Right.
And put my life in their hands that way. I'll vote for the person I'll follow, but I am not voting for somebody I wouldn't follow, and I'm not following someone I wouldn't follow. So even though, like Obama, I would have never followed that asshat anywhere. George W. Bush, I wouldn't have followed that asshat anywhere. Bill Clinton, I wouldn't have followed him anywhere.
Yeah, no.
Joe Biden.
I was a young teenager. I wasn't following Clinton anywhere.
Yeah, you know for sure I'm definitely not following Biden anywhere. It's like he can't even fucking follow himself anywhere. So it's like, yeah, Trump, I would follow him because he actually delegates to people. So it's like I know that if we were in a pickle, and it was something to do with that wasn't in his wheelhouse of expertise, he would look at the person that he has in that position and be like, all right, you're my expert on this. What the fuck are we doing? Like that's how he would negotiate the situation. And what are you doing, silly guy? It's just like, what the heck? But so I'm okay with that. Oh, look at that guy. Oh, I love you, Mom. I love you, Mom. I love you. I love you. I love you.
All right. That's enough.
It's like, Yogi, get her. Get her, Yogi. Get her. Oh, yes, yes. Get the ears. She likes the ears. Give the ears. Right there. Yes. Oh.
My coffee's empty. I know. It's sad.
Oh.
Your paws are starting to hurt my skin.
No, so it's like I wish they would bring that back though, because we have been very close in recent history of not hitting that 40% mark, and that actually is an incentive too. It's like, hey, if we don't hit that 40% mark of people voting, we're gonna have to do this whole thing over again. So they took that away. Though, so it's like, what the fuck?
Also, if they put it back in, it needs to be also put on the ballot so that you can go to the ballot box and check that. Like, I think those are numbers that we need to start tracking, is the vote of no confidence. Because like current election, what if all of those people that didn't vote if there was a box of no confidence, would have gone and voted.
Yeah, I would have done that. I'd totally go
Like,
check that box of no confidence if I was like, hey, you just gave me people to represent us that I don't trust any of these assholes, so I'm gonna mark that little box.
you know, and I think that's just that's almost more important than voting all together. You know what I mean? Like, that's the most important part of voting, is that you have no confidence in who you're voting for, so you're choosing not to vote.
Yep.
And I think that's something that the American people really need to know. And it also it narrows down where the problem is. You know what I mean? Like, because if you didn't vote, you're the problem, because you didn't choose. Like, your choice or your decision could have pushed it one way or the other, but because you didn't vote, we don't know that. And because we don't keep track of all the people that didn't vote because they had no confidence, we don't really know where the confidence level is at altogether. Like,
right. Well, I always have voted with my mouth.
Explaining it right.
No, well, so I know when I didn't vote before, I was still voting because I was talking with people. So I always had influence over other people's votes as well. And I usually tried to get them in my camp of, let's just not fucking vote. Let's try to get to that 39%, so they have to give us new candidates. like I was always like, let's just do that. You know, stop voting for these asshats on both sides of the fence, and let's get us some new blood, fresh blood.
Well,
so,
and I think as a society, we also fail to realize that just because they're like, if they're not the nominee, we don't vote for them. Like, I'm pretty sure we could probably all find somebody that we can agree on and write in as a write-in, which I almost feel like Trump is going to end up being an independent party or MAGA party or separate party. Like, I just get this feeling that somehow Ron's going to end up with the Republican nominee. Trump's still going to end up president, but he's going to be a write-in.
I don't think so.
I think the RNC is going to screw us.
I don't know.
Really,
no.
Really,
okay, so
I don't know.
They're not dumb.
The last week, there's just been some shit that just.
They're not stupid. They know if they fuck Trump, that they're going to lose a ton of money, and they're going to lose a lot of people.
They know they're going to lose money either way.
No, they're not.
So why not throw as many roadblocks into the way as possible? Like, the deep swamp and the rhinos are going to lose no matter what. So why not take a page out of the demo's playbook and just play it out? You know?
Well, look, do you want a almost damn near civil war before the election because you're going to pull shit, or do you want to wait for the election when you try to steal the shit then? Like, when do you want that to happen?
All I know is that we have to be prepared because we're in the middle of it now.
Right. Well, and I've said they've already got it rigged.
We really are. We just haven't taken arms yet.
Right.
I mean, we are at that breaking point, you know? I mean, how many MAGA supporters and freedom fighters and true patriots and constitutionalists on both sides have come out with, especially with all of this Hunter Biden crap, saying that, you know, I mean, we just had a senator roll up in a video carrying her AR-15 to the Capitol. Like, hey guys, you know, it's kind of time.
MTG.
You know, don't need to use them, but we need to show them. We can't be hiding this shit. But then you've got Connecticut, who just passed some massive gun laws. You're not even allowed to open carry in the state of Connecticut anymore.
Well, they are doing these gun laws real quick because they believe the conservative side of the fence, if they take over soon, which it looks like they're going to, that we're going to see open carry across the nation. So some of these states are going to try to. Yeah, well, they're going to try to make it open carry and concealed carry without any kind of licensing. It's like you can just have a weapon, whether it's concealed or not, doesn't matter. You can have one.
That's how it should be. That's how the Constitution's written. It should not be infringed. Therefore, any gun law that is on the book is unconstitutional.
Right. Well,
Sorry.
and so you're going to see a lot of states doing that bullshit to try to keep it from happening in their state, but I don't think they're going to be able to stop it. You know, certain things that the federal government is there for is to protect our constitutional rights across the board, and each state has its own constitution. And what's funny though is each state's constitution usually affirms and sometimes even puts up more defenses to protect the First Amendment and the Second Amendment. Like those two amendments were protected
it's really, really strong on the Second and First Amendment.
Yeah.
Now with them going, you know, they're more of a blue, not quite blue, but they're the
purple
shade of purple before you turn blue. Like they're really, really close. So
well, I that whole Eastern Seaboard's got some problems because, and I don't understand the nuanced part of it because I've never lived over there, obviously, so I don't understand the communities and their ideologies and how they got to where they're at. But over here on the West Coast, it's strictly the cities, the people that are in the cities that are dependents making these decisions, and the rural areas are pretty much 100% conservative. So is it similar to that way over there on the East Coast too?
So in the state of Maine, it is very solid. Like this in Portland, our biggest state, which is not the biggest town, which is not the capital. Augusta is the capital. But Portland, which is the biggest city in the state of Maine, has the largest population, and basically what Portland says is what ends up pulling the vote one way or the other, because there's such like there's very strong Republicans in the suburbs and farmland and stuff like that, but they're also the ones that are like, everybody else is gonna go vote. I don't need to go vote today. You know, I've got a field to plow. Like,
right.
You know, like work comes first, and now they're seeing, you know, that, and that's why I get so pissed about the non-vote. Like,
right.
If I knew every farmer on the East Coast went and just put no confidence, then I'd feel better about the decisions that are made.
Right.
Whether the confidence pushes it one way or the other, at least I know that they're going and their voice is being heard, and it can be evaluated into the situation. And if you have no confidence, you kind of have no care at the same time. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I think counties just should be treated like states when you have state elections. So you have electoral votes given to each county. That way the smaller counties are still respected and given a voice.
This really stupid thing where they go off the popular vote now.
Yeah, well, all states do the popular vote. No, like that's the problem.
They used to have what you just said.
They used to have an electoral college per county for the county.
Electoral type deal thing, and then that went away. Second Bush administration, just about the time Bush got reelected.
Well, they've never had that over here. Like that
all really changed. And what caused that change was all the people escaping from Massachusetts that they thought they were conservative until they got to Maine, where it's truly conservative, and then they're like, what do you mean everybody's got a gun in the back of their pickup?
Yeah, that's what we mean.
Roll around here, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh no, schools can't have guns on the grounds anymore. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh, now you can't have a pocket knife, or you can't have this, you can't have that. And it's like, can't you guys go back to fucking Massachusetts? Like, you left Massachusetts because they were too controlling. Why the fuck are you here trying to control shit? Like, I bought in a very nice area, the farm that we had, and they had this community called Lake Arrowhead, and it was a rural housing development. So it covers like 12 and a half acres. No, it covers more than that. Anyways, it covers like a good portion of the town, but it's like a private community.
Mm-hmm.
It was all dirt roads and all of that stuff, and boat launches and things like that, and you all paid into a certain thing. But like anything, a tree bigger than 2.5 inches around, you'd have to petition to cut it down, type deal. Shit, you could do what you wanted for the most part, but you weren't allowed to really clear cut your lots, which makes sense because it was wooded area. You know what I mean? You could only have 6 chickens. You weren't allowed a rooster. But you could plant whatever you want in your yard and everything. But that attracted all these Massachusetts people that lived in these gated communities and wanted more of a free gated community, because
That's
that
not
was
free though.
Right. No,
That's a lot of rules and stipulations for that HOA.
And it was like $1,200 a year to be in the thing to begin with. Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, it gave you access to the clubhouses, and you could throw birthday parties and it came with a lot of good benefits, but we had a really bad the ice storm of 98.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of ours, a tree uprooted, fell across their car, blocked out their front door and everything. The insurance company came out, told them they were all good and everything. They hired the people to come out and fucking clean it up and all of this stuff. And thankfully they took pictures of this whole process. Because the HOA sued them for removing the tree. You didn't have permission to remove the tree. And they're like, we couldn't even get in and out of our house. Well, you should have waited until our meeting. But you were closed for the holidays. Like, you closed from the beginning of December until the beginning of February. Like,
that's...
Yeah, you was...
The HOA is just retarded at that point, since they didn't fall the tree. They just got rid of the tree because it already fell. It was a natural occurrence. Not their fault. What the fuck?
That's the thing. Out there, if it naturally falls, you leave it. You can't remove it from the property. So if a tree falls over, you're to just roll it to the edge of your property out of the way and leave it.
You can't turn it into firewood?
You can't remove it from the property. It needs to decompose back into the land, which...
No, this is another level of retardation. That don't get me started on the tree stuff here. You're like, what the fuck?
And like, there's more to this particular HOA. It's insane.
I hate HOAs. They're part of the problem with our country right now, because it's micromanaging people. So you go from federal government, state government, county government, city government, to then a neighborhood government. What the fuck?
Right.
No, this is why I'm always like telling people, hey, listen, people, move the fuck out of the city and go somewhere rural. If you don't like what your neighbor's doing, don't live close to them. Just live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like I'm looking at properties with anywhere from one of the bigger properties that I found in our budget was 63 acres. And it's like, okay, now we're talking, but it's not in a location that I particularly want to be in. But then we're looking at 9-acre properties and 10-acre properties, and then 3-acre properties. Which 3 acres is pretty decent when you've got trees around you and whatnot. You know, you don't have to see your neighbors and whatnot. But it's like, people need to get the fuck away from these HOAs, because most HOAs, these people live really fucking close together. You know,
see, this one's not. You have to have a minimum lot size of 5 acres to be able to build a house in this HOA.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes it kind of nice.
That's good.
You know what I mean? Like, Like,
That's
they have a lot of good
acceptable.
points, and it started out really good, but then once more people from Massachusetts moved up, it just got way
I
out of
love
hand.
how you're pointing the finger at the people from Massachusetts. Like, that's hilarious. It's like those dumb
If you go
motherfuckers.
into there and you ask them where they're from, they're going to tell you they're from Massachusetts. Like, we'd go to, because all of our kids went to school together, you know what I mean? And like, I'm just a hick, you know, like I'm just like,
Massachusetts is your California over there. Damn, California's moving up here.
Boston is horrible. Yeah, I worked down there. I met some amazing people and made really good fucking money. But guess what? My ass still lived in Maine. Because that just wasn't.
Well, a lot of people
wasn't moving down there.
Yeah. A lot of people don't live in the city or even in the state sometimes. You know, that you've got so many little states over there. You can pop in and out of them so quick. It's like driving, you know,
2.5 hour drive to work, and I drove through 2 states.
Yeah.
3 states. Like Maine, Massachusetts, and Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts.
It takes about 6 hours for me to get from the northern border of Oregon to the southern border of Oregon.
Well, I mean, if
6.5 hours.
to the northern border, it was a hell of a.
Yeah, we talked about that. I looked that up on a map. Remember, you thought it was a lot longer, but it really wasn't.
Yeah,
that.
I did. But that was because I was thinking all the way to Prince Edward Island. I wasn't thinking to just the main border.
Right, but that's okay. That's okay. But it's like, yeah, over here.
We get accused to being we get accused of being Canada all the time. So
you're so far up there, you might as well be to a point. I mean, but you know, like our whole West Coast is just 3 states. Your Eastern Seaboard is how many states sitting on the Eastern Seaboard? Like, holy shit!
I've been to all of them except for Florida.
You haven't been to Florida?
I've never been to Florida.
See, I've been to Florida many times. It's great.
I don't like the heat.
Oh, shut your mouth! You're in Texas right now.
I know. That's why.
Okay, so let's talk for a second about Texas, because
Hold on. Let me get a new cup of coffee then.
I don't have like a complete hatred for Texas because of how the state laws are, but I just question Texas a lot, and I question the people that are moving to Texas and wanting to be in Texas. Like I question it so much because, you know, unless you're there for a specific reason, I'm not finding any other reasons to fucking be there. It's like, what the fuck is going on with Texas? Oh my gosh. It's like, if you want to do a big social experimentation to see if people are that fucking dumb, have the best laws of freedom located in a region that no one really has a reason to be living there for. You'll see exactly what's important to people. It's like, for me, I can deal with stupidity to a point where it's like, I better be on a coastline. And I better be where there's mountains and streams and big tall trees and you know, that type of you know, geography around me. Whereas, like, I look at Texas and it's like, okay, there's not much differences between Texas and Florida when it comes to politics, right? Okay, so they're equal there, but Florida is a million times better than Texas when it comes to climate and being able to grow shit and have a better well, you just feel better in Florida. It's like there's shit there that's green, you know. Texas,
I'm struggling with that right now. Like, all the flowers have died and the grass looks like it's gonna catch on fire. And like, I'm just kind of like, luckily there's like some greenery, and I have a bunch of plants myself.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would just be like, I don't know, Texas is wearing on me in this particular location.
Right. Well, and see, that's the thing. It's like, well, would you rather be in a conservative place where it's green and there's moisture and beaches and, because Texas has nice beaches, but there's nothing fucking green there until winter. Wintertime is their like landscaping season in Texas because that's when everything grows. So
it's not even that fucking green then. Like, I was here through the winter, and like it looked like a sad fucking pathetic Maine fall.
Yeah. So it's like, for me, you think about it, it's like when California was conservative, when it was a red state, everybody wanted to live in California. Now that it's a shitty blue state, it's toilet bowl blue, that blue that you clean the toilet bowl with. It's toilet bowl blue. That's California, and nobody wants to live in California now. Nobody's rushing to California. In fact, California is spending millions of dollars on commercials to try to get people to move.
What?
Whoa. Hold on a second. What the hell just happened? I know you're here. My stream just got disconnected on YouTube.
You went green on Rumble for a second.
Or I mean on Rumble. Wait, am I back? Are we back now?
You're back on mine, yeah.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I better plug in my phone or I'm going to
I wonder what happened. It just said disconnected. It's like, wait, what just happened? How the hell?
Does that every once in a while?
It's
and
probably
like when you were replaying the Trump speech, I don't know if you had seen it because I had put it in the comments, that it had skipped a few times in the original airing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, which it just recorded the skips and we were just getting that. Yeah, and I saw that. I think I even read your comment. Anyways, no, so back to my blue state stuff over here. Good God. I just wonder how many people would actually move to the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest if they were conservative again, because you see everybody flocking to Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, Texas. You see everybody flocking there, but and that for good reason. Conservative states, good reason.
For me, it's taxes and constitutional carry.
What? So over here, no taxes hardly at all until it went blue. See, and that's the other thing that people don't understand. Conservatives don't tax the shit out of you. Conservatives want you to spend your money or donate your money. Give back to a cause of your choice. Give back to your community if you can. And if you can't, give back to yourself and try to help yourself out as much as possible. And then we'll be here for you.
Not here. We're going to take your $20 to give you $5 back so that we can give $5 to 3 other people. Like, no, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah, so I'm hoping we can make a change over here in the Pacific Northwest because it would make a lot of people's lives a lot easier over here. And here, Portland made a promise to the people here about 30 plus years ago to get rid of the homelessness. And the homelessness has gotten worse each year since they made that promise. They said, "Hey, we got a 10-year plan. We'll eradicate homelessness." Yeah, that was over 20 years ago, or 30 years ago.
Like over there,
condos over here.
Yeah,
I haven't really looked at condo prices over here.
Like now in Maine, all condos are they're individual. Like they're not grouped together or whatever.
You're not sharing a wall.
In New Hampshire, when you buy a condo, it's usually in a duplex, and a minimum of a duplex, and they're shared pricing. Like, so if the roof, like, they wait until the roof goes out to collect money to fix the roof, where the ones in Maine, you automatically put a percent, like what you pay each month towards your mortgage automatically goes into a little funding thing. and it pays for the upkeep for the place rather than coming with the maintenance bill at the end of the year. Which, I mean, either way works for me. I just find the New Hampshire ones end up into a lot more lawsuit type deal style things.
So don't do a condo.
Well, right. Definitely not doing a condo in New Hampshire. But I was just wondering, like, if I got something, like, because rentals from a distance are so hard to get. So if I settle everything that I need to settle here,
right.
I've been thinking about the outskirts of Seattle. Because there's a lot of fashion shows that are in my thing that a small condo would make sense, or a small apartment that I wouldn't stay long term. It would be like a seasonal thing. Like, no.
Time out here. No. Like, no, Seattle's great. Love Seattle. Love Portland even. You know, it's like I just hope I can help bring them back to what they used to be like and even better. But concerning what you're talking about, the I-5 corridor is amazing. So between Portland and Seattle is 140 miles. That's it.
Oh, okay.
And so
that's nothing.
And depending on when you like to drive, which for me at night, if I'm going from point A to point B, you know, I'll go during the daytime too, which it gets really crowded. They have fucked up the I-5 corridor there and bottlenecked it in places that they shouldn't have. And, you know, I think they've done that for purpose because it's to Sacramento, you can do that in a day with no problem, like with time to spare. So I guess what I'm saying is you can hit all these major places along that I-5 corridor, and because of where I-5 sits, you're not that far from the ocean at any time. You could take an offshoot and you're at the ocean in about an hour and a half if you just go straight towards it. It's very close, and it's usually...
I forget that West Coast is mapped. Like, they're really, like, laid out in their roads. Where, like, in Maine and New England, yes, you go 20 miles west to go 30 miles south. Mm-hmm. Like, that's how their roads are fuckery. But I forget that, like, the rest of the world's not that way.
Right. No, and over here, it depends on where you're at. You'll find places like that because of the topography. But pretty much they've got everything laid out for expediency. The ease of travel and quick travel, and you have just big open roads over here on the West Coast that you can just put your foot to the floor and go. So, like, if you were to do anything out of Seattle, there are many options nowhere near Seattle that you can still get to Seattle easily in just a couple hours, you know, and you know, be in a place that you might enjoy more. So like, one of the places that I would suggest you looking at, actually, I think you'd love it, honestly. Port Angeles area. So in Port Angeles, you look directly into the Puget Sound and over to Victoria Island. So you could, and they have a ferry that goes over to Canada, Victoria Island. So you can, or
I can just run away.
Yeah, you could go to Victoria and have a good time over there. And the architecture in Victoria is just flipping amazing. But from Port Angeles, you continue on Highway 101. It shoots you over to I-5 in Tacoma, and from Tacoma, I mean, Port Angeles to Tacoma, maybe an hour depending on traffic, and then from Tacoma to Seattle, another 30 minutes or so depending on traffic. If you're at night, that whole drive from Port Angeles to Seattle is like an hour at night because nobody's on the road.
Yeah, it wouldn't be very long on the highway, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and you got the Air Force Base there. You got Bangor. You've got the naval base. You've got everything that's just right in that area too. that it's pretty nice. But
And
then you've got
the naval base is where my connections actually work out of, is that town.
yeah. See, that's all right there. Like just a snap of the finger, and you're in very rural area too, and then it gets condensed, and then rural, and then like Port Angeles is the north side of the Olympic mountain range, and then so if you live in Port Angeles, to your south is the Olympic mountain range, southwest, and Forks isn't that far away, by the way. Forks is just like a hop, skip, and jump.
Maybe I'll just go buy a place in Forks.
And then
say fuck it.
you could, and then though you've got the view of the Canadian Rockies. So where the Rockies start jetting back out towards the coastline, you can actually see the tops of the Rockies going up into Vancouver, BC area, and to the north of it, Whistler, Blackcomb area. But you could see that, and then you see Mount Baker, which is at the top of the Cascades. So the Cascades run north and south, and then the Rockies come swooping across Colorado, and then they go into Canada, and then they swoop across and then up. And it's amazing. And so Port Angeles, you actually get to see the whole thing. And then if you look to the east, you see Mount Rainier. So like in that area, when you're there on a clear day, you can't find better views, because you get to see the sound, you get to see all the mountain ranges, you get to see it's epic. Seattle has one of the best backdrops on the planet. One of the best backdrops. And then Vancouver, BC, when you're up there, same thing. One of the best backdrops, because you get to kind of see the same thing just from a different angle depending on where you're at in the city. So, because things aren't that far apart there, and the mountains are so flipping high, you can just hey.
See everything.
You just get to see everything. So no, I since you're not rooted down anywhere, I would say look around. I already know though, as far as the tax thing, over here is not where you want to be. It's horrible.
Right, and that's why I was thinking like something cheap, like a condo, or even buy into one of those stupid can't think of what they're called now. Timeshares. Those are bad, but they can be helpful. Like I have a friend that owns one in New Hampshire, in Conway, and she does really good with hers, like because she owns it outright, so she rents the timeshares. She owns the spot, but the timeshare agency rents it out for her, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Kind of like a rental agency, but it's through a timeshare group of vetted people. It's not like this random bed and breakfasts or B&Es before they would be like B&E was a thing. Airbnbs or whatever you want to call them. And she's done really good with hers. But, it's always a learning curve.
Right. Well, there's so many options over here on the West Coast, depending on what you're looking for. But as far as the taxes, until we get conservatives in office again, our taxes are never going to go down. And they're starting to a new project for a new bridge going over the Columbia River in Portland. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be tax the shit out of the people in Washington and Oregon, and then toll bridge it at the same time. So they'll double dip, and it'll be a disaster. And yeah, so there you go. I believe
that's what they just did with New York and New Jersey. Something about like it's going to be like $40 just to cross the bridge now, one way, because they're trying to get people to just take public transportation.
Yeah, that's bullshit too.
Which it should be an option, but it shouldn't cost everybody that fucking much.
Well, it costs that much because there's no money in it. Not enough people take public transportation, and nor should they. honestly, that should be a gift to the people with their tax money. You shouldn't be like trying to make money off of it. It should be self-sustaining as a gift. We're taking some of your taxpayer money and we're going to give you a simple transit system that we're not going to put a shitload of money into because not a lot of people are going to use it, but it's a luxury item there if you need it. End of story.
That's pretty much how the bus system runs here. Like, I mean, it's $1 one way, and they pick me up wherever I ask them to pick me up because the town's not really set up for bus stops, and they're not set up to run a bus constantly. So everybody just calls in to when they want the bus, which works great. And some days you can't get a ride, some days you can. That can be an issue.
Yeah.
They usually, is it a medical appointment? And most of the time for me, it's not. So I'm just like, whenever you have an opening, I just need to know. I just need to make it to a grocery store in the next 3 days so the dogs don't starve to death. You know what I mean? Like, I could care less about eating myself. I got coffee and I got creamer. As long as I got creamer, we're good.
Yeah, gotta have the creamer.
Now I'll walk across the street to the gas station, well, I bought 4 big containers of fucking blackout coffee. Mm-hmm. I used my Dan Bongino discount code.
Oh, nice.
Stocked up. And then the kid left for work. He's up and he didn't take any with him and doesn't really drink that much coffee anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I got plenty of coffee.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna need it. if you're gonna keep staying up as late as you have been, but I know that's your routine right now. So.
Oh, I was gonna say this is always my routine. I'm up until the crack of dawn, and then I sleep for 6 hours in the morning when everybody else is out doing their thing.
Yeah.
Lately, my alarm clock's been Lori leaving work early.
Oh shit.
I'm driving home. I'm at the scary intersection. Cool.
I'm
gonna make a pot of coffee now because I'm awake. You were still sleeping. I only went to bed 4 hours ago. Leave me alone.
Right. Yeah. Just thinking about the transit thing, people have to stop taking it. Everybody needs, that's one of the things. As far as if you're trying to go against the system, find little things to protest with that are, not horrible but make sense. The transit system is one of those things everybody should just stop using. Everyone, just stop. Don't do it anymore. Because
unfortunately, so many people rely on it.
They do and they don't. I mean, some people do, and I get it. But then some of these people, they have the bus pass or whatnot, but they're not really using it for anything that they have to use it for. They're just fucking around, taking. Let's just start going on a tour around the city. I'll hop from bus to bus. I'll just chill while I'm doing whatever. You get people that do that. Ride the trains, ride the buses, whatever. But if they stop doing this, it will force them to understand that they cannot continue to have these systems up without having them better thought out, a better game plan. Because what they're really wanting to do is force everybody to be on them, like you said before. You've got municipalities. Portland's a big one. They're just nope, we're all in. We really want everybody to just take our public transit, which then becomes police state transit for themselves. Where if you look at the videos that come out of China where they're checking everybody's phones, well, if everybody's got their own transportation, whether it's bicycle or whatever, skateboard, car, if they're all transporting themselves, nobody can check their phones. But if they're all on buses that are city run and they've all got a police officer on it and they want to go and see who's doing what posts against the mayor or posts against the governor, all of a sudden, and it would be, I mean, the state of Oregon would do it in 2 seconds with the leadership that we have right now. They wouldn't even think twice about it. They'd be like, oh, yeah, we want to crack down on this cyberbullying, and so we're going to do this. And it's like, oh, fuck, seriously? They would do it. The state of Washington would do it. Definitely California would do it. And so I see this narrative happening where it's like, holy shit, these bigger metropolitan areas with the transit system, here it's called TriMet, Portland TriMet. So you've got this TriMet system that they can easily start prying into your fucking private life by just starting to scan all your stuff. Now, I know that our electronic devices, right now, people are listening, people are recording, people are watching, whatever. But for you to be on a bus or a train and you're traveling from point A to point B, to have a police officer or security guard, whatever you want to call them, come up and demand that you show them your phone so they can tap their device on it and get all the information off your phone to pop up on their device to check to make sure you're not saying anything bad. Holy crap. Like, what?
Yeah, and that's a real problem, you know. And I mean, you've got Emma was talking about it earlier on how now all their fuel and everything is state funded and stuff, state run and things like that. And and she had said something about its control. What are they going to do? Stop letting us heat? And like Baxter had answered her like, yeah, that's the plan. Like they're going to limit your access and all of that stuff. So like you got to be really really careful with all of that because it's coming. And like people are seeing it, but they have no clue how to stop it. Which I don't know if any of us really know how to stop it, other than to vote Trump.
I know how to stop it, like, and I keep saying it.
Like the United States voting Trump. Yeah, well, yes, that too.
I keep saying it, but nobody wants to. Like, look, I thought about this the other day. I thought about walking to DC with a firearm loaded. I've thought about it. If I start taking off right now and start walking across the country with a firearm loaded and tell people, like, yeah, where are you walking to? Well, Washington, D.C. You got a firearm. Yep. Is it loaded? Yep. Like, what are you doing? I'm just going to go knock on the door and ask them to fucking vacate the building since we know they're corrupt and they've got all 3 branches of our government are corrupt as fuck. So since we can't do it the way I'd like to do it, which is go to court and settle things there this way, and we can't rely on the other branches as well, like at this point, what other option do I have left as an American citizen to preserve our liberties and preserve our Constitution? Well, I have to utilize the Second Amendment, which means I have to respectfully and responsibly bear arms. Doesn't mean I have to use them, but I have to bear them to let those people know that I'm going to knock on the door. Like, hey, I ain't fucking around here. You guys need to relinquish your positions because we've all caught you. You've all been caught. You're busted. So, like, I could pick up along the way. That would be a great... but it's like, I'm just one person, and me taking off on a walk across the country, I mean, I'm more liable to get struck down by one of these liberal car driver people. Like, they'd just be like, ha ha, take me out or something.
True that. Antifa will show up and Black Lives Matter will run you over.
Right? So it's like there'd have to be a lot of us, which I think other people would join in on that walk. But how many people am I going to get to join in on that walk? You know.
Well, I mean, if we really look at it, you know, our freedom of speech has been hindered. Our freedom of press has been completely fucking destroyed. So order of operations. Number 2 is malicious. Like, there is no harm, there's no wrong in forming and maintaining one. And I mean, I don't know who else has, but I've been looking for different groups or different organizations that work on those levels, being more involved in just different movements. I haven't found one that I actually want to get involved with, but I'm trying to see what's out there for options, because we're at that point.
Right. Well, definitely look at what we talked about earlier with Michigan.
Yep.
A $10,000 fine or 10 years in jail?
Just the fact that it's a federal offense.
Yeah.
That takes away your Second Amendment.
Yeah. What? Mm-hmm. We're going to take away your freedom of speech for misgendering or using the wrong pronoun? What?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Excuse me, people? Like, and that just plays into what I was talking about with the whole transit situation. It's like, if they're going to play the game of taking your First Amendment rights away, starting with the using the wrong pronoun, and then they're going to all get us on transit system to where they can all corner us to get into the city and get out of the city, that's their goal. They want us to all park outside of the city, catch a fucking bus or a train to go into the city, walk around, and then leave the city. So that way, if they catch anybody in that city area that they deem an enemy of the state, that'll be the easiest way for them to nab you, because you're at their mercy at that point. Shit, if they want to shut down the whole system just to get to you, they'll do it.
Yeah. And I think that's a lot with the pushing of the electric everything, it keeps everybody in shorter distances. It keeps everything easier to shut off, because God forbid you have a solar system set up on your own house so that you don't need to tap into their shit. That seems to be a problem. It's like, well, you want me to go solar? Why the fuck am I going to buy solar from you when I can put panels on my house and never have to buy another thing from you?
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're going to go that route, I'm not like me. I'm a big push for solar because it's free. Like, once you pay for your panels, maintain your system, you never have a bill again, really.
Here's the thing, though. I'm going to clue you in on something, because I did a lot of research on this, because I like the idea of solar, especially if you're off-grid. And
my farm was.
Yeah, so if you're off-grid, great, and it's just yours, and you're paying for it, but here's a problem, though. Unless you're getting the extremely high-end solar panels, they have to replace those solar panels, and even the good ones. I think the really high-end ones are every 30 years. The ones that they're putting on houses right now are every 20 years. And so if you do a payment plan, by the time you pay it off in 20 years, you have to fucking replace them. So
back when I ordered mine for my house was back in that stage where I was like, fuck it. If I can't buy it local and I have to buy it from China anyways, I'm just going to buy it directly from China. Mm-hmm. I just ordered all our solar panels from China.
Oh, nice.
And what I paid for all the solar panels was the cost of one at the local shop.
Oh, wow. Score. See, that's more cost effective at that point. Definitely.
Right. So it made it effective for me.
But over here, they're running the whole thing where the solar, basically they'll install it for free. So you get free solar stuff, and then you just pay it off over time, but you get this big rebate because it's government, state flipping funded type of deal, because they want everybody to go to electric. But we were going to do it because we're actually, our location is fantastic for solar. Probably got one of the best places for solar, at least how our house is set up.
Yep.
But we had them come check it out. And I just asked some simple questions, and they couldn't answer them. First of all, I was like, hey, can you set me up with a battery so that once these are paid off, I can stop feeding back into the system and I can just feed my battery and completely snip from the system. I don't want to be on the grid. Ultimately, I'll stay on the grid while I'm paying this off and whatnot. But as soon as this is done, the deal is done, I want to cut the cord and be completely off grid. Can we do that? Yes, sir, but that'll be an extra X amount of dollars. And I'm like, no. But you this doesn't take anything other than adding one thing, which I'm willing to pay for the battery. Add the one thing so that when everything's game over, I can just cut it off. No, we can't do that, sir.
Connection fee.
And it's like, wait, what do you mean can't? What the fuck are you talking about? Can't do that? Is it can't or won't? Which then nope, they won't. So they could, but they don't want to. Why? Because they want everybody on a fucking grid.
That's what you're better off to. If you have to finance it, you're better off going out and getting a good credit card and financing it through the credit card and paying it off that way. That way you don't have to hook into their system. You don't have to, you can still apply for all your rebates and everything if you need those rebates to be able to do it.
Right. Well, the only way to do the rebate is you have to feed back into their system for a while.
Oh, is it? All right.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is what I paid for my entire system wasn't enough for even to qualify for the rebate, so I never bothered to put it on our taxes, and I just used it as a farm write-off. So,
No, it would have dropped our electricity bill would have went down immensely, but we would have been locked into it for fucking way too long. And the more and more I got to thinking about it,
it's not worth it.
No, because at the end of 20 years, because that was how we were, because honestly, we weren't having to pay anything off other than the extra electricity that we were feeding back into the system would be paying it off, and then we just pay for a very minimum amount of electricity bill for us for X amount of time, and then once that's done, it's done. But that's where it's like, oh, well, when it's done, we have to replace these fucking panels. And it's like, what the fuck? Like,
that doesn't.
That's where I was really like, okay, I can't be off the grid at the end of this thing, and I have to replace the fucking panels. Fuck you. Like,
it's just another catchy gimmick to get you into paying and expending and thinking you're doing something for the environment. But solar doesn't do anything for the environment. Like, it's not a better option to have the solar panels because it's heating, it causes heat and extra heat in that area and this, that, and the other thing, you got to keep your trees trimmed to a certain height and stuff like that, depending on your house and where they are.
Well, solar panels actually will be amazing, and every house should be roofed in them. Because you already have the black tar roofs, good roof. So it's like, okay, well, you're already getting the superheated roofs, so why not just use, if you can make a solar panel that'll last 75 to 100 years, just fucking roof your house in solar panels.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I don't know if you really want one that lasts that long because the upfront cost is ridiculous, and like in Maine, that doesn't make sense. Like, because you never know when there's going to be a tree that just happens to come from nowhere and smash your house. Even if it wasn't anywhere close to it to begin with. I've seen it in snowstorms quite a few times.
Yeah, we get that over here too. Yeah. No, I get that.
So, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, back when I bought mine, like, they weren't that expensive, and they didn't last they weren't made to last that long. But the technology was still pretty new.
Yeah.
But I didn't really care because we needed it to run the fences and things like that, and I wasn't paying any more to the electric company, so it made it work.
Well, if the technology becomes available to have a 75 to 100 year lifespan on a solar panel roof type deal where it's heavy duty, I'm all for that. Let's do that.
Well, and I mean, I've been looking into it because I'm doing been pricing out the RV thing and doing the solar for the RV on certain things and stuff like that. And they've got a lot of mats that you just throw out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure that they have some type of matting that you can just roof your house with instead of, put down some tar paper and then throw that shit on top and you're good to go. You know what I mean? I do worry about the fire departments being trained with that stuff, because I know they're running into a lot of problems with like the Teslas and the electric charging systems in homes and stuff like that. So I do kind of worry about like the fire department knowing what to have or making sure that they have the right types of chemicals and different things like that to put out these fires rather than make the fires worse or different things like that.
Yeah, it's just electrical fire. You got to put it out differently than, they're different.
Right.
Which I try to tell everybody, fire department's a luxury. Do not rely on the fire department. You should be the first responder if you can be. And then definitely have a sign somewhere, if you can, that says, electrical stuff on the roof. So,
Right. Well, we let the fire department know that we had the battery banks, because once you had so many batteries, you had to notify the fire department. That was the only thing. Like, that was the only regulation that our town had when we were doing with ours, was that if you had a certain amount of batteries hooked together, you had to notify the fire department.
Yeah, which is just fucking weird.
Which is weird, because like it's like I think it was like 20 batteries, so I could have 19, and you guys just show up like
right.
Oops.
They just want to come out and check to make sure everything's done proper to avoid a fire. Probably why they were thinking about it like that, which I get.
No, they just wanted the heads up if they showed up for a fire that there'd be the possibility of batteries exploding. That was it. That was all they cared about.
Fair enough. Okay.
Nothing else. I mean, we're going back 16 years now, 17 years, 18 years. So it was we did this.
So I'll tell you, like, I don't even know, for me, if solar panels are gonna be even an option anymore. They might be, but I am obsessed right now with stone roofs. I love.
Stones are nice.
Oh yeah, well, this is my first house with a stone roof, and it was one of the reasons why I was like,
stone or slate.
It's a tile stone tile.
Okay.
It's fucking badass.
I think that's what we would call slate back home. So.
Yeah, it's probably you probably slate roof. Really easy to walk on. I was scared to death to walk on it the first time. I was like, fuck, you got to walk on these things the right way or you crack them. And, but the previous owners, who were the ones that built this house, they have a stockpile of everything in this house or on this house or around it. So they have a stockpile of roofing. So if you crack one, you can replace it. Only problem is, in order to replace those things, you actually have to like remove a whole section and then redo the whole section just to get to one if you crack one. But once I got used to walking on the damn thing to put my Starlink up there, I was like, fuck, this is awesome. I never want another type of roof ever again. So like, I mean, I know that's like not always an option, but I've already found a couple homes over on the coast that are stone roof, and I'm like, ooh, these are the front runners for like potential homes.
The rest of the house and everything it offers is complete utter shit, but it has a stone roof. We're good.
Right. Hey, now I'll tell you what. If it has a stone, I'll tell you this: if you see a house with an actual stone roof, the stuff that's in the house is not shit. Like, because these roofs are not cheap.
At least you hope.
Yeah, well, these things
you
are.
Walk inside. Oh, all the budget went into the roof. Next house, please.
Well, this is a they're rated for 50 years.
Yep.
They're rated for 50 years, but it's stone. So if you treat it right,
if
it's
you do it right, it's gonna last.
it's lifetime. It's a lifetime roof.
Yep.
So like
They'll ban that next.
What?
They can't make money off it if you
Oh,
keep
yeah.
constantly changing it.
Well, so for me, I have to build my dream home. It is a reoccurring dream. It gets better every time. It gets better every time. But it's a log cabin with a stone roof. Oh yeah. Full on log cabin, but not half-ass log cabin where they've got the little pieces of wood that not Lincoln log cabin. I'm talking legit log, full round tree log cabin, like ski resort log resort house.
That's the only time of log cabin I've ever seen. I'm not a wood fan. I love wood. I am a big industrial, big windows, stainless steel walls. Like I'm not that.
Oh, so
weirdo.
you'd like my my brew pub, because my brew pub is all like kind of steampunk thought process of like earth quality stuff. So wood, iron, and stone.
Yeah.
Wood, iron, and stone.
Not so much on the wood. Like I get wood's got to be there, but I'm more of like the metal, stone, and big windows.
Yeah, well, obviously, like big windows goes without saying for me, but
my son's always like, the house has too many windows.
Fuck that. What?
That house doesn't have enough windows. Like,
does he not want to look out? Does he not want to view? Like what?
I would live in a glass house if I could. Oh yeah. Like I like that. Like a greenhouse, like a true thick wall greenhouse with the metal. Set me up. I would totally go for that.
Right? So, just to put it in your head to maybe think about wood a little bit different, because sometimes you got to be in the mood for it, type of deal. I get that, because sometimes, depending on how I see it used, I'll be like,
my
I
ranch
don't know.
was all post and beam,
but
it was beautiful. I love
nice.
I just don't.
So this house, they whitewashed the oak. So it's a white oak, and they whitewashed it, and it's like it's nice. It's nice. It's okay. Like,
if you're gonna have wood, just leave it natural.
It's not ruined. It's fucking beautiful. But it wouldn't have been the way I went with it. Would have gone with it, because they went light where I love dark wood. Give me cherry. Give me mahogany. Give me those deep
cabinets with the cherry wood.
But this is how I look at it with steampunk, where I go iron and stone, and then I add wood. So one of my favorite things is leather. I love leather stuff. So I would throw leather into that whole process for accent points, but I actually think of wood as an accent used like leather. So you get that you could get that leather quality in the aesthetic side of it, depending on the tone of the wood. But you get that leather quality, but it's wood. So I've always thought of it that way.
Do all wood and leather furniture.
Ooh.
Like that I like. I just don't like wood on my walls.
Well, for me, it's hard to have wood on the walls. So like a log cabin, the way I'm going to do it is going to be difficult, because I love artwork. And so like my house here has artwork all throughout it. So I got to
be able to put anything on the walls if I had a log cabin, and that would drive me fucking insane.
Yeah, mine's not going to be like that. You'll be able to put artwork up. I already see, because I have to have that. I have to have it. I've thought about this enough to where it's like I gotta have my stone roof, I gotta have my log cabin, and I gotta have my river rock stone mega fireplace.
See, I'm more at the point where, like, if I'm gonna be like buying a primary residence, I want it to be self-sufficient. Like, I'm more looking at the ability to be able to either build a greenhouse or edible landscape year-round in some way, shape, or form. You know, someplace where I can get a couple chickens, maybe even a couple sheep. I'd really like to get into doing sheep.
Sheep are such a pain in the ass.
Sheep are such pain in the ass, but you know how much wool goes for?
Yeah.
And I'm a spinner, so
my whole mom's side of the family were all
Lamb.
sheepers. They were all
lamb is so yummy.
Man, my dad used to make fun of them so much. Like we don't talk to those sheepers. We run cattle. They don't know they don't know their heads from their assholes. They're dealing with fucking pains in the ass. Cattle.
I wouldn't mind having cattle, but I don't want that big of a farm being one person.
My dad was always so funny about it. I loved lambing season. Oh, that was great, lambing.
I mean, I guess I could get away with like 4 to 6 sheep usually is enough wool to sustain a amount for sale and amount for items.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably get back into rabbits because I used to spin a lot with rabbits.
Really?
Yeah. Angora lion heads are both really good hair breeds. Lion heads better than Angoras. Those rabbits are assholes, and both of mine ended up soup because I just wasn't dealing with their attitudes anymore. Yes.
I got the perfect place for you if you want to raise stuff. I got the perfect piece of property for you if you want to raise stuff. I'm not even joking.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's not even a joke. Like, I've got the absolute perfect place for you. So,
how expensive is it though? I'm working on a minimal budget.
Well, you said you know, condo idea for Seattle area. Well, you would be nowhere near Seattle, but you'd be within an hour and a half to 2 hour drive from Seattle, depending on your foot. But you'd be right on the Columbia River and right next to a wildlife preserve and right next to a creek you could have Columbia River access to, and with a kayak if you wanted, or fishing.
I love kayaking and fishing.
Yeah,
fly fishing though more than anything.
You could do that there. It's not necessarily a good fly fishing area, but you could do that. But you could also set crawdad traps. You could do all sorts of stuff like this. The area that you'd be in, well, I could make sure you had at least 10 acres to raise your animals on. So that's minimum. That's a minimum of 10 acres, and then just rent at that point because we ain't selling the property. So if you wanted a condo situation without an actual condo where it's like it's being looked after whether you're there or not, because right underneath this place, well, you'd have an option of either an actual house or an apartment, and the apartment is right above our shop, so our antique shop. But we don't use it as an antique shop anymore. But it's like a part of the, it used to be a dairy farm.
I'll run that too.
So,
I like antiquing.
Well, this property though we're talking about, which I've been kind of in the works on it, but I haven't been doing it like I should be because of other shit going on. But this is where we're putting a campground. So, and this is where we were talking about doing doing a campground and then also having some miniature cattle, the little mini cows. Yeah. thought about doing it because we used to run real cattle on there, but it's like, oh, now we want to like do the mini Brahmas and the mini Longhorns, and because those minis, they only the tallest they get is hip height. That's as big as they get. You should check them. They're the cutest little fucking things.
Still butcherable?
Oh yeah, this is how they've replaced killing baby calves for veal by now killing full-grown miniature cows for veal. Like, they haven't completely replaced it, but it's pretty close because they're tiny. They're tiny little ones. Have you not ever you've never seen a little mini cow? What?
I probably have and just didn't realize that it wasn't a baby.
Right?
I don't know. We were into pigs. We were pigs, rabbits, chickens, ducks, geese.
Let's see.
We carried a herd of pigs at least 12, and we carried anywhere from 100 to 200 rabbits and close to 50 chickens and 25 turkeys a year. And then whatever we could get our hands on for ducks. This coffee situation is pissing me off.
All right, here, let's see. I'm going to try to bring this up real quick and share it with you. See if I've got it.
It's almost 5 o'clock.
Oh, shit, really? Crazy. Yep. All right. Oh, wait, I got it. All right, now everybody else can see it, but you can't see it. Hold on a second. I gotta do the settings here and share.
I meant to hook up my headphones tonight, but I forgot to. Miniature cattle. Oh.
All right.
They don't look that miniature to me, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
Here, hold on.
Just got the short little legs.
How does wait? That's not the one that you're looking at there. That's not a good sense of it. Here.
Okay.
These are them. These are them.
Holy shit!
This is them.
Oh my gosh. Do they stay that fluffy?
Yeah. Depending, like here's one that's short hair. Look at that. That's full grown.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
it's a little looks like a New Jersey dairy.
Hold on,
I don't know, but it all went black.
Yeah, because I clicked it off on accident. Hold on here.
Oh.
There we go. And then, hey now. There we go. We're back to this. I didn't mean to click it off. All right. Yeah. Look. Look at this one.
Oh my god.
So this is a mini with a mini.
And spin them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You could do all sorts of cool stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah. Here's a mini Brahma. That's a full-grown mini Brahma.
Okay. Those are okay. We used to have a whole farm of those up north. Okay.
Yeah, so here another full-grown little guy, full-grown mini.
Nice. So that's where the veal comes from these days.
Yeah.
Mini
that's
cows.
what. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, they're so cool. I want a whole farm of these. So I thought of on our property doing miniature cattle drives.
Oh, that would be so fun.
So you get like 100 or 200 of these things, and you do a cattle drive from one end of the 300-acre farm to the other end, and have a one-night stay where halfway through you stay, you do the campfire, you have the chili cookout, and then you go finish it up on the other end, and then you turn around and do it again with a new group of people. So it's like for the city slickers, they get a little of experience of a miniature cattle drive.
Miniature water buffalo. Would be fun. Gotta have a couple water buffalo in there.
Get the water buffalo. Let's see. Oh, here's a full-size Brahma with the mini Brahma.
Oh my gosh.
So that tells you the
Holy shit. So they're about the size of a sheep.
Oh yeah, well they're smaller in some cases. I mean, they are smaller.
Wow.
They're definitely smaller. So, let's see here.
Insane.
I can't believe you've never seen. They're the coolest thing ever.
I am shocked that I have never seen them. I have probably seen them a gazillion times and just never really realized it. We were never really big into cows other than steak on the dinner plate. Like, we traded a pig for a half a cow. He came prepackaged. Be right back.
Let's see here if I can. Oh yeah, here's the little longhorns. Are these longhorns? Or are these Highlands? Doesn't want to show me a lot of these. So here's your, I'm not sure if these are actual longhorns or not, but this guy's, here, let's see if it.
Pillard's farm just north of Rockwell. You're likely to see cattle grazing. But these aren't just your typical cattle. They are mini cattle.
I've been around cattle my whole life. My grandparents milked cattle, and as a kid we used to go to their farm all the time.
I noticed when I went to the grocery store today that eggs have doubled in price again.
Really?
Yeah.
Glad I just picked up a case of eggs from Costco yesterday. That's nice.
Right. Like, I wasn't gonna grab another 18 pack, but I was like, screw it. If they're gonna start hiking the prices again, I better grab one now.
So this guy's video, I don't know if you can see it or not. These are all longhorns that he was showing there with the horns. Those are all mini longhorns, full grown. All of these are full grown right here. Look how small they are.
They look so tiny.
Yeah, they are. Look at him.
Oh my god, look, they barely go to his waist.
I told you.
Holy shit. Like, I mean, they look small. They looked small when they were near the child.
They become pretty small,
but like now
Annabelle,
seeing a grown adult near them.
25 pounds when born, and at a year is
Those
50.
are some
Yeah, look at the dog.
Cattle can be used for any use.
There's full-grown cow and dog.
That's awesome.
Oh,
That's
so
interesting.
And you can get any breed. They do any breed in these.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
it's gonna.
I'd get some Highland cows too, the furry ones.
Highlands are good stock.
I'd get some Highlands. I'd get some Longhorns. I'd get some Brahmas. I'd get some good old Holsteins. I'd
get a couple New Jersey dairy cows.
Some Jerseys. Yeah, Jerseys are good.
Because those make good milk.
Yeah, we just call them Jerseys over here. There ain't no like, oh, you got Jersey? All right, got Jersey.
Yeah,
it's a whole breed. Oh, but yeah, I mean that's kind of my thought process. I don't know if I'll ever make that happen. It's just kind of fun to think about. But even if I didn't do something cool like a little miniature cattle drive for people, I think it'd be pretty cool to just have them on the place.
Right.
You know,
to have a couple kicking around.
yeah,
You know?
Dad misses the cattle. I miss the cattle, and it's like I don't want to get into a big project to putting actual full-grown cattle on a farm again. So it's like, well, maybe we go with some, a handful of minis.
Right. Well, and I mean, with the minis, like for my thoughts and plans, if I actually ever got into owning sheep and llamas, a couple of those mini cows would fit in, you know what I mean? Like they'd probably be able to pasteurize together rather than more space,
Oh yeah, they could
have a variety, you know what I mean?
Yep, they could definitely share space at that point. Let's see here.
They are adorable, that's for sure.
I was trying to find mini cow with sheep, but it shows full cow with a sheep, so that doesn't help.
Yeah, I've seen too many bad experiences with full-size cattle and sheep.
Oh yeah, sheep are gonna lose. The sheep will lose.
I've seen that a couple times firsthand.
Let's see.
I've seen the rooster lose to a pig a few times.
Here's a couple of the Highlands right here.
Our breeder used to love to eat the roosters.
I mean, just seeing that guy right next to a Highland like that's a mini, it's insane.
Right.
Well, and it's kind of a new thing for me too. I didn't realize they did minis until not too long ago, and then it's become this like little obsession where it's like I gotta have some mini cows. Like I want some minis, damn it. So you could do a farm where you have miniature cattle, regular size sheep, and then giant bunnies, because those giant bunnies are
California
massive.
longs.
Yeah, those things are massive. So it's like
We bred those. We made some good money, but they're shitty eating, so there's really no point unless you want them as pets.
Yeah, you just have a few of those as pets running around. Maybe shave them every so often if their fur's good enough. So
Yeah, no, that breed's usually not good for anything that I want to use them for, unless you're looking to make bone stock.
yeah.
Make great pets, but bunnies to me aren't pets. They're either food or hair. So
right, let's see. I'm trying to find
we bred and showed purebred silver foxes and lion heads, and then the rest were all a meat cross that we made.
It just doesn't want to show. There's got to be some pictures.
No, I mean, it's still fairly new. People might not be combining the two of them yet.
Well, sheep and cattle are not. You can't put them together, like you said. So maybe even with the mini cows and the sheep, that's probably maybe a no-go. You know what I mean?
Maybe. Yeah, because sheep are assholes. They really are. Like.
Well, right, and they usually get shit on by full-size cows. So.
Right, and the cows won't take their bullshit, even though the sheep try to push it.
But see, with a mini cow, though, I think the sheep would have their day. I think they'd be like, haha, these ones we can fuck with.
Well, and I think if you got them young enough and all together at once, like, they probably wouldn't even notice that they're not the same.
That's a good point.
You know what I mean? Like like if you're gonna get a kitten and a dog, you always get them at the same time or roughly the same age, so that way, you know, the cat starts out bigger than the puppy, and the puppy just learns.
Fuck.
And then by the time the puppy's bigger than the cat's like, I've already whooped you into shape, boy.
Right. Well, here, this is a great comparison though. So you've got full grown, right here, which this is a Hereford, and then you've got, I don't know what kind of these fucking cattle are. They're like a Highland breed with the shaggy hair. But here's a mini. So a sheep compared to this full size would actually be about this size. So so the minis and the sheep are pretty similar in size, other than I think the sheep have the minis as far as weight when they have full wool, you know, when they're woolen. But when they're de-wooled, shearing season, then they're gonna probably be they're probably about the same size as the mini at that point. So yeah. Yep. Anyway, so there you go. That's my ideas.
I like it. I'll have to look into them. I'll have to show them to the kiddo and see what he thinks.
He might be like, Mom, that's too much work. Fuck that.
No, he definitely wants a homestead.
Yeah.
He would be happy with a nice little plot of land right on the side of a mountain in Colorado and just be there with his garage.
He's got the Colorado bug, huh?
Well, that was originally the destination of choice, but then Pennsylvania, and then shit show now Texas, and then Colorado really went heavy blue and crazy, and the side that I can afford is too blue, and too many laws are coming into effect and different things like that.
Yeah,
so
Colorado definitely has a lack of air. I think the oxygen is minimal there. They've lost
maybe
their
that's what
fucking
it is.
mind. Well, look, my whole thing is, and this is all about liberty and personal responsibility. And the government wants to take personal responsibility away from everybody so that they can dictate. That's it.
Okay. Even if it was a good idea, I don't see how it would ever work to be the utopian environment that they like. Haven't you been doing that for the last 100 years in New York City? Like, is it working? Like, isn't that what San Francisco's built off? Is it working?
Yeah, New York City. One mayor fixed it all in his tenure. Rudy Giuliani. And they all loved him to death until they realized he's conservative too much. Like,
see where they're now charging him with all of this stuff. That Jack Smith is now dragging Giuliani into it.
Oh yeah.
Which I knew that he, like, there was rumors and talks, but then there was like everybody was like, "Oh, it's not really gonna happen," and I'm like, "Really? You think these asshats aren't gonna do that?" Okay.
Oh, they're gonna drag everybody down. Yep.
Now they're doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. It's like you're on point. You know, it's like New York's been doing this bullshit forever. San Francisco's been doing it forever. You know, Chicago, Baltimore, D.C.,
Houston.
Yeah, Seattle, Portland. And it's like, okay, tell me one city,
Boston,
out of the worst cities, tell me one city that has a conservative mayor. And then out of those cities, how many of those cities reside in states that are actually red? No, all the worst cities in our country sit in blue-run states, and they're blue-run cities. You know, you got a mayor that's a Democrat, you got a governor that's a Democrat, and you've got school boards and whatnot within all these cities, and you've got city councils within these cities that are all liberal run. So when you're pointing the finger at, oh, you got to keep us in power because we're your only hope, well, how can you point the finger and say it's a conservative person's problem? How are you pointing the finger saying it's that person's fault that this is happening in the city that you and your people have been running into the ground for 30 fucking years plus? Yeah. What? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But then you have Democrats out there that are like, yeah, it's all Republicans' faults. It's because they're racism and all this. It's systemic. It's like, oh, hold on. If there's any systemic racism, it's your fault because you've been running the system for however long.
Right,
So
right. Well, and that's like is it Mississippi? Has something to do with the Mississippi River. So I can't remember what town it is or state or whatever, but there's this town that has this water problem along the Mississippi River, and they've been given the money by the government several times to fix this problem, and they haven't fixed it, and they asked for it again, and now they're blaming the federal government for not coming in and fixing it and blah 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 blah. But here's what happened. The federal government said finally, yes, we'll come in and fix it, but we're going to hold on to the money. We're going to hire the people, and we're going to send them in to fix it. And they're like, oh, no, we don't want your help. So now they're going around saying that that the government's not helping, that the federal government's not helping them, and they can't afford to fix it. But no, the federal government is not giving you money to fix said problem for the third fucking time, and you have yet to fix it. It's just insane that they just keep spinning these weird things, and it's the same way with San Francisco and the homeless problem. Yeah. Like, there was just a number released, and I think it was 7.2, and I want to say $1 billion that they have been given since the pandemic to clean up this homeless problem over the last 3 years, and they still haven't done it.
Because they can't. Because money's not going to fix the problem. Money's not going to fix the problem. I don't care what anybody says. Money is not going to fix the problem. It's personal responsibility.
It's true.
And it's the mental illness problem that we've got. We've got to try to get these people into facilities that are helping them on the level that they need help. And we can't just ignore.
But they gotta also want the help. And unfortunately, with a mental ill person, most of the time they don't realize that they need the help.
Right.
Because they don't think there's anything wrong with them, and that society's just shitting on them because they can't get it together. But they can't get it together because they have a mental illness that they refuse to recognize.
Hey, society's not telling them to live in a fucking. Yeah, society is not telling them to live in a tent on the side of the road. Society is not telling them to live in a tent on the sidewalk. Society is not telling. So when they pull that crap, they can take a fucking flying leap off the nearest bridge because they're lying their asses off. Nobody's telling them they have to be like that. They're choosing. It's a complete choice.
But unfortunately, they don't like a lot of them. I think they're so hopped up on drugs or so like the underlying medical condition or mental illness on top of the drug. They're so confused that they don't know which way to fucking go anymore.
Look, here's what it boils down to for the most part. This is not every situation, obviously, but you have a flop house situation. That's what homeless people are right now. Most of them, not all of them. It's a flop house. So they don't have a house to actually flop in while they're doing their drugs and partying because they're how old now? So the flop house days are done because the teenagers are still doing that crap. But now as an adult, you're not in the flop house anymore because you're a fucking old-ass adult. So now you live on the fucking street with other old-ass adults with mental health issues. also just doing a flop house. So they're on their gallon bottle of Carlos Rossi or their whatever liquor of choice in the brown paper bag.
That stuff's
or
not too bad.
you know, they're doing stuff that makes it very difficult to hold a job, very difficult to want a job, very difficult to stay hygienically clean, and they're just living wherever they can live that no one will bug them while they're passed out for half the fucking day or doing whatever at night. So that's what it's a fucking virtual flop house. You can't allow our streets in any city, town, community, neighborhood, village, whatever you want to fucking call it. You cannot allow that shit to happen anywhere. You can't allow it to happen on the side of the fucking highway. You can't allow it to happen underneath bridges. You can't allow this shit to happen. Like I said the other day, it needs you need to just say, look, we got Bureau of Land Management property, which is public lands. If you want to go fucking camp out there, go camp out there. But you're going to be visited regularly to make sure you're not trashing the place, because as soon as you start littering, we're hammering you for it, and then you will go to jail.
And I mean, a lot of people that do like the van life living and stuff like that will go out and stay in some of our national parks where you can stay like 7 to 14 days, free of charge or whatever. And they keep it clean, and then they move along, or they move to a different site, or whatever. Like, I don't see why more people, if that's the style of living that you can either afford or want to afford, why you can't do it respectfully. You know what I mean? Like, even with just doing the tents on the side of the fucking sidewalk, why isn't you guys can't figure out how to put your fucking trash into a trash can?
Because they're lazy as fuck.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like,
look,
I'm not trying to down you because you're down on your luck. Because
I am.
get it. Trust me.
I'm trying to down you. Fuck you. Like that. I'll say it for her, damn it. I am. Because look, I'll use my son as an example. I'll tell you, because he does the same fucking bullshit. He comes to my house, and he'll flop here for a while. And that's fine. He's doing pretty good for himself. He doesn't live here full time. He's here barely ever at all. But he stayed for a little while recently while his job was on kind of a hiatus. Now he's working full time again, and it's great. I'm so proud of him, what he's doing. But he either gets too stoned, or he fucking drinks a little too much, or he's just too busy playing video games. And instead of picking up the plate and taking it to the fucking kitchen when he goes to the kitchen to get more fucking food, he leaves the fucking plate there and brings in another fucking plate and then all of a sudden everything gets into his space that is a fucking disaster. And it's like, dude, you just got up and went to the kitchen to fix yourself something. How come you just didn't take the old cup and plate with you, put it in the sink or the dishwasher, and then have...
Or better yet, just reuse it to put the new sandwich on.
Or reuse it, but it's like, the whole point is, it's like, if you leave the room to go to where that shit needed to go, why not just take it with you instead of, like he did, and he was respectful, before he left, he cleaned up his mess. But he had a fucking mess for the 2.5 weeks he was here. It was a disaster, but then he cleaned everything up. He was like, see, I keep things clean. And it's like, no, bro, I'm talking about keep this shit clean and spotless every fucking day. It's not hard. You make the job harder, and you make it more of an overwhelming feeling when you let it pile up and pile up and pile up instead of just taking care of shit each time it needs to be taken care of. It's like, what the fuck? And that's how this is the mentality of a lot of these individuals. And again, some of it's mental illness, but some of this shit is just pure fucking laziness. It's all that is. And it's bullshit. It's so much bullshit.
Yeah. It is. And yeah, my kid's that way sometimes too. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, dude, seriously? Like, come on. pick it up. And then the little temper tantrum that comes with asking him to clean up after himself.
Oh, he's how old? And mine does the same thing. Mine's 20. And
Mine's
he'll
18,
give me a
19.
fucking look like I've asked him to do something that's horrific. And it's like,
and I'll be like, you know what, kid? I brought you into this world. I have no motherfucking problems taking you out. So either you do what I ask, or like I asked you already. I do not need to ask you again. Like, I'm not nagging, but do you want me to nag? Because then I will nag. Like you have pushed, because he'll trigger my PTSD without knowing it, because he's so much like his father. But not in the bad ways, just little things. And I'll just be like, dude, all right, I asked you yesterday. It is now today. It's been 24 hours. And I don't want to be that person. But you got 10 minutes. Or I'm going to be that person. Just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. Like, it's not that fucking difficult.
It's not, and they know it. My son used to love helping me keep things clean when he was younger. He loved it. And over the last, I want to say over the last 6 years, he just, I kind of know why. It's a deeper conversation. I kind of have a sneaking suspicion, but he's just been a complete asshat and super disrespectful. But here's the funny thing, though. I am well aware that when he goes to other places, he's over the top fucking clean and respectful. So it's like,
that's what I worry about. That's what I worry about, is that he doesn't do that other places.
Oh, I bet he does.
Like, I'm like, dude, because, and I'm an OCD, like, neat fucking freak. So, like, the place could be absolutely spotless, and your cup ring, like, you didn't use a coaster, and your cup ring will be there, and I'll be like, can't you wipe that down?
Right.
Wipe what down? Like,
yeah.
Well, if I look at it from this angle, I can see where your cup, type deal shit.
Well,
so, like, I try not to be too harsh, but I think in not being too harsh, I end up being too lenient, or too much of, don't worry about it, I'll do it.
I'm the same way, but I always talked about leading by example. So, and I think he gets it. But he gave me, I lost it with him one day, not for what he didn't do. It's what he said and the excuse he gave me. His excuse was, clearly your definition of clean and my definition of clean are two different things. And I have an extremely clean room right now. And I'm looking at it going, if you think this is fucking clean, you are mentally ill at this point. Like, you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, this is not clean in anybody's definition. But I went nuts because I was like, you sound like one of these fucking libtard Democrat pieces of shit that want to twist the narrative to be something positive in their favor. And it's like this dirty fucking floor where there is nowhere to walk. You're going to say that that's fucking clean. Well, yeah, to me it's clean. It's like, it's not fucking clean. And I'm here to tell you it's not fucking clean. And then he persisted with the definition thing and how his definition and my definition. And it's like, okay, I'm done. I'm not coming in this room any longer. I'm not coming. And so I just stayed out of his fucking room. So it's like, don't let if that shit migrates outside of your room, then we're really going to have problems, which, oh wait, it still migrated a little bit, but it's like, fuck.
Right.
But yeah, that's where I lose my shit, is where the Democrat speak comes in, and it's like, oh, you dirty, rotten little fucking bastard. Are you seriously going to pull that shit with me? Yup. 100%. It's like, and he is a conservative kid. He's conservative, but he pulls out Democrat talking points all the time, and I just want to throttle him. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Every once in a while, Andrew's that way, and I'm just kind of like, think about that for a second, dude. Like, think about that. Like, Oh, yeah, that didn't probably come out the right way. Like, yeah. Try again.
Yeah, it's like right now when my son does that, him being 20, and I'm proud of him. Like I said, with what he's doing and what he's gone through, I think a lot of the kids that are on their own right now at his age, at that age, everybody should be proud of him after all the shit they've gone through with the COVID
100%.
crap. But he looks like fucking Jesus right now. I'm serious. Like he's got the towhead white hair flipping past his flipping shoulders. He puts it up in a pony when he's chefing it up, but he's like fucking white-haired Jesus walking around, and he's 6'4", white-haired Jesus. And he's just like blonde hair,
Got the full beard going.
He's got the white beard. He's got at 20, he's full towhead, everything, bright blue eyes, and I'm just like, son, listen to me. Just cut your fucking hair, please. Just clean up, because you're gonna get a lot of good attention. You've got all the attributes that, you know, if you get a little bit of tan, you hit the weight room a little bit, you're gonna get all the
my son would hit weights.
yeah, you're gonna get all the attention that you need and more. You're gonna love it. You're gonna be like a fucking Adonis type person, because you're tall and you're already strong. But if you get a little bit of build to you, you're gonna get more. You know, you're gonna be eye candy to the ladies, and you know then it's also gonna help you with your skiing. You'll be in better shape for skiing. It's gonna help you with the work. It's gonna help you feel better about yourself. Just clean it the fuck up. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Nope. Not cleaning the fuck up. I don't even know if he showers regularly half the time. So it's like, I don't even know anymore.
Since we've been down here in Texas, that has definitely, thank God, been something that Andrew has decided is important.
Oh, that's good.
Finally.
That's good. Well, my son has a group of friends that are from the libtard cloth. I don't think that they are, because they've seen the error in the ways of their family members, but they're all hippity dippity fucking modern day fucking video game hippies. That's what I'm dealing with that friend group, and they're mostly just dipshits. So it's like, oh fuck.
It's like Andrew has a cousin back home that he's like, when we left, he was originally supposed to leave with us.
Mm-hmm.
But I had certain requirements that he needed to do before he left the state, and he didn't do any of those. So I didn't after 6 months of talking with him and trying to get him to do those things, and he still hadn't done them, I just stopped talking to him about coming down. And then for about 4 months, he ignored my son and wasn't talking to him. And then all of a sudden, he started talking to him again. And he got fired from Walmart last week. I don't know how you managed to get fired from Walmart being a cart pusher, but whatever.
Probably wasn't pushing carts fast enough.
Well, and it was weird because when we were still up there, he was the only one actually ever doing anything. But I think it was because he got to a certain stage and he wouldn't train in any other position. And Walmart has that big thing like, we want you to be able to do everything. And he's like, I'm just here to push carts. Past that, you don't pay me enough.
Yeah, fuck Walmart.
Which, whatever. Well, find a new job.
Right.
You know?
It's easy to find a new job if you want to work, but
if you want to work, but that's the thing. Like, the simple thing that I wanted him to do for 6 months was just go apply for his fucking permit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, him and Andrew could go out drive, but they couldn't drive to the DMV. Like, hello,
Right.
Why didn't you take him to the DMV? He's like, he didn't want to go. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I'm like, I'm not holding it on you, but when we go to leave and he doesn't have his license, then he doesn't leave with us.
Probably was spending his money on other shit.
Oh, no, his mom was spending all his money. Like, yeah, it's...
Yeah, see, I just did this. Any of my son's friends that were pulling bullshit, I just was like, they're not welcome here anymore.
Well, it's family, so it's even harder.
Stay the fuck away.
Like, it's his cousin, so like it's for me, I don't fucking care. I'll cut anybody out. I don't care who you are. Like, you know, I have no problem cutting toxicity.
Right.
But his mom's such a lib, and he's not that much of a lib, but he listens to mom so much that I was like, oh, maybe we can guide you out of this. Maybe, you know, like get you away from this situation.
Is he 18 as well?
Yes, he's they're only like a few months apart. So yeah, he's 19, 18 now. I think he turns 19 next month.
I don't like rushing the kids aging at all because holy crap, time flies by. But I'm excited for my son to turn 21 next year.
Right? It's gonna be a nightmare.
No, because I've already got jobs lined up for him in Vegas if he wants them to go sling beer in Vegas on the Strip.
Yep.
So talk
When's
about
he turn 21?
It'll be next May. He just turned 20. 18th of May.
Oh wow, mine's the 19th.
Yeah, he was a volcano baby.
Actually, the 29th. Sorry,
Mount St. Helens
Cheyenne's
eruption.
18.
But no, so like
they're like 10
I've been
days
trying to get him convinced that he needs to either start being a snowbird. So instead of being like what you would typically think is a snowbird, people go south for the winter and whatnot. He's a ski bum, so he should go to the southern hemisphere during our summer and go work at ski resorts down in like New Zealand or Australia or in Chile or Argentina. He should do that and then come back, because when I was skiing a lot back in the day,
in Argentina, I see them becoming something in the future here pretty soon. Like, Argentina is going to be big soon.
Oh yeah, it's already getting big with stuff.
Right, but right now they're under really bad government. But like once they straighten out this little bit of hiccup in their government, I think they're going to be looking really good for the next 15, 20 years. Like,
oh yeah, same with Chile. Same thing. And so like I've been trying to convince him of that, which he's like, oh yeah, maybe. And then the other thing I've thought about too is like, well, okay, well, if you don't want to be a snowbird and you don't want to ski, because he's real passionate about skiing, like I am. He maybe even more so. I don't know. Anyways, but I've been trying to convince him that being on a cruise ship would be good for him too.
You know what's funny? I listened to this podcast that's called Killed, and it's about stories that got killed before they went to the press.
Mm-hmm.
And when they first started talking about it, I was like, oh yeah, those things existed. It used to be those $1 million yachts where you would buy a house in them. Like you would own, like they were all like basically penthouses inside these big cruise ships, and they just floated around the world. And I'm like, I wonder if like that was what the story was. It was how bad they were in this particular one, and scheming, and the people ended up buying out the cruise ship because the people that owned it fucking went belly up or whatever. I'm like, I wonder if I should look into that, because that would be cool for like a year to just like say fuck it and just go live on a self-contained boat. Like, well, you guys all have your nuclear war out in the middle of the fucking Pacific and Atlantic and stuff like that.
A cruise ship is epic if you find the right one. Depending on what company you work for, if you get on one of the big cruise ships, you get your own cabin, and you're there and you're just working the ship, and then your downtime.
Oh no! I was just gonna go live on the ship and do my.
Oh, you're not gonna be able to afford that. Not unless you hit the lottery. Those damn things are so fucking expensive.
Oh, right. Well, and that was my thing. I'm like, I don't know if I can afford this, but that would be interesting to like look into. I don't think I would work on.
Just be a bartender on one, or be a cleaning person, where you're just going and cleaning up cabins for people and shit, or like he would be a chef, or be on the promenade.
So,
yeah, you could do that too.
The hemming and all the suits and the fancy dresses for their balls and stuff like that. Like,
oh yeah, Yeah.
Like, I put some feelers out this week because I'm not sure if you'd seen it. Me and Baxter had talked about it in the chat last week. I've been putting my website together. So nice. The other night, I had everything torn apart and I was doing new photos and all kinds of different weird things. So that's why when you were like, hey, you want to, and I'm like, I really kind of do, but like, there's no way I could have like made it work. It was a mess.
That's okay. I get it.
So like, I've been doing the getting my website up. Hopefully I'm going to be able to do that pretty soon. But I've been putting feelers out for looking for like indie people that need somebody to do costumes and wardrobes and stuff like that so that I can maybe do some smaller non-con or private contract pieces, not for like some big companies. So I'm hoping that those might bring in a couple people. So
nice.
We'll see.
Should. That'll do it.
Yeah. Well, not being in Maine, I missed out on 2 anime conventions, which means I missed out on, about 5 to 10 grand.
So that's actually Comic-Cons over here on the West Coast. Pretty big deal.
Near Washington. Yep.
So you got Seattle, and Portland is actually better than Seattle's, and then you.
Oh, really?
Oh, fuck yeah, it's way better. Because Portland's weird. So when it comes to
weird, so
right. Well, I was just saying, like with the Comic-Con stuff and people like dressing up and shit, you get way more participants in Portland than you'd get like in Seattle. I mean, people still do it in Seattle, but I mean, it's way more of a thing in Portland. But then you've got San Francisco, and then obviously LA, and then the big one is San Diego, which you don't not want to go to the one in San Diego. That's the Mecca.
I'm not going into that border ever. I made that a commitment at like 10.
Yeah,
you will never go inside California.
That is a bad decision.
for only one reason, I lied. 2 reasons I will go to California. 21 and up Legoland weekend getaway. And then my ultimate dream would be a vacation where I'm allowed to legally, but not legally, go boost cars out of Jay Leno's garage and pretend to hot rod around town for a week. Like, I don't know, but for some reason, the remake of Gone in 60 Seconds, when they break in through the roof at the top of the garage, and it's got all those, like, that would be my dream vacation. I know
you're gonna have to go to Cali.
Choose to go to Paris or something like that, but that is the only 2 ways I will go to California.
So San Diego is actually a conservative city. It's a conservative city.
I can go live in the tent city. That's about all I can afford.
And Legoland is on the way to San Diego. Legoland's not in LA. It's between LA and San Diego. And so I know
not
so
going.
I know
never
SoCal. Well, I will be going shortly because I had this thing. So one of the things that I do on a very regular occasion, and I haven't done it in a little while, so because of COVID. So I just need to do it. But I drive Highway 101 and Highway 1. I go the whole coastline because you can't. There is no better road to drive on the planet. It's so beautiful going up and down the West Coast. Highway 1 and Highway 101, even through the cities. It's so awesome. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody else is trying to get me to convince me that I want to move to California, and it ain't happening.
I've been looking at houses in California, but the northern side.
Well, this would be the northern area. Yeah. It would be Oakland area.
But the only problem is like the taxes in California and whatnot are they're atrocious, like here and in Washington, and it's like, well, for us right now, like I don't know. California is probably not going to happen this time around. In fact, the reality is, when we've talked about it, is because I've got a niece that lives in San Diego, right on the fucking beach there, because her husband's a NASA guy. So they've got some good space there. Maybe someday I'll go visit them. Probably not, but the dream scenario would be for us to have a mountain home in Tahoe or Mammoth area. So a California mountain cabin, and then Oregon coast, Washington coast, maybe beach type cabin.
I've thought about going and living in Louisiana Bayou for a little while. I've got a couple friends that are out on that, and I'm like, but that's just an expensive get up.
Fuck Louisiana in every fucking way. Like,
well, that's the thing. Like, the area would be cool. It would be a neat experience, but like the state of what are you doing, Philip? The state of Louisiana just kind of like, you guys sound like a bunch of asshats.
No, so the reason why I'm all out on the South like that is there's nothing really there except for things that want to kill you.
Exactly.
Like, there's things over here that want to kill you, but I'm more comfortable with mountain lions and grizzly bears and black bears and that kind of shit. I'd prefer to stay away. Like, I like crocodiles. I like I like gators, which we don't have crocodiles here yet, but
that's one of my life goals, is to just be sitting by the pool, enjoying a nice little adult beverage, and watch a crocodile or an alligator just walk by ever so casually.
Go to Florida and play a round of golf. You'll see that daily. They walk right by on the golf course. Like, oh,
that's probably all I'll ever go to Florida for
is the gators.
Honestly, just sit by somebody's, like, I joked with my Cali friend there. I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna rent an Airbnb down in Florida and sit by the pool, and I'll leave once an alligator or a crocodile like slithers across the lawn. That will be my vacation. She's like, well, you probably only need it for one night. I'm like, perfect. Yeah. That's within my budget.
Florida's nice. I like Florida to visit. I wouldn't live there. See, that's the other part.
I wouldn't live in Florida.
That region of the world, from that southeastern region, and so Texas all the way over to the South Carolina, the Carolinas, and so that region is just too flat for me. It's too flat. There's no real mountains. Like, there are hills. You got like so-called mountains, but it's not like what we have over here. And it's like, right. I need that.
I'm so used to being in the mountains and being able to see the ocean, or being 20 minutes from both.
Right.
You know, like the last 2 years, I've lived within a mile of the ocean. Like, literally, I walked to the ocean every single day.
That's
when
awesome.
We were living in Wells, because like it was a half mile up the street.
Yeah. It's like my niece, when she comes over here to visit from Florida, she freaks out because she's used to flat. So when we go driving around here, anywhere where it goes up, and because we have roads where it's mountain on one side of the road, so you don't have a shoulder, you got a ditch in the mountain and trees,
right?
And then the other side is a cliff to the water, or just down into a gully, and those are the roads around here, and they go up, down, twisting, and all. And she freaks the fuck out with roads like that. She's like,
see, and it's weird. Like, for me down here in Texas, the flat land that goes into a corner freaks me out. Like, you can just drive along, it's completely flat, and then there's a 180 corner. Like, what the fuck? Where did this corner come from, and why is it necessary?
Property line. Somebody didn't want to sell their property, so they could just plow right on through. Yeah.
I was like, holy shit.
That happens here too, though. on the east side of the mountain range over here, Washington, Oregon's built the same way, where on the east side you'll have just nothing but straight roads, but out of nowhere sometimes you'll have this thunk, and then it'll go thunk again, and it's all property line.
Always an intersection.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's out in the middle of the fucking woods logging road or something like that, when you've got to turn, it's always a four-way. You've always got options. There's always one other, not four-way, but there's always at least, you can either go right or left, and there's a stop sign. Down here, no, it's 75, just go that way. It's like, all right, dude, the Suburban is top-heavy. We do not need to go around the corner at 90. Like, come on.
They put those are drunk corners too. This is where that's how they catch the drinking and driving people, because they miss the corner and they just keep going. They just keep going straight off into the wilderness.
Every fucking gas station around here has a beer chest. Like, you walk into the door and there's a chest full of ice. I was gonna say snow, but ice, and it's got fucking 40s in it. And you see everybody go in and grab one of those, grab a hot dog out of the machine, cash out, go jump into the driver's seat of the truck, crack their fucking beer, and drive off. Like, I'm like, does anybody around here drive sober?
I actually, okay, so I don't have a problem with drinking and driving. Not one bit. I don't. I used to think I should, and I thought about it more and more. And it's like, I don't have a problem with drinking and driving until you fuck up. Then I got a problem with it. So it's like, again, personal responsibility stuff. So you know the consequences. You know, if you're at a certain level, you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're putting other people at risk. Now, if you're just at a, because there's different levels of fucking drunkenness, right? And sometimes...
That's right. You guys have zero tolerance, right?
Oh, zero.
You guys like a...
It's we're at 0.08, which is basically zero tolerance.
Yeah, that's how Maine is. It's approximately 3 beers.
It's 0.08 is 2 beers, I think.
2 beers.
Yeah. Well, and again, body weight and metabolism.
Right. For me, after 3 beers, I no.
Yeah.
Actually, probably right now after 1 beer, because I don't drink that much anymore. And if I'm drinking beer, it's at least 6% alcohol. So
people used to drive and have a beverage on the way home from work all the time. One beverage on the way home from work wasn't hurting anybody, And
that I don't mind. 1 or 2 is fine. That's why I say like 3, and maybe you should wait a couple hours before you drive home. You know what I mean? Like, when I used to go out to the clubs, I would, because of course I used to have to open up the room, so I'd be there early. So I'd have 2 or 3 beers, but by 10 o'clock, because of course all the bars in the state of Maine closed by 1, so I left about 2. So by 10 o'clock, I might do 1 shot with a friend or a fruity drink or something like that, but like nothing after 10 o'clock, so that I was okay to drive afterwards. And sometimes I was stopping and doing meds at the facility that I was working at, so I kind of didn't want to show up too buzzed. But yeah, so like, yeah, I would have to agree with it. It is 100% personal responsibility, but there has to be somewhat of a gauge of a blood alcohol level when somebody stops you.
How about if you can't get out of the car on your own and walk in a semi-straight line and talk clearly, like you could, like, you gotta just talk to the officer plainly and recite the alphabet. If you can't just, forward, this whole asking people to recite it backwards bullshit. I'm sober right now, and I can't even do. Yeah, it's like maybe if I really thought about it, but I'm not, like, fuck that. So it's like just really stupid shit. And I understand that it's a risk, right? But getting out of the bed every morning is a risk, So it's like, all right, should we minimize risk as much as possible for everybody around us? Yeah, we should, but that, again, personal responsibility. We shouldn't mandate it. We shouldn't enforce it. Everybody has to do this or else. No, maybe it's a suggestion, and it's like, hey, if you don't follow the suggestion, all right, but if you fuck up because you didn't follow the suggestion and you actually harm somebody else because you're an idiot about it, now we're going to throw not just one book at you, but 2 books at you, and you might pay the ultimate price. Because if you knowingly got behind the wheel way too fucked up and you kill someone in that process, you then are going to get the death penalty for it.
Oh,
end of
definitely,
story.
100%.
Just
Like,
end of
I
story
mean,
at that point.
It's deadly weapon.
Yeah,
Like,
because accidents do happen. So if I'm sober and I have an accident, obviously something happened, right? And sometimes you can maybe have a beer or 2 in your system and it not be because of the beer that you have an accident, but because you had beer on you, but that's not the shit that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the dude that barely could get off the bar stool, still walked his happy ass out there, like bumping into shit and then barely getting out of the door. He's stumbling and he opens the fucking car door and he's like, I'm going home. And then crash, boom, bang. And like, that is bullshit. Like, and I don't think other people are liable for him leaving and doing that, or her leaving and doing that. Because again, personal responsibility. Now, because who's to say that those people didn't actually say, hey, you sure you want to go? Maybe you should stay. Maybe we'll get you a ride. And that person's just like, no, fuck you. I'm going to go home anyways. I don't need you guys. Fuck off. I got this. And it's like, okay, well, what you want those people to feel like they can restrain a person? I don't want any, but it's like, now, full disclosure, I have done some things to friends to keep them from driving. But we're friends. You can't expect people at a club or a bar that don't know someone to be like, we got to be responsible for this person. It's like, that's different.
Well, and that's where kind of like policing your own, or checking your friends when they need to be checked. You know what I mean? Like, we don't, like, the whole TikTok thing. Oh my God, it's going to get banned, blah, 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 blah. It's such a bad app because it's run by Chinese. Then why are you still on it? Why do you need the government to tell you to get off it? Like, if you know it's bad and you're still doing it and you're just waiting for the government, it's like, oh God.
Right?
You guys, like, missed, like, the whole point, like.
Well, I can't, I'm having a hard time right now trying to even get off of it, as far as like I'm having a hard time getting my content. I think I told you I'm trying to, so like I've put some new content out there to try to get everybody that is over there to like follow me over here. And so while I'm trying to get my content off, I'm actually now going to start adding content to get everybody to leave, like to find me other places.
That's kind of what I'm doing with the clap.
With the clap. Yeah, but look, real quick, because I think you and I should both try to hit the sack here pretty soon. It's like getting late or early, however you want to look at it. But I don't think those people are leaving. Like, I don't think those people, no matter what you do, are leaving Clapper, because they're so embedded into Clapper. Certain people, I don't think they're I don't think they're going to do it, primarily because they're mentally ill, and they're also stupid about shit. So, like, I know Clapper's a bad entity. I know TikTok's a bad entity. I didn't have any content on Clapper, so it made it real easy for me to just go snip, 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 gone.
Right, and I mean, my account I can't even get into on TikTok because I've been permanently banned since 2020. So, like, whatever's there's there for whatever.
Yeah, and TikTok I don't engage with really at all anymore. I used to go do a live every so often on there just to see how long, because it was a game for me, how long before I can get booted off this time, But now It's just me trying to extract stuff, and then I'm putting stuff on to get people to, oh, hey, he's over at Rumble now or whatever. Yeah. And it's like tonight, I know I had a few people come in from TikTok to come check things out over here just because I put a post over there saying, hey, check me out at Rumble. But, I mean, that's about as good as it's going to get. But I don't think you're going to have much luck getting anybody to transfer away from Clapper.
I don't think so either, but I know my account's being watched by Clapper itself, so I feel like maybe that I'll just keep posting that I'm going live on Twitter because there's no glitches there.
Oh, you know that they're watching you? Clapper themselves is watching you?
Yeah, because they commented a couple on my Missing Monday video this week.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, there. Wow.
Yep. But there's a lot. Well, because I went into their group chat the other day because everybody was talking about how the porn's back and the sex trafficking and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, I've been forwarding it to the FBI and here's the tip line, and I've been forwarding it to Apple and Google when Clapper decided that they weren't going to acknowledge me. And they're like, what do you mean acknowledge you? And I asked them, I'm like, what are you guys going to do clean up the porn? And the answer was file a report. And I'm like, no, not file up the report. How are you going to stop this? How are you going to keep these people safe from being trafficked? We know there is actively people being trafficked through your D&Ds. Like, what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? And then, of course, I dropped that they're CCP owned and that, you know, Edison is been accused of underage. So I don't foresee it ever being fixed. And I'm surprised they didn't ban me from the Clapper group, but I don't think they saw what I had put in the comments because there was so many of us talking about it and stuff. Mm-hmm. But I did see that they had commented on my video this week, so I've sparked their interest again because now our talking points that we were pushing on Clapper is now all over Clapper right now. Yeah, there's been like 3 lives this week about how they're stifling the speech, they're pushing the porn.
So the virus that I started a while ago
is kind of festering.
Finally starting. Well, I mean, that's all you can do. And it's like,
well, and now I'm like, guys, just leave. And they're like, no, we want him to fix it. I'm like, there's no fucking fixing it. I've been saying this shit for 2 years in the porn shit. Like, the porn stuff has been going on. I'm like, my first porn report, I saved it, was February of 2021.
Yeah.
The app wasn't even a year old yet. And you're going to tell me that the porn's something new? Yeah. Really? Okay.
Right. Well, okay. So this is how you look at it with them, or at least maybe talk to them about it this way. Okay. So you're born in America, but ultimately you're a human being, citizen of Earth, right? But you pledge your allegiance to America because you believe in the American way, in our system, right? The Constitution. But you decide for whatever reason that you're like, I'm going to go to China. And you go to China and you're like, I like China. I like their culture. I like all this. But then all of a sudden the Chinese government, the communist government's like, hey, we don't like you talking about your faith with your friends because we don't like that. And hey, that post that you made on your phone, yeah, you got to come talk to us now in private about that. And oh, your family doesn't see you for like 2 or 3 months and has no idea what happened to you because they put you in a fucking hole to teach you a lesson, right? So what do? Your first opportunity, you leave China because you're like, oh,
you go right back.
Yeah, you're like, fuck this place because you have another place to go. So when it comes to Clapper and TikTok and all the other places on the internet is the world. And then you have like maybe Rumble or Truth Social, could be your, or Locals or Minds. that's your America,
Meta,
right?
if you really have to.
Yeah, well, that's your America in the internet. So the internet's the world. America is one of these platforms that doesn't censor. So you went to a platform thinking it's going to be awesome. Yay, I like the culture here. I think it's great. And then all of a sudden, they start censoring you. Now, all I'm hearing from some of these individuals is, we want them to change. We're going to stay and fight for them to change. Hey, idiots. Yeah, I'm talking to you dumb fucks out there. China's not changing until you get rid of the Communist Party, okay? Which means Clapper and TikTok are not changing ever because guess what they are? Chinese Communist Party. Fuck you guys. Like, seriously, stop being stupid. Just fucking leave. And go somewhere else and make that, continue your village, continue your tribe, keep those people, and just go to another fucking zone to hang out with them. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. That's why I got to figure out this Streamlabs shit, so that I can start doing a little bit better. I've been streaming on Twitter, but whatever. And I did a radio yesterday on Twitter, and
Well, tell you what.
quiet.
Let's
Clapper was that way too, so
let's call it a night so I can get some sleep. And I know you're probably like, I'm not getting any sleep. I need some though.
Probably I need to force myself to get some sleep because I think I have Trump at 1 o'clock, and that means that Lori's going to be calling me about 10 a.m. So
well, what I was gonna say is, if I get some sleep, I don't have any real plans tomorrow. And if you want, after Trump, 1 o'clock your time or 1 o'clock East Coast time?
I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, 1 o'clock some point.
I think it's 1 o'clock, but then again, today was 1 o'clock and it didn't go on until almost 5, so I don't know.
Yeah, it said 5:30 East Coast time or something like that when it actually came on, so that would be 2:30 my time. Anyways, so I got a 3-hour window, but if I go to sleep here in the next half hour, I'll probably get about 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I'll be good to go. Again, we could, if you want, I'll just send you a message, and if you want me to help you,
and if I'm up, I'll hit you.
Yeah, if you want, I'll help you with the Streamlabs stuff and walk you through some stuff a little bit more. Okay. I don't know, if you can be more inquisitive at that point and ask questions. Yep. And then what was the other thing I was tomorrow night, keep good everybody listen up, send Nibs good vibes. He's seeing an apartment today. And he may be able to actually get into that apartment today. So So fingers crossed, sending him good vibes, because if he gets into that situation, he will be live tonight. Saturday night, Nibs is going to come live with me. So it's going to be a Nibs party tomorrow night if he's got a place. If not, he might still join, and if not, no big deal. But we'll do a Sippy Cup Saturday. And I might tie one on tomorrow night, and maybe we'll get deeper into the weeds with all the fucking, like, I actually would not have a problem with talking shit about TikTok and Clapper for the next 2 hours, but I need sleep. It's more important. I can do that tomorrow.
Right? Yeah, so. Definitely get some sleep. So have a good night. Bye, y'all.
You too. Much love. All right, everybody. That was Hookah. Always great having Hookah on here, chatting up a storm about anything and everything. As a definitely fuckery Friday going on. She sure knows how to get me fucking amped up. She brings up fucking Clap, and I go a little squirrely with the Clap shit, because it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It is a fucking shithole of an app. Okay, it's run by fucking derelicts, and it's been found out that it is not what they claimed they were. And it's TikTok 2.0 with a different name that isn't better because it's just there as a safety net for if TikTok shits the bed and gets booted from being used here in the United States. So they got Clapper sitting in the wings and just waiting to swoop everybody up. But that's not going to happen now because Clapper's a shit show. They can't even fucking maintain it properly as it sits right now for multiple different reasons. And it's corrupt. It's cliquish. It's just a conglomerate of poo. That's what it is. It is just poo across the board. So like I said, you have a choice. You can either live in shit or you can take a shower and move somewhere else where it's not so shitty. Okay? Because you have a million different options out there. Like Hooka was saying, you got Locals, you got Minds, you got Rumble, you can even use fucking YouTube. You can use, Instagram. I'm not a big fan of Facebook or Instagram, but you can use them. YouTube you can use, even though it's like, these are censorship places too, but they're a little bit more straightforward with it, kinda. And it's not necessarily communist run. All right, so TikTok, Clapper, communist funded and ran behind the scenes. They got the English speaking people there in Texas running Claptard, but that don't mean shit because you got English speaking people running TikTok too, but that don't mean shit either. Figure it the fuck out, people. And if you're that daft that you can't figure out another program, get the fuck off the internet, shut your fucking mouth, and be done with it. Because Rumble, okay, it's different, but once you get the hang of Rumble, it's easy to navigate, no big deal. It's pretty straightforward. YouTube, pretty fucking straightforward, not difficult to operate. Minds, Locals, Instagram, Twitter, all very, very easy to run once you put a little bit of time in it. They're all very intuitive once you understand what you're looking for. And once you understand what you're looking for, it's really easy to navigate. Shit, I'm navigating, I can't tell you how many damn apps. And I'm still navigating these other apps too. Nope, there's certain apps I'm just like, nope, fuck that. I am not supporting these idiots. And it has nothing to do with the people using the app other than, hey, people using the app, stop being dumb and get your ass off the app. You're supporting bad shit. Stop supporting bad shit. You're part of the problem when you're supporting bad shit. So leave the bad shit behind. Move forward and away. I know. But I put so much time and effort into this. Oh my God, I got people I like here. Okay. That mentality is a level of retardation I cannot handle. Because you met those people there, and they have other apps too. You can just give them your information to find you on another app, or give them your email, or you get their email. You do not have to have one app as the meeting place. You don't have to have it as your social club. You can use other apps as your meeting place or your social club. But if you're that daft, just you know what? Stay there. Stay there and be a fucking loser if that's what you want to do. That's fine. Be a fucking loser. Support fucking child trafficking. Support communism. Support everything that you probably really don't support, but by staying there, you're supporting it. Even with TikTok. TikTok, you stay there, you're supporting it. 100%. So I just trying to trying to yank my content off there. It's not as fast as I'd like it to be. And I'm putting some new content on there that only is specifically to get people to leave there to find me. That's it. That's it. And obviously, TikTok, I actually think has more value anyways than Clapper. Good God. Clapper has nobody listening to you, nobody watching you as far as numbers. 2 million people a month on Clapper. That's a big fat negative, because you also got to think about the level of people, where those people are at in the grand scheme of things. You got some really good people over there at Clapper that need to leave fucking Clapper. But you also got a whole bunch of fucking dumb shits over there on Clapper that, fine, stay. If you're so dumb you can't figure it the fuck out, stay over there. Stay there and fucking waller in your misery and blow your fucking whole savings account on stupid shit on Clapper. You can and let Clapper fucking take most of that money, instead of, when you're wanting to support one of your friends, having them get all the money that you'd like them to get. That's another problem that you don't fucking understand. Now, luckily, it sounds like some people are opening their eyes and their minds and understanding exactly the disaster that is. Didn't take me long to figure it out. That's why I said sayonara, bye-bye, real quick to Clapper after I was on there maybe 6 months, something like that. Anyways, doesn't matter. But, erased all my stuff over there, and I'm never fucking going, knock on wood, because the last time I said never and didn't knock on wood, fuck, then shit happened. But nope, not gonna go back there. Ever. Fuck that place. And at some point, like a year from now, if that place is still standing, a year from now, a year from now, that's a good July 1st of next year, I will go full scale attack of Clapper, and anyone's still using it. I'll say I will commit to that. If you're still using Clapper, July 1st of next year, I will fucking tell you how worthless of a piece of fucking shit you are. Like that, because by that time, if you haven't figured it out and you haven't left, there is no fucking hope for you, and you probably are a worthless piece of shit. So, there you go. There's my little Clapper rant after Hookah leaves the building, because she kind of, she knows how to get me worked up with some things. Like, start bringing that fucking shit up, I'm like, fuck that. It's like, look, I just want people to understand the realities of what's going on in the world. You got sucked up into some bullshit. And I understand your sentiments, because you probably met some good people over there. So did I. Doesn't mean you can't be in contact with them in other places, in other means, other ways. Like, you could do that. It's not fucking rocket science. And if you think it is, maybe you need to get your fucking head checked. And if you don't think you need to get your head checked, you definitely need to get your head checked at that point. There's nothing I can do for you. And there's no amount of fucking drugs that are going to help you either. Like, you're just out to lunch at that point. So I am glad some people are getting it, though, and we'll have to do some Clapper updates with Hookah in the future, since she's over there still trying to lead the Warriors or what's left of them over there to attack the entity that is Clapper and get them. She knows they ain't ever gonna fix the shit. They ain't ever fixing any of this shit, because they just don't give a crap. They're making too much money to give a damn. So, but she's trying to, I don't know, what's pet rescue, Like she's doing pet rescue, except with people. She's trying to rescue as many people pets as she can from the burning building that is Clapper. So, like, there you go. I strongly believe that is part of her motive, is to get as many people away from there as quickly as possible before shit goes too fucking squirrely on people over there. So Godspeed, Hooka. Godspeed. Good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that. But yeah, anyways. I am going to bid you all adieu. And I got to call it a night. We've been on here damn near 7 fucking hours. And I can't do that. I just can't do that. I did a baddie. I was enjoying my conversation with Hooka so much, as I always enjoy my conversations with her and other people. Just like 7 fucking hour podcast, damn near. It's actually 6 hours, 41 minutes, and 5 seconds. Like, what the heck is going on? I thought I was getting on a schedule where, it's like I don't get to watch my shows to have some downtime now, or if I do, it's like, fuck, it's gonna be daylight here pretty soon. Oh, dear Lord, help us all. Anyways, all right, everybody, thanks for hanging out on Fuckery Friday. I will be back in some capacity tomorrow, maybe early, maybe late, maybe early and late, maybe this, that, and the other, and do some Sippy Cup Saturday tomorrow. We didn't do that last week, so this week we'll do a Sippy Cup Saturday. Hopefully we get great news from Brother Nibs. Hopefully Nibsy's got himself an apartment today. Hopefully he'll go check it out. Hopefully he'll get it. And I mean, if it meets his standards. So if that happens, then we can celebrate, and he'll be joining us for Sippy Cup Saturday. If not, I mean, we could hopefully bring Hooka back up to visit with her again. Maybe we'll have some other people come in and say hello. So it's always nice to hear from people. Say hello. But yeah, let me get out of here. I'm getting a little delusional right now. I need to at least get off of here and wind it down a little bit. I need to calm my ass down. So yeah. Anyways, much love, everybody. Much love. Peace.